misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat earth in its place.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. I'm your host MC Toon, and tonight we're going to be reviewing something that is quite interesting. It's a little bit of a you might call some hot Flerf on Flerf action between Jiren, who I think most of you are going to know, and don't anybody say anything, but somebody's right here crawling. I won't. Shh, they don't know. It's okay. What are you looking for? You're getting your okay. Getting the yarn. She's getting the yarn. They can't see it. Don't worry.
Tell them that I have to protect it from the dog.
She has to protect the yarn from the dogs. Because if she doesn't put it away, the dogs will get it and spread it everywhere. Okay. Tiles. Looks like Tiles is a Kiwi. Tiles says Kia ora, which is a Kiwi speak for, I don't have any clue what that means. All I know is Kia kaha, because I've watched Les Mills. If you know what that is.
Do you want coffee?
Do I want the coffee? No, I've got the coffee right here, but I could have a refill in a little bit. You could send Stacy in a little bit to refill me. That's Stacy's mom. There, right there. She's got it going on.
They better not have seen me.
They didn't see you. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Protect that yarn. Okay. All right, I do know that Kia ora is a greeting. I guess I knew that. So, anyway, some hot Flerf on Flerf action is what we were talking about just before she opened the door. And anyway, so this is a debate that's, I think it says 11 months ago. So it might be September of last year, between Jiren, who you know, and another flat earther that a lot of people don't know because he's basically a nobody. The correct pronunciation is Oakley for his last name, first name Nathan. So anyway, that's who he is. Anyway, this Oakley guy has a severe misunderstanding of science, and they got set up on a Flat Earth Discord server to have a debate about what is science. It was quite an interesting one. I watched it live, but you know what? Before we do that, I want you all to know about something that's very important. Of course, you all know about the final experiment. And one thing that you may or may not know about is that Critical Think is looking to go. And he lives in Australia. He is an engineer. I think he's a retired engineer. And he needs 30, I think it's about 40,000 total to go. He's already paid his down payment, so he is committed. But a little bit of fundraising would be good. Some if you're interested. So I will put in the chat here. Let's see. Let me grab copy link. Help Critical Think. That wasn't it. That was the wrong one. Okay, hold on. This is the one. This is the one. There it is. Okay. So I'm going to pin that comment. And if you're interested, if this is something that you're good for, you want to help him go to Antarctica with the final experiment, he has the right skill set to go. So, and there is another Globy McGlobeface I've mentioned before. I haven't talked to him for a little bit. I'll get an update from him, bring it to you in a bit. But Critical Think is who, if you're interested, you want to help, send him. He's a good guy. He's very smart. So he's a globe. He's a normal. Critical Think is a normal. So yeah, an engineer. He's an actual engineer. That means that, I mean, we all know that means he's not a flatty. So anyway, he's at, let's see, he's at 6,200 Australian dollars of a 60,000 Australian target. I don't know the exact exchange rate. I think Australian dollars is a little bit below US dollars. So, he's got 50 donations so far. So he's got some pretty generous people that have kicked in. So if you're interested, there it is. I'll be sure to put the link in the description as well. So if you're watching this later, you can check it out. Check it out there. So, let me get this. Anyway, so this will be then a conversation that happened between Jiren and make sure I got all that. Okay. And this Oakley guy that I mean, maybe you'll get to know him a little bit. Stringer News One says that's $37 in US. So he's got 6,000 Australian, which is $31. Hey, I don't think that's quite the right exchange rate there. Oh my gosh, yeah, not like Jin CBR1 is an engineer, but an actual engineer. Yeah, anytime you hear a flat earther say they're an engineer, they may not use the same definition of engineer as everybody else uses. So, okay, there it is. Let's have a listen. I'll make sure it's only coming through one instead of dual. No, it's coming through none so far. Hold on. There we go. Looks like this will do it.
Whatever that account for Coriolis. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But Jiren is here if you want me to throw him in here. Mr. Jiren has arrived.
Good. Bring him in. That's good stuff. Hey,
Mr. Jiren, welcome to the show, buddy.
What's up, guys? How are you?
Welcome. Good. Without further ado, go ahead and you are going to start this off, and you already know the format, how it's going to break down. You start, and then he'll. What was that?
No, I was gonna say, what is the format?
You're gonna do like 5 to 10 minute opening, however long you need to, to state, everything, and then he'll go and do that, and then you're gonna have the back and forth as we had discussed.
Sounds good to me.
All right, with that, I will put myself on mute and enjoy the show, everybody.
All right, so I'll just do a little quick intro, and I guess you could ask why I'm here. I don't want to be here. I don't really want to talk to Nathan, mostly because, well, first of all, I give credit where credit's due.
Nobody really wants to talk to Nathan, but anyway, I could arranged it so you see just Jiren and that other guy, and then over on the side there I have the live chat. The live chat is crazy because this is almost all flatties in here. But you'll see some familiar names here and there that are not flatties.
Something that Nathan doesn't do. That's to point out that the good work that he has done for the community. And I think that the show used to be great. And I think that the people on the show used to be great. And then he got an ego. And what happens when you get an ego is that you start to chase the Globers away. And now the one-time great debate show consists of basically repeated dumbass arguments and a circle jerk of enormous proportions. So I've heard from people involved in that show that they'll even set up scenarios before the show. So basically, hey, Riley, you play this role and we'll argue back and forth. And so it's just all like a setup. It's like not even a real conversation. It's a circle jerk. And it's probably the worst thing that you can do for the community is have a bunch of people sit around and toot each other's horns and just have no opposition at all, which is what they don't have anymore. So they've taken it upon themselves to go after other flat earthers. And when you've got people saying things like Witsit is dumb, it is one of the most glaring inaccuracies ever said.
Well, I mean, I say that But in the right in the Flerf community, saying that is, I mean, you know, he is their darling. So, you know,
would listen to Witsit and say, "Oh, that guy's dumb." He would destroy any member of Flat Earth debate, in any intellectual test, in any SAT, in any IQ test. He would absolutely destroy every one of them. Yet they're calling him stupid. Why?
Okay, that's an interesting thing. Jiren has asked me, would I take a standardized physics test versus Austin? I said, of course I would. No doubt. Then, well, it didn't get set up. But I think probably he would do well against the other flatties. But that's not saying much.
Views. And when you need views, you put Witsit's name in your title or put my name or my photo on your thumbnail. You can go to my channel and check how many times I've got Nathan Oakley in a thumbnail of mine. The answer is 0. You can find out how many times I've got Nathan Oakley in the title of one of my videos. The answer is 0. I don't need Nathan for content. Nathan needs me. So these guys did a 4-hour show once where they were arguing whether or not I was an agent. This was a debate that Riley was taking the opinion that, well, Jaren's really bad at debate, so he must be an agent. And these guys are going back like that's a rational conversation. Who knows? Anyway, Nathan may have been ace. I recommended the show in the past. I had Nathan on my show. I made clips of the show. I was a patron. So I actually donated to the show. And I always give credit to those who deserve it. So I will give credit there. But the last 2 years, I guess, since he started attacking people for having different beliefs, like if we have people debating the ether, great. Just because you don't believe in the ether, you should want other people looking into it. Then they might find something you would never find because you've already closed your mind to it, which is crazy to me. We're in this community. We're in the flat earth. We're in the truth because we have open minds. We want to kick some stuff around. And yet these guys want us to be dogmatic as dogmatic gets. It's insane to me. So Oakley has his tambourine troupe. They all, called Witsit stupid. They call me names now. Now they're all going off about me being an agent, or I'm working for the government, or I work with McToon, or you name it. They say Bob was an agent, which is.
This was a year ago. I don't know why they would say that. That's funny.
Is insane. They say I'm not a flat earther. They say I work for the government, like I said, and then they demand that I be like them and say the same things as them. So they want me to be rude. They want me to be gross. They want me to be wrong and pompous, and which is easy to do when there's no opposition. When you just sit there on your own show, you can act like an ass because the people that are there are going to show up the next day. But the show is now a joke to me. And since I think Nathan will never admit that he's wrong, which is the reason I've called him a scammer, because I think he cares deeply about money. I think he admits that often, so much to the fact that the reason he's here today is because he told his audience and his team that he feels it's better monetarily for him to make up with me or to at least have some common ground. That's the only reason he's here. So it's not about being a decent human. It's not about treating each other with respect. It's not about call people names and go watch his show, watch anything with my face in it and listen to the things that are said. And then if you think I'm just going to come here and be like, oh yeah, everything's cool, you got nothing coming. But that's why I call him a scammer. So I mentioned the thumbnails. He's got me all over his thumbnails. You can check my channel. I don't do that. The man does seem incapable of like a normal human conversation that is the sharing of ideas. It's just not allowed, nor is having a different belief. Like I said, how dare you have an open mind? So he's claimed on his show that I push the ether to my audience and pretend I have science for it, which is a total lie. I've asked them to find one time that I've ever mentioned the ether, because I don't even remember mentioning it on my show. No one has ever found it. No one's ever returned it. This is part of the problem. When Nathan is proven wrong, when you've got QE and Nathan saying water boils at 100 degrees, what did I do? I shoved it right back in their face and proved that it does not, that it can boil at different temperatures depending on the vessel, depending on the type of water. There's so many variables. And so I proved it wrong. So what did they do? Did they admit that they were wrong? No, they just changed it and pretended that the whole time they were saying heat causes water to boil. They completely changed their opinion. Didn't tell anybody. They just kept a new line of thinking. So again, the moral of the story is that I want Flat Earth debate to shut the fuck up about me. They need to talk about some other man or something, because it's really kind of strange. And just like I don't talk about them, they don't need to talk about me. But when I say science doesn't prove things, I am correct in every possible way possible. Let me explain why. If you are going to prove something, then it means that there is no other option. Okay, that's what proof means. It means that you have no other alternative, that you've checked all the variables, that you are a perfect human being. The only people that could ever claim such would be God and Jesus, not QE and Nathan Oakley. QE and Nathan Oakley are fallible human beings. They are biased, fallible human beings. Why would you ever accept science that comes from biased human beings? Unless, again, you can have multiple people do it. You can run it through tests over and over again, and we can get as close as possible to the truth. But there's nobody in their right mind that would ever say, oh no, we can do a test. We can get to a conclusion if P then Q, we can get there, and then from that point on, we never have to look at that again. That's what Nathan believes. And he might try and bring up here, oh, well, why don't you go after Dave Weiss? He says science proof things. Why don't you go after Austin Whitsitt? He says science proves things. I guarantee you, right now, if we call either one of them and say, does science prove things 100% unequivocally? They will all say, absolutely not. See, so that's the difference. We've got people that are honest, people that can admit when they're wrong. But when I say scientific proof, I don't mean it like that. I get it. Nathan can't do that. Nathan can't say, oh, you're right, Jiren. We wouldn't know that every bit of the variables have been covered. So just because we have, and he talks about it like it's logic, like it's math. Okay, computers use math. They use zeros and ones. Okay, humans do not. So it's much different. It's not just if P then Q, and we just throw in some numbers and everything works and it's perfect. No, every experiment that's ever been done in the history of man has got to go through the mind of a human being. There is no test that ever comes out with an answer that isn't run through the mind of a human being who could be very biased. And I'll just give 2 examples of that, and then I'll turn it over to Nathan, and he'll, what he's going to do. It's just going to be the same thing that we've heard for the last, who knows how long, 2 years. If P then Q, science does prove things. You prove your null, and all these things. So anyway, for instance, the thing that they said was heat does cause water to boil. So last night I went to my oven, and let's say I was doing a test, and you have to go back in the past because I'm just trying to say that this is before we realize certain things. But I put a pot of water in my oven and turned it to 400 degrees. So, okay, well, that's definitely going to boil, right? 212 is the boiling point Fahrenheit of water. So I checked it at 212, and guess what? It wasn't boiling. Well, okay, well, it's got to boil by 300, right? 300 degrees wasn't boiling. It's got to boil by 400 degrees, right? The oven got to 400 degrees, no boiling of water. So if I was doing some sort of a hypothesis test where I said, well, I think heat added to this water will cause it to boil. And so I throw it in my oven, and I turn it all the way up to 400 degrees, and I sit there and watch it all night long, and it never boils. So guess what? According to Nathan Oakley, I just proved the null, that heat does not cause water to boil. And that
okay. I think he's near the end of this, and I let him go for a bit here because I was working on something. You'll see in a minute. Green Bull says Jiren is showing that he actually understands science. So how did he become a flat earther? Well, that's a good question. Very good question, but we'll see. He does. Yeah, I've asked him. I asked him, Jiren, have you read Popper? He's like, yeah. Have you read Thomas Kuhn? Yeah. Go. I was impressed. I was surprised. Like, good job. Okay, I've got a couple super chats I'm behind on. We got Steven Jarvis says, unable to watch many live, but the replay on Earth Awakenings was great. You have enormous patience to try and debate with Brian Leakey. If you've ever, had to talk to a 3-year-old, then that's like you've experienced that. Icy Spin says, I think a hoedown is appropriate to set the mood. We'll do an intermission, maybe, of the hoedown. Mark Beiser says, just got here and I saw who is debating. I can already feel brain cells preparing for death. Icy Spin says, the agents know I need a license. Yep. Okay. All right, let's get almost there.
Shit. That is not proof of anything. I actually fucked up the experiment. I didn't even think about putting the fire underneath it or applying the fire. And now you have to think back, go back 100 years ago, 200 years ago. If people were doing the scientific method, would they have known all variables? Did they know about the different spectrums of light? Did they know about all the variables that we know about today? No. And to think that we know everything now would be retarded. We obviously don't. We're going to learn things as we go on. That's what's great about science. The scientific method is the best way to get closest to the truth that there has ever been invented. That's why it's great. That's why it's rigorous. And is it 10 minutes? Somebody talking?
No, no, you're good. No, you're good.
Right. So it's about in a minute. So anyway, it's the best method that there is. And you will always get closer to the truth as long as you do good experiments and make good hypotheses. But sometimes you could make mistakes in your hypotheses, or you could make, some sort of let's say that we saw a natural phenomenon of a waterfall. And let's say that we're primitive men and we got the scientific method from God or something. And we're like, okay, now we know how to use it to determine what, the cause and effect relationships. So we see this waterfall and we're like, what is causing that waterfall? And so somebody surmises from the group, they say, well, I think that it could possibly be the rocks are pushing the water over the edge. So somebody says, well, let's run a hypothesis test. Let's make the independent variable the rocks, and let's see what happens when we remove the rocks from the river. And when they do that, guess what? It brings down the level of the water, and let's say it stops the waterfall. So guess what? They just proved that rocks pushing water causes waterfalls. And that's why it's a dumb test. And I'm not saying that that's a good hypothesis or a good test. What I'm showing you is that humans make mistakes. They can misapply things. They can not understand how things work. They can miss variables. And this is why science doesn't prove things. And I'm not appealing to populace. I'm appealing to rationality. That to think that humans could do anything perfectly is stupid, and to think that they can get proof of something is dumb. You can get as close as possible, and again, this is the differentiation I hope people realize. I say proof all the time. I say Canagoo proves a flat earth. In throwing words around, yeah, proof comes out sometimes. But if anybody ever stopped me and said, Jiren, are you saying that science can prove things 100%? I would say absolutely not. Who would say that? But guess what? There's a group of people, about 6 or 7 of them, that have been going on and on touting this forever. And
6 or 7 of them.
the other thing is, when arguments like you're going to need a flat plane to do celestial navigation come up, it makes us look so dumb, because let's just pretend for a second, even though I can't imagine why anybody would ever believe this, but let's pretend for a second that we live on a sphere. Could we do celestial navigation? And the answer is yes, because you're just taking your angle to a star. Are you telling me there's no angle to a star because you're on a sphere? That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Now, granted, so is the globe. But we have a ton better arguments. Every one of your housekeeping questions is a better argument than, oh, you're going to take an angle? You need a flat plane for that. No, they don't. The Earth, if it was round or flat, where you're standing right now, it wouldn't make a difference, right? So can you take an angle to a star? The answer is yes. Simple. So now, again, I don't believe we live on a sphere, but I'm not dumb enough to say, oh, you're going to need a flat plane to do angle measurements. Well, they're not making triangles. They're just taking an angle to the star. So I don't get why. And again, this is why I call him a scammer. There's no way that he would ever show up here today and be like, oh, Jiren, you're right. Oh, Jiren, you're right. If you mean absolute proof, no, science can't bring us absolute proof. He's about to tell you that he can come up with absolute proof, as if we're perfect and as if we have no flaws, as if we know every variable. It's insane that we're even having this conversation, because I can't imagine why anybody would ever take this position. It doesn't make any sense. It's not logical. And that's about it. So we'll see what Nathan's got to say. But we've all heard it before. This will be no different. I don't know why Nathan thinks that we don't hear a show. We obviously hear a show. I know what he's going to say. Nobody is missing the point here. It's just he's missing the facts. And he's got everybody on his team screaming the same thing. And it looks really bad. Just looks really bad. And if he wonders why his numbers are dwindling, it's obvious. And they will continue to go down. That's just the way it goes when you start to demonize other people in your own community, when you get abrasive and rude and condescending to people that have been here for a long time, start claiming that they're agents. People see that. You may get an influx of people. Remember Validation Boy, Nathan? You may get an influx of people. You may get a big crowd for a second, and then they'll go away. And each time you do that, your crowd will get smaller and smaller. So you could be great. You could be doing great. You could be back to where you were before, at the forefront of all this. But you've chosen instead to be an asshole. So congratulations. I hope that you enjoy what you're doing over there. Nobody watches, by the way. Anyway, you're up.
Oh my gosh, he gets the final poke at the end too. All good points. Almost, I don't know if there's a whole lot of real, important criticism. The oven thing, he wasn't testing the water temperature. Was it boiling? No. Would it eventually boil? Yeah, but how do you determine that? How do you wait long enough? I think he gets into that though. So, yeah, and if you ever go look at Oakley's numbers, he doesn't get a whole lot of views, and the views that he gets are probably an awful lot of them are from Globers, because you look at the comments, because Oakley has taken to not blocking people anymore in the comments section of his videos. I know that he unblocked me because I had been blocked, and I'm not blocked anymore, so he must have cleared it. So, and yes, this was the longest that Nathan has ever gone in the history of Nathan without interrupting. So that's he's on somebody else's channel where he doesn't have the auto mute button.
All right.
Okay. So the scientific method has part of it that offers the empiricism, where you can say categorically at the end of the process, you will have provided proof. And that is contained within the hypothesis.
There is no place in the scientific method that says, therefore, proof. It's not there.
Which is a logical statement that would violate the law of non-contradiction if both statements in the hypothesis were held simultaneously true at the same time. Only one can be true, and only one can be proven. So the way that a hypothesis works is as follows. You have a suppositional statement, and we're going to call the suppositional statement A. And you have an occurrence. We're going to call the occurrence B. Now, your suppositional statement.
This is a good one from AT2 Productions. Jared says, here's the biggest criticism. The behavior Jiren is speaking against is what he did for years. It's what his fellow Flerfs want from him. I haven't found a mea culpa from Jiren. Did he? Well, I don't know. I haven't watched enough of his his stuff to know if he's actually done some sort of a, declaration that he was wrong. People change over time, and they mature, and they change their opinions on things, and it's often an evolution rather than and it's an evolution often and not a revolution, though sometimes people do have some sort of a revolution. That is then sometimes followed by a mea culpa. Like, this was a big change that just flipped a switch in my head. And I don't think that people that evolve into a new position I don't know if they do a mea culpa. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm with you, but hey, maybe he has, or maybe he will, or I don't know.
That A will cause B. So your supposition is I will vary A and B will happen. Okay, so that's your first statement. It's called an alternative hypothesis. Alongside the alternative hypothesis is the antithesis of your predictive statement in the first instance, aka the alternative. So your predictive statement that A will cause B also has the contrapositive statement that A will not cause B. Excuse me 1 second. I had a terrible frog in my throat all day. Okay, so once you've got both statements next to each other, A will cause B and A won't cause B. Both
A will cause B, but how did you determine that nothing else could cause B? You couldn't. You can't. That's why there's never proof. You can't absolutely determine that nothing else could have caused it, that there's no other variable there.
Can't be true at the same time. Only one can be true. Because to have A both cause B and not cause B at the same time isn't possible. So, quick affirmation from Jiren. Do you understand that to have A cause B and A not cause B isn't possible? Do you understand?
Sure. You could just go back to what I just said about the waterfall and see that we were wrong about, we just did something that did affect it. Removing the rocks stopped the waterfall, but rocks do not cause waterfall. But our test proved that, because we said, if I remove these rocks, then the water will stop flowing over the top.
So I'm clear. Your response is rocks don't cause waterfalls.
What?
Okay, I'll just try once more. Do you understand that A can't simultaneously cause B and not cause B at the same time? Only one can be proven.
Correct.
So one can be proven then, Jiren.
One can certainly be shown to be more true than the other, but again, in this case, because we removed the rocks and the water stopped flowing,
Not rocks, my example, just A and B, nice and simple. We're not on to experiment stage yet. You're not quite there yet, Jiren. I need you to understand hypothesis construction first.
Yeah, the logic part of it.
The absolute arrogance from Nathan, who's never done an actual experiment, is he an internationally known authority on science? Do people call him all the time to say, "Oh, Nathan, will you come speak at our science convention because you know science so well?" And does he have bestseller books and on how to do science, or does Nathan have papers that he's written on how the right way to do science? Does he have any actual reason for any human to think, "Oh, you're the one that knows science"? No, he has declared it himself. So these processes that he's talking about is just his version. It's just what he demands science to be, but nobody gives a damn. That's not how science actually happens.
If life worked that way, then you'd be correct.
I'm still in the middle of my 2 minutes of presentation so far.
You asked me a question.
I heard you call me a scammer because of, according to you, I say science proves, therefore I'm a scammer.
That's not true.
You understand that only one can be proven and it would violate the law of non-contradiction. If one was true, but the other was a little bit true, then A would be both causing B and not causing B at the same time, which isn't possible.
Correct.
Third attempt. Do you understand that only one can be proven?
Correct. If you, again, what do you mean by proven?
That one will be true and the other will be ruled out as false because the other is true. So A causing B can't simultaneously exist along A not causing B. Only one statement can be proven. You can't both cause something and not cause something. Only one can be proven. Do you understand? Fourth attempt.
And we're not allowed to talk about my experiment?
We're not at that stage. We're at
Then I understand.
an experiment is
I get it. We're good.
less of a hypothesis.
Okay, you're
So
right.
first, we need to understand that in a hypothesis, one statement will be proven.
If the experiment's done correctly, yes.
So we can definitely prove things with an experiment then, Jiren.
Again, you want to get into semantics. If
Not
you're talking-
semantics, it's logic.
right, and logic doesn't go along with human testing of variables and knowledge about
Not
the
at the
natural
stage.
world.
You keep doing this. We're not at the experiment stage. We're at
Son of a
hypothesis stage.
So the things that I'm saying refute this whole statement, but you want to just prove the statement first before we get to the refuting of it? It makes a lot of sense. Okay, good.
I've had an affirmation from you already.
Great.
Understand only one.
Yeah, both could be false. You could set up the experiment poorly. You could neglect confounding variables. There could be things you don't understand about the situation. There could be things that are coincident that you are not taking into account. There's any number of reasons why you don't have the ability to absolutely know that the one thing that you think you changed is the actual only thing that caused it.
Proven. You affirmed yes.
No, I say only one can be true.
Yeah, proven.
Only one can be true.
Yeah, that would be proof. True. Not to change tomorrow, not also not going to cause B, but
So it could
only
not
one
change? It couldn't change?
No, you won't find that if you vary A today and it does cause B, that tomorrow when you vary A, it won't cause B. That would
Could you-
violate third time, fourth time, fifth time, the law of non-contradiction, Jiren.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So
Therefore,
if,
I'd like to conclude my point. You seem to have got plenty of time now. I seem to be getting interrupted quite a lot. I just need you to affirm you understand that proves something.
So here's Nathan doing a lot of his tactics here. Right? He's asking questions to Jiren and demanding that Jiren answers, but not letting Jiren expound on his answer, right? He's just demanding a yes-no answer to questions that are not quite yes-no questions, or they need some qualification. So Nathan, right, he's trying to do a little bit of a lawyery thing here, I think. Nathan, if he wants to do a presentation and then if he gets interrupted, whine like a little baby about it, then he should just do the presentation and not ask Jiren to respond. Right? I think this, I don't know if he's if Nathan does this consciously or if this is just some scumminess built into his scum character that he's trying to put Jiren on the position where Jiren is looking like the one trying to interrupt, when Nathan has set up a situation that will cause Jiren to try to interrupt. If you ever see me, when somebody starts asking me questions, I'll just stop talking during their presentation. I'm just like, go. Don't let me interrupt you. Keep going. Right? Jiren, in this instance, should say, Oakley, just go. And when you're done talking, then we can have our back and forth.
Yes. Now I'll move on. Thank you, Jiren. So do you want to look down the camera and just say once more that you understand that only one can be proven?
yep.
So when you called me a scammer because I say science proves things, the hypothesis would only allow you to prove one or other of those statements true.
If you knew all the variables and you knew everything and you were
No,
Yeah.
Jiren. No, that's incorrect also.
Oh, it's
The
incorrect?
variables we're talking about in this instance are called independence. That means not other variables, but this one on its own that we will be varying.
What if there's things that we don't see that are happening?
Then Jiren, then that wouldn't be your independent variable because it's independent.
But we
And that's the point. And so this leads me to, right, this book here, Karl Popper, The Logic of Scientific Discovery, specifically chapters 3 and 4, talk about this right here. And I do think that Jiren has read it. He said that he has. And based on his responses, it suggests to me that he has, and I don't think Oakley has. Because, and Jiren said, well, what if they're variables that you don't know? And Oakley's answer is, well, then they're not the independent variable. Well, there are innumerable independent variables in every experiment. There's no way to not have more than one, right? Ideally, you'd have just one, but there aren't just one, right? Here's an independent variable that is regularly overlooked. What about the color of shirt that the experimenter is wearing? Now, we can inductively figure out that that's an unlikely thing to cause a change in an experiment. But we can think of examples where that might be a case. Let's say you're doing testing on animals, on, whatever, something on animals, some response that they have, an emotional response that they have. Could the color of the shirt of the person that's doing the experiment have an effect? It could. If you think about it, oh yeah. Animals can see color, and some animals might respond in a strong way to different colors. So if and it's not the bull with the red cape thing. Bulls apparently don't see color. It's the movement that the bull tamer, not the tamer, but that they're doing. So could it be? It could be. You would need to isolate that out and make sure that it's not the case. If you're going to allow that variable to change in an experiment that might have an effect on it. Another instance, other than animals, would be, could the color of somebody's shirt affect an experiment where you're doing very precise temperature measurements and you're in a well-lit room? If you're wearing a white shirt that reflects a lot of light, or a dark shirt that reflects very little light, the test apparatus could be receiving enough light to affect it. So the color of somebody's shirt in this instance could also affect it. Now that would be another independent variable that you did not take into account. What else could there be? There's any number of things that could be an independent variable. So there's no limit to the number of independent variables that are in every single experiment. You can't account for all of them. There's too many. And if Nathan had read Popper, he'd know that.
So take a test and think that we proved something, but we didn't, because we didn't know about the other variables.
We did. You affirmed only one can be true. You can't have A cause B and not cause B at the same time.
You cannot do this now.
My bad, I was in the middle of saying the same thing.
I was in the middle of telling you.
It took 2 years of me saying the same thing, and you calling me a scammer for saying science proves, but now it seems to be constantly being challenged.
Not a scammer for saying science proves.
10 straight minutes to know about me.
All right, hey guys. Hey Jared, hold on. Let him finish his.
Yes, Jared.
Can you just do his thing without asking me questions?
Right. Yeah.
Listen, while I reaffirmed that we can prove something at the end of this process, and you affirmed yes, we can prove it.
That's what you need to get your point across. That you need to.
Thanks very much.
False.
Yes, Jared, you called me a scammer for this.
Yeah, scammer.
You're wrong.
Not ever admitting that you're wrong about anything.
Right, I am right. You can prove something. Hypothesis ensures that only one will be proven.
No.
So you say that A can both simultaneously cause B and not cause B at the same time, Jiren?
We could have scurvy, and so we.
It's not the A and B cause this and that. It's that there could have been something else in play that you did not take into account.
We think maybe we need to give these people vitamin C. So we give them a little bit of vitamin C and it doesn't do anything. And we give them a little bit more and it doesn't do anything. And we then from that say, oh, you know what? It's not the lack of vitamin C causing scurvy, but we didn't know we had to give them a certain amount. And that's the problem. And you can't see that and you can't admit that. And it really makes me think that you're either retarded or a scammer. So you can choose which one.
Eden?
Yep.
I did mention scurvy. I kept it on logic. I asked you in our chat before if you'd studied the trivium at school. I understand now from your dissemination of your rebuttal that you don't understand the difference between quantitative and qualitative measures in logic, because you've just told me about how much of something. That's not what I detailed in the logic of if A, then B. That's not scurvy. That's a hypothesis.
Okay, so when we're using letters, if A, then B, then you're right. Then yes, those things can be proven. We can, those letters can be proven. If A, then B, all that is correct. That's not real world, but you can go ahead and pretend it is.
I see. So you believe that tomorrow, if I vary the vitamin C content, as you brought it up, of a gentleman, he won't die of scurvy?
If what?
If I remove vitamin C from a person tomorrow indefinitely, you think that tomorrow A will not cause B and he will not die of scurvy?
I never said that.
I forgot to pay attention to the live chat. Flatzoid is in there. Somebody had mentioned it, but it didn't cause me to go look. I should be looking. Okay, hold on. He's talking to Banana. Oh, Brianna. Oh, Brianna. I know Brianna. That's funny. Brianna, taking the night off for this stream. Okay.
No, never said that at all. I don't know where you're getting that from.
We can understand then that A causing B will still be the same tomorrow then, and in that specific example of a scientific evidence before you start interrupting me, you understand that in that example tomorrow, a lack of vitamin C won't stop causing scurvy, and that A will still cause B. That's A lack of vitamin C causing B, scurvy, and tomorrow, a lack of vitamin C, the null hypothesis, has been ruled out and will not change. It's been empirically, Jiren, proven.
So do you think that it's possible that there's a certain amount of vitamin C that we have to give somebody, and so when we were doing our rigorous testing, we didn't know to give that amount?
You tell me, you brought it up.
I'm asking you.
I already answered your question. I told you don't know the difference between qualitative and quantitative. I've already shut up. I'm answering you.
That doesn't make a difference.
Shut up. You don't know the difference between quantitative. I've already said this third time. You seem slow.
Are you okay with the counting? Why do you have to count everything?
And qualitative. Yeah, there's a qualitative difference between A causing B and A not causing B versus how much of A. But you don't understand
logic. Does that make a difference?
As a result of your constant interruptions and inability to understand logic because you clearly weren't educated in it, you have chosen to call me a scammer based on your statement that science doesn't prove, in spite of you affirming here today that you understand the logic now.
Yeah, logically it's correct.
Please, can you stop interrupting me? You seem very triggered about it.
Oh, you were asking a question.
No, I'm making a statement, a fact. A causes B. In the case of your example, with A being the lack of vitamin C and B being scurvy, the null hypothesis that the lack of vitamin C won't cause scurvy has been ruled out forevermore because it is proven. Now, that was because it went through something called a hypothesis, where only one outcome when varying vitamin C could be proven. Either it will or it won't.
Right. It could. Sorry.
You seem to be constantly interrupting me, Jared. I listen to your bullshit nonsense justifying why you say I'm a scammer because science doesn't prove. Now I've taken you through the empirical logic of the hypothesis and you've affirmed that it can and does prove. Now you've given me an example of scurvy and I've explained it with a hypothesis. And it is proven, Jared. I would like a retraction for the damage you've caused to me by calling me a scammer for saying science doesn't prove.
No, because again, I can disprove everything you're saying. And therefore, when you don't take that in, when you just keep saying the same bullshit, then you're a scammer.
Okay, so you can disprove that a lack of vitamin C will not cause scurvy.
No, I can take us back to when... No. What? I'm taking us back to when we were doing the original test.
You're a liar.
We're taking it back to
prove what I've said. You brought up...
You see, all that time that Nathan got butthurt because he asked Jiren a question and Jiren answered the question, and then Oakley's like, you're interrupting me. Well, here we see the turnabout here. Jiren's talking, right? And Oakley is just jumping all over him. But Oakley doesn't have the mute button. We can hear both of them talk at the same time.
C and scurvy. Yep. I said that the null has been ruled out.
You made the hypothesis. What's the hypothesis?
No, I am not the person who came up with vitamin C.
Okay.
Scurvy, Aaron, that is not a claim that I made. It was something that went through the scientific method.
Okay, so then if we go back in time and you and I see a boat full of people with scurvy and we're like, what are we going to do? Let's do some testing so we can figure out what's going on here. Let's say we did give them vitamin C and it did not make them healthy. We would then have proven the null, meaning that the lack of vitamin C does not cause scurvy. But we were wrong.
That's right, and that's what you would need to prove to make you correct when you say science doesn't prove things and it's only a little bit correct and might be wrong tomorrow. Right. Well, then you need to show that tomorrow we might find that the lack of vitamin C won't cause scurvy to make you...
So all right. So this is a good point that Jiren is bringing up here. Say you get the pirate ship comes into port. Arr. We all begotten scurvy, matey. And everybody in the ship's got scurvy. And you give every one of them a children's chewable vitamin C. And you come back the next day, you're like, hey, they've all still got scurvy. Did you just prove that vitamin C does not cure scurvy? You don't know. We know now, because more research has been done than this, that there's a certain amount of vitamin C you're going to need, and a children's chewable might not be enough. So there's a certain amount. So it's Nathan doesn't want to get into quantitative. He only wants to stay in the qualitative part. And this is the important thing. This is very critical for Oakley, because this is how Oakley functions. None of the tests they don't do tests that prove the things that they believe to be the case, right? Nathan doesn't have any experiments that prove flatness. All that he can do is put together this construct of how to reject evidence, right? That's all it is. This whole thing that Oakley has built is a way to reject all evidence. And so he has this really weird idea of what you need to do in order to do an experiment. And then he can just shoot down anything anybody brings to it. But the hypocrisy is he has never passed anything through his method ever to conclude what he concludes. It's never happened. So basically, this thing that he's constructed, nothing has ever gone through this thing that he's constructed that he mistakenly calls science. It's never been used. But he thinks that's how you have to do it. You'll find more information about that in this book here, How to Talk to a Science Denier. One of the key aspects, common traits of a science denier. Do I have it here? No, this is the wrong bookmark. I have a bookmark, but is this impossibly high requirement, impossibly high standard of evidence that they use, and that's just what he's done. So it's this weird dichotomy that he set up where he uses this garbage thing, reject everything, but nothing that he adheres to has ever gone through it.
Be wrong.
Wrong again. We need to find tomorrow that it's actually just a little bit more vitamin C that's needed.
Again, so we're back to you not understanding the difference between qualitative and quantitative.
But if we're doing a test, Nathan, if we're going to do a test, then we don't know what the amount of something is. When you say heat causes water to boil, what if you just put a candle underneath a glass of water? What happens then?
I went through that in my messages. Did you read my reply?
I don't know. You're just like copy pasting stuff. I can't read that.
No, I was typing it absolutely original, every single word. So you didn't read what I typed to you then.
Wow. You typed every word, the definitions out of Webster Dictionary. You typed that? Fucking liar.
That was one of about 25 paragraphs. No, that was actually copy pasted. Shocking.
Imagine that.
So hypothesis construction, Jiren. Do you understand what that is?
Sure.
We're going to do an experiment. It'll be a hypothesis test. So maybe you could tell us what a hypothesis is now that I've told you and explained it to you.
It's a educated guess. You're gonna try and figure out the cause and effect relationship.
What does it consist of?
An independent variable and a dependent variable. So if we're talking about seeing a hot springs, even though this is ridiculous because of course anybody would realize where it's coming from, like, obviously go touch the water, it's hot. So you kind of, this is not needed. Science is not needed. So
Thank you.
Okay, go. So we see that, we say if heat, then boil. But let's say that back in the day, we didn't have a way to get the water hot enough. So then what would happen to our hypothesis?
Right. So what you're suggesting, Jiren, is that as your understanding goes, we have an independent variable that we will vary. And you're saying.
So let me just Jiren gets this a little bit wrong here, and I think it's Oakley has tainted flat earthers' understanding of science. So let me say this: in the 1800s, I think it was 1800s, Auguste Kekulé was a chemist, and he was working with his colleagues to try and figure out the shape of the benzene molecule. Now, they knew benzene was 6 carbons, but they did not know the shape yet. Now, no cheating if you already know the shape of benzene, right? I think a lot of people know. It's pretty well known if you took a chemistry class. So but nobody at the time really knew what it was. So he was at home, in front of the fireplace, and had a nap in the afternoon. And in that nap, he had a dream of a snake eating its own tail. And when he woke up from the nap, he thought, well, that snake eating the tail. What if these 6 carbons were in a circle like that snake eating its tail? What if? Here's the hypothesis. Benzene is in a circle. So he went with this hypothesis back to the lab. They tested to see if that was the shape that benzene was. And what do you know? The answer came back, it looks like it is. Now, did they prove? No, it could still be in a different shape, and their testing method could have been wrong. But now let's go to, if you're at all familiar with Oakley's weird dogma, this religious dogma about scientific method that he talks about, that isn't the case, but they're like, well, you have to start with a naturally observable phenomenon. So what was the naturally observable phenomenon that Kekulé had? Nothing. He just thought, oh, maybe it's in a ring. No naturally observed phenomenon. What was the independent variable in the test that they did? None. They just checked to see if it's a shape. There's no independent variable. What was the dependent variable? None. They just checked to see what shape it was. But they did have a hypothesis. Maybe it's in a ring and it's falsifiable, so they could go test it. So that goes right back to this, the core. This, look how thick this book is, right? Popper talks and talks and talks, but in the end, really what we can get out of it is an experiment, is a falsifiable hypothesis. The testing of a falsifiable hypothesis. Now, Popper goes on and on to say, well, Popper doesn't even like the word confirmation, but that's right. That's his thing. He kind of goes to the extreme in that. But if you have a hypothesis and your test matches, what can you conclude? Not proven. Supporting. It supports. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it a bunch of times. Yep, you have lots of support. And if you get some that don't work, well, that's a falsification of it. And if you get some that falsify and some that don't falsify, oh well, then you're in trouble, aren't you? You certainly didn't prove anything, right? What do you know if you do a bunch of tests and some confirm and some don't confirm? There's something you don't know about that's varying. There's an independent variable that you don't know about. This is always the case. There's innumerable independent variables that you are unaware of. You need to try to identify the ones that may affect it. And this goes against Popper. Okay, a little bit. Like he didn't like inductive reasoning. How could you know what type of thing could cause something? Well, really, the way that we really can get to it is through inductive reasoning, right? We'll say, well, okay, I'm testing something that's on the other side of a wall, and we have electronics and there's no windows, so we can inductively figure out that the color of my shirt isn't going to have an effect on it because we're not in the vicinity of it, right? But what else could it be? Well, temperature. The temperature could be something varying, and we don't know about it. And we don't know, and depending on the sensitivity of the instruments and the sensitivity of the experiment, you may need to have really, really finely tuned temperature, or maybe not. You need to inductively come about thinking, well, what may or may not be important there. Things lost on Oakley, who's never done an actual experiment. And Jiren followed along there. I don't think he should have there.
Enough of it, right, when we vary the amount of it, Jiren. Right. But you're suggesting that because you don't understand the difference between qualitative and quantitative, if we put a candle on it, fine, Jiren, I'm trying to address your stupid idiot claim that if we put a candle under water and don't show that it boils, that validates the null. No, you see, when you I'll try again, Jiren, without your interruption. Do you want to go on mute while I berate your stupidity, please?
No. Right.
No, you want to...
So Nathan is missing his life partner. the mute button. Poor Nathan. He hasn't had. He's been away from his life partner for 30 minutes now, so he's kind of floundering around.
Interrupt me like the ballers when I'm humiliating them.
It's hard when you don't have the mute button, isn't it?
No, Jaron, I'll just attempt again to say that when we are varying heat.
I was drinking.
That would mean that we vary the amount of heat.
Okay.
Do you think that varying heat would be qualified when you put a candle under a bottle of water? Or do you think you might need to... I'm quite finished, Sharon. I see you're very keen to interrupt to sort of cover up your own stupidity here.
No covering up. It's just because anybody who doesn't speak...
A person that doesn't understand hypothesis construction and scientific proof.
Right.
I'll try again. Would you say that putting a candle under water, Jaron, qualifies as a variation of the heat?
Nope.
So you would make that...
Do you notice how I set it up? Jaren's just looking down, just staring down at Oakley.
Stupid question that you asked me about putting a candle. It's just a stupid question you asked as an incompetent scientist.
No, it's actually to point out to you, if you were smart enough to, from that, grasp the idea behind it, which is, what if water took 800 degrees to boil? Let's just say. I'm not saying that's true. It takes 800 degrees. But back when we do our tests, we don't have a way of getting the fire that hot. Then what would happen to our little hypothesis about proving things? We would prove the null.
I told you this in my message. So I explained in the message that I didn't want to get ahead of ourselves by talking about the experiment stage and only focus on...
That's the whole problem with it. If you're talking about logically...
So apparently... Nathan sent some multi-paragraph thing to Jiren demanding that it be done Nathan's way. This is how Nathan requires that the process of the conversation unfold, right? It's got to be his way, because he's now, this is because he didn't have the mute button. So he's like, well, lacking my life partner, the mute button, Oakley says, what? Well, he's going to try to wrangle the conversation into the only way that he wants it to go, by sending a multi-paragraph demand to Jiren saying this is how it has to be. Of course.
You're correct.
2 sentences that I got out there.
Logically, you're correct.
I am correct that science proves things, Sharon. I know I've been trying to disseminate this to you for about 2.5 straight years to Bob for 4. But
is P and Q, is that science?
Before Jaron interrupts me. Do you need to be like the ballers, Jaron? Maybe it's because I haven't got a mute button. Is this your mute button while you... I'm a moron. What I'm saying here.
Yeah, I've just heard it before.
It wasn't rhetorical. Is this your mute button that you're using while you talk through me?
Heard it all before.
I'm a moron. I'll try again. I explained in the message. To answer your question, I've already answered in my messages that you didn't read, that I typed out by hand, where I explained that the systematic experimentation stage that I was hoping not to get onto, because I just wanted you to affirm, as you have, that we will prove something based on the hypothesis construction being correct. In the experimental stage, 5th interruption, in the experimental stage, 6th interruption from Jiren, triggered for Fundy using his mute button.
I'm ignorant.
Thanks, Nathan.
And then I'd like to know how my balls taste.
Try yoga. That might give you some help there. Jaren's on to Oakley's little tricks there. Counting things, everything. This is great.
Mental stage, Sharon, you pass it on to multiple people, so that if someone's so incompetent that they only put one candle under water rather than varying the heat as your independent variable, some other person who is less stupid would do it on their behalf, so it rules out the incompetence on the part of the experimenter. Also, the systematic experimentation stage rules out inadequacies in the experimental setup also, but the experimental setup is just to test the...
Gosh, okay, look at this. I see Mark Williams says, a man like me never said it wasn't a naturally occurring phenomena. You see this naturally occurring phenomena? That's one of their things that they like to use to try to reject all science. So let's see. I see a man like, you have to take water up on Everest. I want to see is there some more history on this. Here we go. Again, a naturally occurring phenomena. The what is this? Shenandoah Timpishka, also known as La Bamba, is a tributary of the Amazon River called the only boiling river in the world. I don't know. But so just pay attention to this chat here. You see the Oakley acolytes, they use these keywords that Oakley, has put into them every day in their daily mass that Oakley puts them through.
That's what an experiment is. It's a hypothesis test. Seventh interruption. It's a hypothesis test to establish if A does cause B or if A does not cause B, because only one can be proven when you do an experiment. As I say, I did explain all of this in your message, but you just hand waved it as being copy-paste in your arrogance with your ego that you already knew this. You didn't. You didn't think science proves things. What you did do was call me a scammer and then constantly interrupt when I get my 2 cents about what an absolute arsehole you are, for declaring quite boldly that by saying that science proves when that's all it can do, I'm a scammer. Later to go on and say it's because I run a shit show, which is what you've now changed it to. No, Jiren, that's the 8th interruption. I listened to your boring shite about how crap my show is, Jiren. Now you've got to listen to me.
I didn't ask you any questions, did I?
No, you just need to shut up while I berate you for being stupid and not understanding science.
Yeah, this is going to go well.
You can go away if you want, and I can just talk to the audience about science. Do you want to run away?
Probably. Sounds fun.
Go on then, run away.
I mean, who in their right mind would want to...
Shut up, I'm talking, you damn twat.
I'll talk on my own.
Listen to me or run away. Those are your choices. Fuck her off or listen.
Well, I'll keep talking then. How about that? That's my third
You will
choice.
only do the fun demuting tricks at Globe.
Oh, you just told me I had 2 options, though, and I didn't choose one of those, so what do you think?
I think you're a coward and you don't want to listen to how you're wrong.
Well,
like you said I was doing.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to him wrong.
Yeah, you are wrong. Science proves it's all it can do at the end of a hypothesis test. I explained that to you and you affirmed.
And yes, I can come up with many ways that it doesn't happen. So, and you just don't.
Are you going to keep debating while I make my conclusion? I listened to your conclusions at the start of the show. You weren't interrupted. Now I'm making mine. You're going to interrupt continuously, you coward?
Yeah, let me ask the moderators if they will. Can you put a time on it so that I know when I can speak?
I don't need a timer. I need you to listen.
Well, I need a timer so I know when to talk.
All right, well, let's go ahead and we'll let Nathan finish. Go ahead and just...
You're damn right you will.
Yeah, and then once Nathan's done, then we'll have it back and forth.
The slightest idea what science is an idiot.
Not the slightest idea.
Oh my gosh, this is so dumb. Right here. See this one from A Man Like Me? A test had to be performed in order to find the temperature. So they're talking about the temperature that water boils. So if you bring water up on Everest, it will boil at a different temperature. So he says a test had to be performed in order to find the temperature. Bringing a glass of water up on Everest isn't a naturally occurring phenomena. You see, if you have their ridiculous cult dogma about what they imagine a scientific experiment requires, they say it requires a naturally occurring phenomena, and bringing water up on Everest isn't a naturally occurring phenomena. Therefore, it's not allowed, according to their idiot version of science. That's just a way to reject everything. This shows how incredibly stupid and ignorant and arrogant these people are. None of these people have ever done science. These are the people that in school, when they had to take the science class and there was a lab portion to it, they didn't do it, or they just filled out the stuff well enough to get a D, or they had a lab partner that did it for them. Whatever it was, they weren't doing this. They don't understand it. But that's the closest they ever got to doing actual science. Was the handhold that you get when you're in school. So, this is interesting. Max says there are people who live in Bolivia, in the height. Those people boil water to cook at like 300 meters every day. Yes, but here's is the pot that they're using, was that naturally? Where did you find the pot that they're using in nature? Can't use that because it wasn't found in nature. So, okay, yeah, and I do notice that Tyler is here, and that explains. I saw the short bus popped in. Tyler got off. So anyway, Tyler, when are we gonna? Max is ready to host on Matters Now. We just need you to to contact, or maybe you can say it here, but you can. My email address is mctoon@mctoon.net. Max, maybe put your contact info so Tyler, before he pops back onto the short bus to go to his next stop, can grab, or his mom can help grab your contact information. to set up the debate here. I'd love to do that next Tuesday, 9:00 p.m. Central Time would be good for me. But I want to be flexible. If that doesn't work, if it's past your bedtime and your mommy says you need to be in bed by then, I get it, Tyler. We can do it at a different time. So just let me know. Let Max know. Or have your mom type the email or whatever to Max. Anyway.
Got about one sentence. Jared, did you really like your uninterrupted ramble about how bad I am?
Yeah, I can't wait for my next one.
How long do you need, Nathan? Sorry.
I didn't say a damn word. I got straight onto hypothesis construction and got my opponent, who says I'm a scammer for saying science proves, to affirm that it proves. That's what I did, Jared, here today. And every single person watching it knows how scummy you are now.
Wow, that would be hilarious.
If you don't retract your claim that by saying science proves, as you have affirmed here today, that makes me a scammer. I want a retraction, lest you be a total scumbag.
Never said that.
I've got a recording of it. Do you want me to dig out you saying it?
Sure.
Okay, give me 2 minutes.
Okay. So Nathan's going to pull out me saying that he's a scammer for saying science doesn't prove things.
It is rare.
Well, while we wait for that,
it's rare that people actually, like, when they're like, they do this bluff with, like, I'm going to go find something. It's rare that they actually go do it. So it's interesting that Nathan is going to do this right now. But here's my prediction. I don't remember exactly what happened here, but this is my prediction, that Nathan finds something that's not really Jiren saying that. It's something different that you have to very aggressively construe to say something else.
Everybody in the chat, thank you for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the conversation thus far.
How could anybody enjoy this? It's just like I'd rather be doing anything else. Anything.
Well, we got 135 people watching live.
Nice.
They're enjoying it. I don't know. It's different. It's I don't know. These are probably how I feel necessary chats that need to happen in order to move forward. You know what I mean? Quite often you hear Glovers talking about how, obviously anything they say is untrue. So why would I even give credit and say repeat what they say anyway? Right. But I guess for the public, for the audience, it gives them, we are out here testing our own claims, talking to, people that we disagree with within our own community. Go ahead.
Who'd you say something that?
That's kind of just a naive hope that I have, maybe. I feel like that's the kind of the initial or original intentions of, this scientific endeavor that human beings went on, right? In a way, it's like, let's go test our hypotheses and theories, however they label it, about reality. And
get as close to the possible truth as you can.
Sure.
And it's a never-ending process.
To be honest, go ahead.
That's it.
It is a never-ending process. I completely agree with you. And to be honest, man, I remember in the beginning of this, when I started this, I've said it many times, I was telling Glovers that science doesn't prove anything, and I really do feel like it's just, in my personal opinion, it comes down to a semantics game and how whoever's talking about it is talking about proof, right? The way that they describe it.
Start there, because if Oakley can understand what I mean by proof, because like I said, I say science prove things and just in general conversation, and then what I said on my show that they got so upset about is I said science can never prove anything conclusively, that you never know if you have all the elements correct, if you have all the variables correct, and I cannot believe that anybody would argue with that. The fact that somebody would say, no, we always know all the variables, we would never.
So if you're wondering, Jiren is talking with one of the hosts, which is Hammer. And then there's another one that's not talking at the moment. That's Apocryphon. And I've talked to Apocryphon quite a few times if you've watched my channel here. And Apocryphon used to have a Discord server called The Asylum. And this is that Discord server where that's hosting it. Of course, this is not actually on Discord. This is on StreamYard, but this is, tied to that server. But the Asylum server has basically, it still exists, but there's no activity on it anymore.
Never get an experiment wrong. We would never not be able to achieve a certain level needed for that experiment to be proven right or wrong. It's crazy to me. Of course that would happen. And of course you never close the book on science. Nathan Oakley will tell you you do. As soon as you've proven something, you close the book, it'll never change. That's insane. And then he goes and says to people, oh, you'll all see that Jaren's wrong here. If anybody thinks I'm wrong, please unsubscribe, because it means that you are a follower. It means that you worship men, that you just listen to what somebody says, that you don't even have the ability to think for yourself. If you can think for yourself, you'd be like, oh yeah, humans get things wrong all the time. So to think that there's just some magic test that man made up, it's like, oh, but when we do it this way, we can never be wrong, only right. We can never be insufficient. We can never be short. We can never come up short of something. Like, what if water was 800 degrees temperature to boil? So back in the day, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, we could have put a lot of fire under it. We could have tried a lot of things, and we would have reached the conclusion that heat does not cause water to boil. And we would have.
So what is Jiren looking at here? This is a good question from Beast Militia. I don't quite know. I don't know what's down there that he's looking at, right? Is the screen there? The microphone is there. Is he looking at something to focus? sometimes it helps people to not look at the screen, right? So I have right here your chat. I have it right there. I can see all of yours. So if you ever see me looking down there, I'm reading the chat. And the camera, of course, is right there. So this is where I look when I'm talking to people. So I don't need that. So some people, it helps to not look at something in order to focus. Maybe that's what it is. Because I think that the screen, I think he has to look up to see the screen. So I don't know. Is he doodling? Yeah. Some people, it could be. I don't know. But that's a good question. For Jiren, I'll send him a message right now, and I'll see if he gives me an answer.
But we would have proven it according to Oakley. So it's as simple as that. It's really simple as that. Or my waterfall example. That you can make the hypothesis. Well, I think it's the rocks pushing the water over the edge. So in order to vary that variable or manipulate that variable, I'm going to remove all the rocks from said river. So a bunch of people get there. We all remove the rocks out of the river, and guess what? The level of the water comes down, and it no longer spills over the edge. The waterfall disappears. Therefore, we just, according to Nathan Oakley, through this rigorous method, proved that it's rocks pushing water over the edge that's causing the waterfall. When it's not. It's not because of waterfall. So this is the problem with mankind. This is the problem with men. This is the problem with human minds. That we're always going to be biased. We will always possibly create the wrong hypothesis. Who's in charge of that? Who's going to verify that the hypothesis is correctly stated? Who's going to verify that all the variables were taken into account? Think about 200 years ago. We didn't know about the entire light spectrum outside of what we could see. So imagine they were back doing experiments and cause and effect relationship experiments and proving things. And then, somebody discovered that there's like 95% of more light that is not observed. And then all of our tests were wrong and everything we proved is unproven. And it just becomes a whole mess. That's why science would never say they prove anything or else you close the book. You don't get to do it again. To me, you want to always be refining. Even if right now we believe that heat causes water to boil, which actually is not even heat, really, it's pressure, but it's another story altogether, that you can make wrong determinations. For instance, if the hypothesis might need to be reworded like Riley's egg experiment, right? When Riley did that egg experiment, I wonder why the hypothesis wasn't just, if I add, back when Nathan Oakley kept saying things like science proves this, science proves, I like to Nathan, science doesn't prove anything, right?
And we could do actual science to prove that we're not on a spinning globe.
I like to Nathan, science doesn't prove anything, right?
24 times farther. Scientifically, we can prove that its angular size is too small. Scientifically, we can prove that
kept saying things like science proves this, science proves.
Scientifically, we can prove.
I like to Nathan, science doesn't prove anything, right?
Right? And that could be proven scientifically.
Science proves this, science proves. Right? This has nothing to do with what you were going to get. So back when.
This, I think I remember this. This is like a video that Oakley had put together. He'd clipped together a bunch of these things with little context. And Jiren has made it clear that he's, when you use the common parlance of prove, which means to Jiren at least, evidence for, and to Oakley, it means absolute proof never could be shown to be the other way.
Kept saying things like science.
That's how you know you're being scammed. Back when Nathan used to say science proves this, science proves that. That's what he said. Okay, so you're a liar.
No. How do you know when you're being scammed? When somebody says that you said something, then they go get a piece of content that doesn't contain what they said you would say.
That's what you just said.
What did I say? Play it again.
That's how you know you're being scammed. When science says this, when I spoke to Nathan and he said science proves this and science proves that.
Right. I mean, there's a million things that I said you were scammed for.
Yeah, right. So you said I was a scammer for saying science proves this and science proves that.
No, I said you're a scammer for not admitting when you're wrong.
No, that's what you said today.
No, that's what I've said weeks, for months, so a year. Go back and watch my show. I know you don't watch my show, so you wouldn't know.
Meanwhile, when you have a predictive statement that A will cause B, it can't simultaneously not cause B at the same time.
I understand that.
While I was looking for that video, doubled down and said that tomorrow it might change. So in order for you to prove your stupid shit, you've got to show tomorrow scurvy not being induced by the lack of vitamin C if science can change tomorrow, because that would violate the law of non-contradiction as you affirmed earlier.
You're missing
if A causes B, then it can't simultaneously not cause B.
Okay, so if I go and remove all the rocks from a waterfall and it causes the water level to drop and then the waterfall no longer goes over the edge, did I just prove that rocks cause the waterfall to happen?
You don't test the null hypothesis when you do an experiment. So
okay, let's form it correctly.
I've a sentence out trying to address the ignorant person who doesn't understand how to formulate.
There we go. Jesus.
Do I get to answer you, or do you just get to put your question and then talk straight through me?
Go ahead. You answer your own questions.
I need your permission. I need you to shut up.
You don't even listen to anybody.
I don't need your permission. I need you to shut up.
Why'd you ask my permission? Fucking weirdo.
I didn't. I said, can you shut up?
Oh boy.
So
go ahead.
when you test a hypothesis, you test for the alternative after observing a natural phenomena.
Okay.
So, Jared, are you suggesting that the natural phenomena is waterfall?
Yes.
And your supposed cause of waterfall is rocks?
Correct.
Let me get it straight. Independent variable, rock.
See. All right. So this is Nathan bringing something through his version, his dogmatic version of the extremely rigid process that he imagines is how science must be done. right? You heard him say natural phenomenon and things like that.
Causes waterfall, and null hypothesis, rocks don't cause waterfall.
Correct.
Okay. So I've got some rocks, Jiren. They're in front of me right now. I am going to vary the rocks. I varied them, Jiren. No waterfall happened. I'm just going to ask, did I confirm my null? I varied the rocks, the waterfall didn't happen. So rocks don't cause waterfalls, Jiren.
Sorry, what? That's not
We
my...
put your supposition through the construction of a hypothesis with if rocks. So you're going to vary rocks.
Right, so we
in
pull
your
all the rocks. So I said,
affirmative statement that rocks cause waterfalls.
and
There's
we
only
varied the
gonna be-
rocks. And by varying the rocks, we stopped the waterfall.
Sorry, stopped the waterfall.
Yes. It
Are there
didn't-
other variables involved? What
Yes,
are you
then-
talking about?
Well, then we put the rocks back in and it caused the waterfall. So rocks do cause waterfall.
Sorry, is there something else being varied here that's not independent?
Sure, it's the river that leads to the
Are you
waterfall.
sure? Do you not understand what independent variable means, Jiren?
Yeah, we didn't touch the river.
What river? We're varying rocks.
No. There's a river
Oh.
that leads to the waterfall.
Okay, you give me the hypothesis with the independent variable of what you say?
Okay.
Rocks.
Oh, this is funny. Steve Bauman says, I was gifted a membership to Oakley's channel a while back. I had to get myself banned just to feel clean again.
Rocks affect waterfall.
Correct.
So your suppositional statement is that you vary rocks and cause a waterfall.
Yes, and we did that.
That's nonsense, Jiren. It's stupid.
Our test proved it. So how about that?
So you varied rocks? No, I'll go and get some rocks right now and vary them if you like, and I guarantee it will affirm the null we won't cause a waterfall.
In the particular test that we did, it did.
What particular test? Were there other variables that
No,
aren't...
we removed the rocks.
variable
We
of
removed the rocks,
we can
and then
vary? Are we adding multiple different variables that
No,
aren't
one-
independent in your test, Jiren?
We removed
Because
the
if
rocks.
Because
Stop it.
if so, and my bad, it seems like every time I address Jiren's stupid nonsense that if rocks, then waterfalls, or if rocks, not waterfalls, that somehow I need interruption about the multiple variables, the other things that we're going to be
How does
varying.
anybody listen to this? It's just such
You
garbage.
don't, Jiren. It's been 4 years and you haven't listened to a word of it.
Good. You at least know.
It just makes you ignorant when listening as an
I'm not
audience.
listening to your show.
Nathan, you're just wrong on everything. That's why. You're just stupid, Nathan. That's nobody. There's literally nobody in science. It's like, this is how you have to do it. Right? And Nathan, you are not doing science. So when I say nobody in science is doing it, you are excluded from that because you don't do science, Nathan.
You through the steps of empiricism in the logical consistency, and you tell me you don't know how much. The audience can only infer that you're stupid and don't understand the difference between qualitative and quantitative variation.
Watch your numbers
Trivia,
drop
I asked,
again.
I asked you about this. I wanted to not humiliate you over this. If you
I
just
don't
told me
care what you think you're doing. There's no humiliation other than your inability to recognize that humans aren't perfect. Period. You can't even get that much.
Darren, because we're not perfect tomorrow, the lack of vitamin C might not cause scurvy then.
If we did the original test and we thought giving scurvy...
Okay. I got word back from Jiren. I said, you're looking down while talking. What are you looking at? I sent him a little picture of himself. His iPad. I have a habit of taking notes, so I just used it to fill up notebooks. Now I use GoodNotes 6 and have tons of notebooks. Okay, there you go. He's taking notes. I never took notes in high school. Never did. A good friend of mine was the valedictorian in high school, and she sat next to me in physics class. One of my favorite classes in high school was physics, my senior year. So she sat right next to me. And she was valedictorian, and I was definitely not. And I did not take notes. I've shown you this before. This is one entire chapter worth of notes that I took for. Is this? Oh no, that's calc. There's some calc on that. That's not high school. I don't know. These are getting a little old, aren't they? Anyway, well, this is just an example. None of these are actually from high school. But I would take notes on 3x5 cards. These type right here. I have a stack of them somewhere else. Not any longer in this case are my actual high school physics notes, which is fine because I never really used them after physics class in college. I didn't take notes. I never did. I'd watch the lecture. I would do almost none of the homework, and I did fine. And I'm like, well, I'm going to get an A. Awesome. Do I need to take notes to get an A? Nope. Do I need to do the, drill on the homework to get an A? Nope. Got an A. Super. But when I got to college, there was one of the classes. I was taking a specific math class for computer science, right? I had taken calculus. I didn't take notes in calc. I had in high school, and so this was it was during my first year, and I'm like, I'm really not doing as good as I thought I would in this particular class. So I'm like, what? I started taking notes. So I started taking nominal notes, and that did it for me. And I got an A in that class in the end. My wife, on the other hand, she takes tons of notes. If we're listening to something or watching something that's like, we want to remember it, she's just pounding out the notes. She's just flipping through the pages, got tons of notes. Right. And I really got this. Different people learn different ways. And I got this also by homeschooling our kids, that different people learn different ways. Also, I'll tell you this, a friend of mine from, he was in college. He struggled with some particular math classes. He was also a computer science major. And he went through several years after I did. And he took calc, the calc 2 or calc 3 multiple times and failed it. And so you take it again. And in the end, he's like, I don't know if I can pass this. What should I do? I said, well, look, your major that you're taking right now is computer science, whatever. And it's kind of the technical track. So, well, what's the difference between that particular major and CIS, computer information science? Well, calc isn't required, but basically almost all the other classes are identical. You just get a different degree. He's like, oh, yes, I'm going to change my major. So he changed his major, did not pass calc. But I learned from that he has to learn by doing tons of homework. He would just, and for him, it was very time consuming to just pound through so much homework to really get that into his head. For me, it was just a lecture. I'm like, through our kids, through my wife, like, different people learn different ways. And so when they set up the school system, they push all of those different things so that they have the broadest number of people getting the thing that they need. I'm like, well, that's great. That's exactly what you need to do. You got the lecture, you got the homework, you got the taking notes, you got cramming for a test. Some people learn by that way or whatever, right? You get the whole package so that if everybody does every part of it, everybody doesn't, but if everybody did, then it would get the most people through that course with the best chance of success. So, James, done with that thought. James Begg says, I thought I could do Oakley today, but I was wrong. Tapping out. Thanks for the giggles anyway. Yes. Thank you for that. Leslie Roris is my high school chemistry teacher, accused me of absorbing knowledge via osmosis. He said he thought I would just walk by books and absorb the info. Absolutely. Shifty Eyes Shady says, MC2 and homeschooled his kid. Don't let Flat Earth find out. I did, and you could tell them all day long. And I do know that Flat Earthers have gone to homeschooling to avoid their kids being taught the correct thing about science, unfortunately. Yes, I did. All of the school books are up there, right up there, top shelf. On the shelf I built. Science and math right up there at the top. I'm preparing something a little different for science for my kid this year. And all y'all can participate as well if you want. Beast Malicious says, I was a note taker for sure in college. I tried to take notes so thoroughly that you could teach the class from my notes. That's cool. I've heard that some people learn by looking at learn a lecture by looking at other people's notes, and to me that's just weird, right? So I've not read other people's notes that they've taken, right? My friend that was a valedictorian, I never looked at her notes. I just saw her notebook just full. She's just flipping those pages constantly. And I just sat there every day with the 3x5 note card. And then, the professor would write down an equation. Well, dt over d delta d over delta t equals v. What is that? I'd write that down. And then, the next day, delta V over delta T equals A. There you go. Next day. So Man of War says, if I take notes, I'm not ingesting the materials. Yeah, it kind of distracts me, so I don't do it a lot. Anyway, there you go. Let's get back to this.
Giving them vitamin C was going to fix the scurvy, and we didn't give them enough. So you're saying that you said that varying and manipulating it means that we have to go. So when do we stop giving them vitamin C? What if after?
Well, we test by varying it, Jiren. The amount of varying it.
So say that vitamin C comes in pills.
Jiren, shockingly.
Okay,
the clue is in the title. It's a variable, Jiren. You're going to vary it.
Okay, so what point?
Jiren, I'm trying to you seem to be constantly rumpusing me. I'm trying to ask you stupid nonsense. You just don't seem to want to let me.
I was talking.
Jiren, it's shocking. I know in your mind.
No, you're so fucking stupid. You can't even listen to me. Listen for a second.
I listened.
Listen now. If when we were doing the original test, let's say vitamin C comes in tablets, so we gave everybody 1 tablet and they didn't get better, and we gave everybody 2 tablets and they didn't get better, and we gave everybody 3 tablets and they didn't get better. At what point do we say that we prove the null? Because you're saying I have to keep varying it and manipulating it until something happens. So do I give them 100 pills each? But what if it takes 50 pills until that they get healed? How is our stupid scientific proving test going to do anything in that case?
Yeah, that's right, Jiren. That's correct. As you've just correctly identified with your own example. That's right. You vary the amount of vitamin C, like you vary the amount of heat. That's about 2 sentences before constant interruption.
Well, because you're not answering the question. I said to what point? Answer the fucking question I asked, not your own.
That's right. You don't need to get angry. You're being wrong.
Oh, no, I do need to get angry. You're stupider than that.
Oh, Nathan's the angry one.
I can't believe somebody's that stupid.
Are you calling me an asshole? Let's speak about me shouting at people on my show.
Well, he is.
Like you're doing to me now. Why would you be like this, Jiren?
Well, because it looks like you only respond to that. That's how you.
Could I perhaps suggest that what you're suggesting I'm like is actually just a projection of your own attitude and horrible nature?
No, I don't use the mute button at all.
But when you're talking through me now, you don't think that's muting me?
No.
It is, Jiren. It's called the fundamentalist religious zealot mute button. When someone's proven wrong.
This is interesting how Nathan has redefined the mute button to be if you talk at the same time as somebody, which of course he constantly does. Right, it's to turn the spotlight off of Nathan's life partner, the mute button that he has set up to automatically without any effort on his part. All he has to do is do what he does to make noises with his face hole, and the other person is muted. That's all he needs to do. But yes, talking over somebody is another way of doing that, which of course Nathan completely excels at. It's one of his superpowers is talking over people too.
Me.
Right, so you just mute him.
Yeah, right. It's your mute button. That's right. You're muting me rather than listening to the devastation.
You're still talking, dipshit. You understand the difference between mute?
You're muting me. This is
that's not a mute. You don't know the difference between mute and talking over somebody. That's
Jiren muting me. That's correct.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. You're muting me because you don't want to hear how stupid you are.
Wow, you're so dumb. It's painful, and you're leading so many people down the wrong path, and it's sad. You watch your numbers are going to dwindle. I mean, what do you think your numbers are down so much for?
I also addressed that argument in our discussion back and forth, argument ad populum.
No, I'm asking you why don't you're not concerned with that? You're not concerned with the fact you have 600 people watching?
No, I'm more concerned that you understand the empirical nature. You've already affirmed that you understand that
he doesn't want to talk about it.
Ronnie and Jason have more views than
you say you never mute button. You're a liar.
Oh my gosh. So Ronnie and Jason, if you don't know Ronnie and Jason, that's Awake Souls and Limitless. These are absolute insane and flat earthers. A couple weeks ago, I had an old debate with Dell from Beyond the Derpy Curve, and on the Non Sequitur show, and he couldn't control himself. He got booted off, and then they brought on Jason. And Jason was such a piece of garbage that they really quickly booted him because they talked about something. It's like, well, then you're all Satanists. All y'all are Satanists. and so Jiren is using their show, which people don't watch because they're such buttheads, and comparing him to Oakley. That's great.
Now,
No, that's not the same. You don't know the difference between mute and
when I
talking.
can't be heard because you talk straight through the top of me, it's not the same as you.
Everybody can hear you, unfortunately.
It's muting me, Jiren. That's what you're doing. You're a scumbag.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So if you think that I want to talk to you, you've got another thing coming. I'll tell you that much.
You are talking to me, Jiren. You're just
Yeah,
being
if you
human.
think I want to.
You lack a scientific acumen.
Did you miss what I said? If you think I want to be talking to you, then you got another thing coming. Because
You are talking to me.
you clearly aren't smart enough to even recognize that what I'm saying is a viable option. If we were doing a scientific test to figure out what is causing these people to be sick, and somebody says, what if it could be a lack of vitamin C? And I say, go get me some vitamin C then. And we give them all a pill and nothing happens. And we very manipulate it. So we give them 2 pills and 3 and 4 and 5. And eventually somebody says, aren't you afraid you're going to get them sicker or you're going to cause some? And you're right. I have to stop at 5. So then at that point, we would say our null is proven. It is not the lack of vitamin C that causes scurvy. But we were wrong because we didn't know we had to give them 10 pills. Now that
So left in your responsibility, the variation of the independent variable was left up to Jiren. You would have said, no, we better not vary the vitamin C because the vitamin C might also cause them to be sick.
Okay,
We have now validated the null. Therefore, tens of millions would have died of scurvy because the
Hold on,
science.
maybe we're getting somewhere.
Just summarizing the conclusion of what you
Great.
just stated.
Okay, so then
Were it left up to you, while you fundamentalist religious zealot mute me, you wouldn't have varied the quantity because for the sick.
Oh my gosh, this is funny. Truth in Plain Sight says, I unsubbed from Nathan about a year ago. I unsubbed from Jiren when he had MC Toon on his show about 2 weeks ago. Jiren called Flat Earthers dumb for saying celestial navigation does not work on a globe. Well, Flat Earthers are dumb for saying that because it does work. Oh, I was going to do this. All right. Got to show you this. This is this is just to really show how incredibly either stupid or douchebaggy Oakley is. So I'm moving my microphone. So somebody commented on my last stream that because I had my microphone sitting next to my desk here, like where it is right now, for a while, that I needed to fix my audio setup. And yeah, it was, my audio setup is not perfect for what I'm about to do right now. But what are you going to do? All right. Here it is. Okay. So Nathan's whole celestial navigation shtick is he likes to say that all elevation angles have some sort of requirement. He thinks that it has to be, you can only do it by number one, he thinks that it's always a triangle. And number two, he thinks that it's impossible to do angles if on a curve, that you can't measure angles from a curve. So I'll first of all, I'll give you what the actual celestial navigation is doing. So here's the globe right here. And you have an observer here, right? And this observer is going to look at a star. And the star is let's get here, right here. The star is up this direction here. It's off the page. Can you see that? I don't know if you can see that too well. Let me amend. Here we go. The star is off. It's up there. You can't see it. It's that way. Too far to see. So what's the observer going to do? Well, they're going to measure an angle to the star. Right there. That's one part of the angle. Angle needs 2 lines. And then the other part is going to be to the horizon. Now this, they say for some reason, is impossible. I don't know why anybody would think that's impossible. It's quite a ridiculous claim, and they know it. I think Oakley knows that this is completely possible. There's nothing difficult about doing this at all. Not even Not even a tiny bit. So, but he says over and over that you can't measure, he says, an angle from a curve. I don't know why. Why would you think that? So let me draw up a little more contrived example here. Let's have somebody here standing on a curve. Right, here's a curve, and let's say you're just here, right? This is where you this isn't the surface of the earth or anything. This is just, you're on a curve, right? And let's say you want to measure, you're going to measure some angle here. There's a curve there, and I'm getting colorful. This is fun. Flatty should probably enjoy this, because there's lots of colors. All right, so here you are, right? And you're on a curve, right? This is a curved surface you're on. And can you measure an angle to this curve? Or sorry, from this curve? Of course you can. It's not that difficult. I will show you. I'll do it right now. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot of challenge to figure out. I mean, you don't need to even have middle school geometry for this one, right? So here is one part of that, and we're going to do this one here. Here's the other part of it. So notice, from a curve to a curve to a curve. And was that hard to do? Did I break any rules of geometry doing that? Was any of this difficult? It was not. All right, I got my angelometer here, also called a protractor. And I'm going to put it right on here. Right, and what are we at? We're right around 20 degrees. Right, let's say, hold on. I gotta turn it so I can really get a good read on it here. Set that up right there. All right. Oh, and I messed it up. So this right here is it destroys the thing that's right on 20. Wow, nailed it. This destroys the one thing that Oakley relies on to fool his audience into thinking what he wants them to think about celestial navigation. He thinks, or I don't know if Oakley thinks this is impossible, but he has convinced his idiot followers that this is impossible. I did it in front of your eyes. I used a protractor to do it. This wasn't difficult at all. But yeah, that's not difficult to do. Why can't you measure an angle from a curve? And right here, from a curve, right here. So I did it here on an analog, the analog for the globe, and I did it here in an abstract manner. Not a problem. Now, how? This is the thing. Just for you, just a little celestial navigation thing. When you're doing celestial navigation, you don't want this angle right here. You want this angle. So let me finish that. This is the zenith. That's straight up. You want this angle right here. Well, here we'll go theta 1 and theta 2, right? This is the angle you want, but on a boat, you can't do that. You don't know where zenith is, because you can't use a plumb bob on a boat because you're rocking around. But on a boat, the sextant gives you the ability to line up the edge of the horizon and the position of the star in an easy way. So you can get that, but that isn't enough. You don't have enough from this point to be very accurate, right? If you didn't need to be very accurate, you could use just that angle. But what you do then is you say, well, I know the radius of the Earth, and I know my height, and I know the nature of refraction. So given that information, I can calculate based on prior knowledge. I can calculate this dip right here that includes the radius, the elevation, and refraction, right? And the amount of precision that you have of these three increases the precision of your dip angle. But once you have your dip angle, then you can get this angle, right? We'll call this theta 3. I'm just dropping numbers in there, right? You take this theta 2, you subtract the dip, you get this theta 3. And what's the relationship between these? Well, this is a 90. This one, the zenith to the horizontal, that's 90. So you take 90 minus theta 3, and that gives you this one here. That's how you do celestial navigation. To get the one angle you need is the angle between zenith and the star. Now, if you look at this, where is the triangle? There is no triangle. So when Oakley's clown troupe start talking about celestial navigation, and they start talking about the curved adjacent, they're trying to suggest that you're using this line right here from the feet to this position here, right? And this position here is you see this line here. There's a tangent, not a tangent. Let me try to get this nice and well. I'm not quite going to get it well, but this is the GP. That's the spot on the surface of the Earth where they look straight up and they see the star. Now you don't go there, you don't know where that is. All you know is what you have here. But once you've done that, you know that, and you get this angle right here, theta 1, then you know how far away you are, because you take theta 1 times 60 nautical miles. That's this distance here. Right here. So that's the foundational part of celestial navigation. Does that help you? Did you not know that and now you do? Anyway, that's how it's actually done. There's no triangle. You see that? 0 triangles. So Flatties, when you talk about celestial navigation, as if you know how to do celestial navigation, if you've never done celestial navigation, you can just shut your face hole. I've done it. Many people have done it, and there's no triangles in it using this method, right? You can, there are other parts of not celestial navigation, but navigation on the ocean that does use triangles, but this isn't it. Celestial navigation isn't it. So anyway, I just want to make it very, very clear. Nathan Oakley is either incredibly stupid because he thinks this is not possible, or he knows this is possible and he's fooling his gullible, stupid, idiot followers into thinking this isn't possible so that they will give him money every day. That makes him a scammer. So Nathan Oakley, the question I have for you, Nathan Oakley, I would like to know, are you so incredibly stupid that you don't understand that there's no problem at all in geometry measuring an angle from a curve to a curve? Or do you know that it's not a problem and you're using that little piece of information and feeding that lie to your gullible, idiot, stupid followers so that they will somehow give you money every day? I don't know which it is, Nathan. It would be nice if you were to just come out and say whether or not you know this and you're intentionally lying to your gullible followers, or if you're actually that stupid. Now, of course, if you don't know that you're that stupid, you're still that stupid. So if you watch this, if you do watch this and you're like, no, that's how it works, then you're stupid. Then we have the answer. You are that stupid. So, all right, let's get back to this.
Don't understand the difference between quantitative and qualitative.
If you cannot understand this, if you can't get this point that I'm saying right now, wait one second. Okay, then just prove it to me. You want me to vary the manipulate the variable. At what point do I stop?
No, Jiren.
No. Answer the question. Answer it. You can't even. This is why
you would be an incompetent scientist because it's already been done. They've already varied and manipulated.
Stupid ass. I'm talking about before they did that. We're going back in time. That's why I said that at the beginning.
I'm pretty sure that nobody used the version of science that Nathan pretends is an accurate version of science to determine how much vitamin C was needed for scurvy.
It seems that me disseminating the facts of scientific proof in the case of vitamin C and scurvy is going to get fundamentalist religious zealot muted by Jiren because he doesn't mute.
Wow, you are.
Meanwhile, I'll try and repeat it again without any interruption.
Yeah, I'm done.
It's already been done. There is no need for you to vary something because
if anybody thinks this.
Why are you
scamming piece of shit? There's no way.
You've just claimed that this is what I do on my show. Shout people down. Now you're doing it to me. You're projecting onto me, Jiren.
Interesting that Nathan says that while he's actually doing that exact thing.
Let's try and
I'll
try and do something here.
No, I don't want to be here. There's anybody who can't see that this guy is a human piece of shit. Then I mean, it's just insane to me that he can't even understand what I'm saying. He's now saying I need to vary and manipulate that variable until it cures vitamin C. Until it cures scurvy. So what if I give them 1,000 pills?
Give us a full subject change just to get your anger level down a bit.
No, I don't want a subject change because this disproves your entire point and you can't face it. This is why you're a scammer.
Anyway, I'll try just to see if I'm successful.
Scammer.
So your criticism of my show was that I'll get really abrasive and angry with people and that alienates them. Maybe you could go over that now with me. Do you want to just reiterate your point that you made at the beginning of the show after calling me a scammer?
I respect.
Go ahead and reiterate that point for me, Jared. You go ahead.
Yeah, so I respect everybody until they do not deserve respect anymore. You, sir, don't deserve an ounce of respect. An ounce. You're an asshole. You're a piece of shit. You're a liar. You change your opinions. You don't listen to people on purpose. You're not this dumb, Nathan. I don't think you're this dumb. You understand completely what I'm saying, but it causes you to have to say, fuck, I got to say, oops, I made a mistake. Jaren's right, which you could never do because of your ego. So you're scamming by just whatever you need to say to get through to the next day. Whatever you need to say. So you can't even understand that if we were doing that test before they figured out that vitamin C, the lack of vitamin C caused scurvy, that if we started giving them vitamin C and it wasn't helping, then at what point do we say we prove the null? You're saying, oh, you didn't vary and manipulate. Okay, we keep varying it. Now we give them 10 pills, 15 pills, 20 pills, 30 pills. At what point did we prove, according to you, the null? Because as soon as I say we proved it, you think I didn't vary it enough. So did we prove it or did I not vary it enough?
Yeah, I understood your question the first time I addressed it. I got interrupted constantly when I tried to address it the first time.
We're listening.
Okay, so it's already been done. So when they varied and manipulated...
I cannot say to this. I already told them. How many people heard me say, go back before it's been done? You fucking stupid Brit. Wake up.
Okay, I see. You're...
Nathan knows that he can't actually respond in good faith to this. It's beautiful.
Request is that I
shut the fuck up.
Time travel.
Just fucking joke of a show. I don't want anything to do.
If I can, just allow him to respond, right?
Yes, Jared, please, could you allow me to...
He's not... I said before they discovered it, he's like, okay, well, the thing is we already discovered it. They already did it. That's not my issue.
That's right. Yeah, so what I'm suggesting you do then is show by what you're claiming that tomorrow we might not be quite as right as we thought we were, other variables might come along. That's your position. I understand it. Well, I'm saying in the case of your example that you gave me with vitamin C, in order for that which you...
Not my example. It's one of your only two examples of things science.
What am I going to do? Hosts, I don't know what to do. He's started the show off by claiming this is how I behave.
I don't know
what I'm going to do. What do I do?
I don't want to mute anybody. You know what I mean? I'm trying not to. I don't like
if you want to do a time thing, that's fine. Tell me the time, and I will not talk for that amount of time.
Now, for the next couple of minutes, could you stop talking? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Sounds good.
Or longer. Nathan? As long as you need. You just said a couple minutes, so as long as you need.
Yes, okay, cool. So I get a few minutes like Jiren did at the beginning. Brilliant.
Absolutely.
So I see Jiren as a lost soul, right? That does get 99% of the way to what I'm trying to pass on to him. which is to say that Jaren's done an excellent job of disseminating how the people out there who claim to have science don't. And the only reason that they are claiming to have science is because all of us in the Western world were educated how science proves things. What I'm saying to you about A causing B or A not causing B, that's hypothesis construction, was taught to all of us so that we all understood that science proves things. So that when charlatans and shysters came along and said, you know that light in the sky? That's got a core that's, I don't know, gas. Science. And when people heard that, they went, oh, that's proven.
It's great. He's talking against charlatans and shysters, and Nathan Oakley is a charlatan. Oh, amazing.
Well, how do we know we've got an outer space? Well, because science shows us that we've got an outer space. Science, for the general populace, means proof because you were taught it was proof. Now, actual science does prove things and does benefit humanity. For example, using the scientific method to vary and manipulate that which would assume to be causing this effect of people dying at sea, scurvy. You vary and manipulate something in a formulated scientific prediction, that's a hypothesis, that scurvy, your independent variable, the thing that you're going to be, yeah, that's right, varying. Yeah, how much of it? That's right, it's going to be varied. Okay, well, that variation will induce the effect. Or, alternatively, the null, zero difference result. You vary it, and no matter how much you vary it, it doesn't cause the effect. Now, I understand that this concept, for somebody incredibly stupid, like didn't understand their 5th grade lesson in science, for them, this is going to be complicated. For the rest...
Oh, him talking down, like, no, this isn't it. But okay, 5th grade? Maybe that was the last time Oakley learned anything about science was 5th grade. Turns out, people continue learning about how to do science after that. Amazing.
It's simple, really easy to understand. You can't simultaneously be the cause of something, that would be the lack of vitamin C causing scurvy, or the lack of vitamin C not causing scurvy in any quantity. Now, again, like I say, some people don't understand the difference between qualitative and quantitative when they're varying something. And well, suppose that if you put a candle in something and it doesn't boil, then you've done enough variation of heat. Now, that obviously is retarded. And obviously, I have demonstrated by an affirmation from my opponent who claims I am a scammer for the affirmation he gave me that science absolutely can prove things. It's embedded in the hypothesis. I have demanded that this person who has constantly chanted through me, and not only chanted through me, you line up the things he claimed about my show at the beginning of this rant that he gave us with what he's just done to me for the last 10 straight minutes and see if the two line up. And then when I say...
Poor victim, Nathan. Oh, so sad, Nathan. Somebody talked over him. People. Send him money. He needs money. He has to buy a new speaker and fix his amplifier because somebody talked over him. Oh.
Is merely projecting his own ineptitude and ego onto me where he is wrong. And he's affirmed he's wrong here today. He affirmed, oh yeah, I understand how that could only be proven because the other one couldn't be. It would violate the law of non-contradiction. He affirmed he understood. Then doubled down indefinitely and continued to call me a scammer for what he affirmed, which is that science can prove things. It does, it has, in order for him to assert that it doesn't and might change tomorrow, like all the pseudoscience scammers who claim to have proof when they say they have science.
So everything that Nathan doesn't like, he has just declared as pseudoscience. Everything. You know, all of science. Every single thing that any scientist has ever done, he puts into the category of pseudoscience because it doesn't match this version of science that he has constructed. None of them use it.
Haven't put their claim through the scientific method. That independent variable will cause dependent variable and independent variable will not cause dependent variable. That's a hypothesis, and the variation of the presumed cause is the experiment. It'll either cause the effect, that's vitamin C, and the variation thereof, that's how much of it. And if the lack thereof in any quantity still has the effect of men dying, then you rule it out. That's how it works. Now, I am not a scammer. And while Jiren might claim that him sitting on his pedestal with more viewers than me and telling people, with my limited number of viewers to begin with, that I am in fact scamming people is absolutely detrimental to my very limited income and my extremely hard and daily work on this subject.
Oh,
Learning
extremely
about how scammers,
hard.
the real scammers, say they've got science, and that would mean to say that they've been through the science.
It's so hard. So hard. Well, you know what? I think this might be a good time for a little intermission.
That's my balls in his mouth.
Oh, that's not it. That's not the one. Just a second. Hold on. I gotta find the right one. All right. Yeah, you heard it a little bit. You heard it. But that was the wrong version. There it is. Okay. You got to have the right version. I'm looking at it. There it is. Okay, I got it. Just a second. I just set it up while he was talking. That's why I was a little bit. It wasn't working. So okay. All right. Here we go. Back to the intermission.
That's my balls in his mouth. Yeah, you can suck my balls. Balls! Balls! In your mouth. Mouth. Balls! Balls! In your mouth. Mouth. That is my balls in your mouth. Yeah, enjoy the taste of my nuts.
Bro?
Maybe my balls in your mouth for a few more minutes. Enjoy the taste of my nuts.
Gamma.
Balls! Balls! In your mouth. Mouth. With my nuts on your face. To suck my nuts. You suck on my nuts. Then tell me how my nuts taste. Now I'd like to know how my balls taste. You fucktard. You are a spastic. And you're getting teabagged by a flat earther. Now enjoy the taste of my nuts, you stupid spastic. Yeah, chuckle for me, fundy fuck. You're being teabagged by me. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Mouth. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Mouth. As a result, you're being asked how my nuts taste, you fucking weirdo. You suck on my nuts. You suck on my nuts. That's really, yes, that's really. I stuck my balls in your mouth afterwards. To suck my nuts. Bleat how unfair it is while you gag on my bollocks. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Come on and suck on my nuts. Come on and suck on my nuts. To suck my nuts. Yeah, you're getting fucking teabagged. Don't insult me or ad hom me as I teabag you. Yeah, I'll just gag you with my nuts. That's what I'll do. Enjoy my balls in your mouth, do you?
There you go. That's yeah, you know, maybe we should do a GoFundMe to pay for a yoga class for him so he can be flexible enough so that he can answer that question that he so desperately wants to know the answer to. That was not AI generated, by the way. That was not AI generated. All right. Seriously. That's how he thinks. you do a science debate, right? Is by saying those things. So, all right. Icy Spin says, if compromised, wink, spin, then Michael Jackson kick. Is that the secret message between Jiren and Dearth? I don't think so. I think it's something else. Icy Spin says, how did Oakley agree to this without automute? I don't know. I have no idea how it came about that he made the mistake of leaving his echo chamber without his life partner, the mute button. So, Adam Lapine says, I hope he comes back to us after this. He seems like he will be honest about TFE. Will be good for a lot of them. Oh, and you rock, MC Tune. Titicaca. Livin' La Titicaca Loca. Somebody needs to sing that song, that version. Icy Spin says, terrible piss in my throat all day. Yes, Oakley had a terrible frog in his... No, not a frog. Yeah, yep. Oakley had piss in his throat all day. Kango44 says, the employed clown that's never been within a million miles of any form of scientific education, educating everyone on science. And I think you do mean the unemployed clown. He's not just unemployed, he's unemployable in any, useful work. Imagine going to apply for a job and your name is Nathan Oakley. And then they type in to Google, after they get your resume or CV, Nathan Oakley. And this comes up. That's what he has. That is his name. He would have to change his name in order to not have this follow him around. And even then, I don't know. You probably could get in the door of a place by lying about stuff, but I don't know. He's unemployable, right? Except for, a job where they would not Google your name. I can tell you that everybody that applies for me gets their name Googled. So, I don't know, but I'm not the manager down in the taste testing department down at the urinal cake factory. They might not Google names. So Nathan does have a promising future there. Kango44 says, I'm surprised Jokley can even get a word out without Kiwi's junk in his mouth. Quantum Eraser's only good for one thing: tearing into Witsit. Deadpool 2000 to 2028 2028 says, is Flerf derp a naturally occurring phenomena? It is. The lowest 0.000 percentile of human intelligence is definitely a naturally occurring phenomena. Kango44 says, this is painful. It is. Now, Jiren is finally letting loose a little bit. It's getting a little more heated. The Sun Express says, nice to hear of your mother's efforts. My mom too volunteered at daycare center for children with Down syndrome. She'd bring me along so they'd have a normal kid for playmates. Much respect. Oh, I think what I said on Tuesday, where my mom worked at a developmental center. Yeah. In school break, right, for summer break, I would often go to work there and got to know quite a few of them. So it was a quite unique experience for me to be around those people and learn how to interact, how to care for them, how, what kind of expectations are normal, and to see their variation to people from one end where people can't really talk. They can, but you can't quite understand them, to people that can actually do some pretty high functioning things, but they have some physical issue. There's one that was, I don't know how smart, but on the more intelligent end, but she would have seizures and she'd just go straight. It happened once and it freaked me out. She'd wear a helmet all the time. But you could converse with her pretty well. But she just went straight while standing up and then fell back. Helmet on concrete floor, that sound Still in my head. It was weird. But she wore a helmet. She was okay. So, yeah. Anyway, that was an interesting part of an interesting thing to learn about. So, Cap Q57 says I've seen that. Yeah, I've only seen it one time. And memories fade from your childhood. That one that's not going anywhere. So, Henry 78 says listening to Nathan Oakley talk triggers the same hackles up response as angry customers in our call center work. Yeah, I suppose. I've not done call center work, but we get tickets escalated to us at times where we see, what customers have written. And it's there's a lot of overlap here, right? So I write anti-spam software, and people that have never written anti-spam software say in anger, in frustration, because messages have gotten through that they think shouldn't. They'll say, well, this is how you should do it. This is how you should, right? They're talking as if they know how to do spam filtering, right? I've done it for a long time. They've done it for zero time. And just like Nathan Oakley has done zero science and scientists have done actual science, for him to be claiming that's the way to do it is no different than the person who's never done any spam filtering telling a whole team of people that have done spam filtering for a good long time how to do spam filtering. It's ridiculous. Now, these people, I can have a little pity for them. They're angry. They're frustrated. Things aren't working well. They'll calm down and think, oh, maybe that wasn't the right response, right? I don't need an apology from them. I'm okay. I'll make it. But Nathan doesn't. Nathan keeps doing this stupid thing where he thinks he's smarter than all the scientists in the world. He thinks he has a better grip on science than all the scientists in the world. He doesn't. Right? So the angry customer, they'll walk away. They'll calm down. Nathan is still wrong. He's wrong every day. Deadpool 2028 says MC Toon's colorful drawing is greater than any and all flat Earth maps. I got these pens for a reason, and I just today I went, because I'm colorblind. I went to my wife and I'm like, okay, so I've got these that are thick drawing that draw thick lines and these that draw thin lines, and I'm like, well, I need to pair them up. So I tested myself with my kids and my wife around to see if I could pair them up myself without help. So like these are both green, and I need to be able to do it in this room. So I did it in the kitchen where there's sunlight coming in. Well, that's a whole different thing. I struggle with different ambient lighting. So anyway, I could tell both these are green, but there's like the blue and the purples. I don't know. Let's see what I can do. I don't know if the color is going to come through well enough for you. So here is light blue and purple, I think, right? And now these geez, this is hard. Okay, I think I've got it. I think these are both blue, and I think these are both purple. Anyway, the point is I bought these so that I could do some drawings. And the other project that I've been hinting at, I was just using last night to record a video and this morning to record a video and doing some actual stuff with different colored and thicknesses of these pens and markers. So King Cruises, they're brown. They're not brown. Oh, wait. Nope. Dark blue. Oh, my gosh. No purple? Wait, is this dark blue or purple? Hold on. None of these are purple. Okay. What color is this one? Dark blue? Here's my problem. Now you're seeing it a little bit. This looks purple to me. And now I'm second guessing which one matches. Anyway, this looks purple to me. And this was the one that I thought was also purple. But you're saying both of these are dark blue? And these are just, this is light blue and this is not as dark as this one? I don't know. So this is, so it's, and I figured it out. I've thought about this. It's this, this like overcompensating thing that my eyes do when I see something that's purple adjacent, but it's not. It fills in, like tells me, oh, that must be purple because I've gotten it wrong before. Things that look like that. I don't know. Okay. What I won't do is I won't trust my matching of blue and dark blue and whatever very strongly, but these others, hopefully I can. These are both green. Pretty sure of that. These are both yellow. And then what I do is I set them at different spots paired up. Red's easy. Very, very bold red. And then these don't match as nicely. So like these are both orange, but I can tell they're very different shades of orange, right? One's dark, one's light. These are the only ones I'm certain of. They're both black. And then that leaves pink, and they're a bit different. They're not super close. So, yeah, I could tag the yeah, I'll do that. I'll ask to have these tagged somehow so that I can identify them. So, all right. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, imagine Toon's great grandkids finding this notebook in a chest years from now. The questions they would have. I don't usually label stuff, so yeah, there's going to be no context. Stringfella Hawk for $10, thank you for that, says, we know Flerfs can't use a protractor. They can't even use an amateur tractor. Going back to Brian from the other day, eyeballing 1 degree. I don't think he knows how small that is. Yeah, he doesn't. As a hint, your pinky at arm's length is 1 degree, approximately. Don't be. You're not getting many significant figures in that measurement. Kango44 says, Nathan Oakley is a see you next Tuesday, child abuser, F-wit, stupid wanker, a tosser, a psychotic, ignorant, effing arsehole who should just F off. Now, I don't know how you got all that through the filter, but good on you, Kango44, because I did rephrase a couple of those words. Kango44 again says, Jokely, see you next Tuesday for short. He hits his kids live on stream and talks about involuntarily taking advantage of people. How has his channel not been taken down? I don't understand. But the fact that his channel exists proves, in the common parlance sense, that YouTube does not take channels down for flat earth content. All these flatties that had their channels removed, it wasn't because they were talking about flat earth. Because Nathan knows not to get off track. And he doesn't. He doesn't get off track. He doesn't talk about his opinion on whether or not somebody should take medicine for a sickness that's been going around lately. He doesn't talk about that. So his channel hasn't been affected by that. But the slapping, I don't get that. The couple times that he's talked about, involuntarily violating people, I don't get that. I don't see how that hasn't been a community strike. I have no understanding of how that got through. Because YouTube is they'll come back to old videos. So in 2021 or 2020, I did a Christmas, a between Christmas and New Year's stream on Mark Steele, and I played a few of his things where he was talking about these topics that it just was, right, and they got through just fine then. And now, recently, the unlisted videos that I have on my channel of him saying those things have been removed. Now, I didn't get a strike for them. And the entire video of that Christmas thing, not unlisted, deleted. I can't even go and download it now. Right? I don't need to, but I can't go download it. YouTube made it go away. Again, that wasn't a strike. But I have had things that were up for a while get a warning, and YouTube has a way to deal with those things, and that I dealt with. So my channel right now is clean, but I had a warning for a while because of, Flerf content from 33UC. Specifically, I had a video that he was on. He was talking his BS, and that video got struck more than a year, maybe 2-3 years later. So I do not get how Oakley's channel is still alive, but it's interesting. Good morning, conspiracist. How are you? So, conspiracist, we are watching a debate between Nathan Oakley, the child slapper, and Jiren. And Jiren has a better grip on science than Nathan here. That's the whole deal.
Method. And they haven't. Now, understanding the scientific method is to understand how you would validate something and prove it. Because your antithesis of your prediction can't also be true if it's a true hypothesis. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you there, and appreciate it, Jiren, for letting him finish that up. Jiren, I think your mic is muted. Did you mute your mic?
My bad. Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. So if we were to, and let's just say we're going to use a what if, or let's say that it took 1100 degrees to boil water. Okay, we're just pretending. Now, if we did a cause and effect relationship test, we do a hypothesis, and we say we think heat causes water to boil, and we keep varying and manipulating the heat up into the point where we can't get it any hotter. Okay, then at what point do we say, oh, well, did we prove the null hypothesis, or did we? Well, obviously, heat didn't cause water to boil. And in fact, for example, I could leave that pot of water in my oven all day long. My pot of water at 400 degrees will never boil. Now, there's reasons for that. We know the reasons for that, but I'm saying if we're doing a scientific experiment and we vary and manipulate that heat, we turn up the oven as hot as the oven goes, and it never boils, then according to Nathan, I just proved the null. Or he might come back and say, no, you didn't vary and manipulate it enough, meaning that I need to keep turning up the heat. So what I'm saying is at some point, we wouldn't be able to turn up the heat anymore. And so in that little story I just told, anybody who has any kind of rational mind would go, oh yeah, you're right. Sometimes we wouldn't be able to get to the answer. For example, I mean, how recently have we been able to take things down to absolute zero? Just recently. So what if there was things in the scientific method, but they didn't know that we could get things that cold because it's difficult to do. You can't get it that cold, neither can I. So
is that the end of your question? Can I answer you?
No. So yeah, my question would be then from that, at what point do we recognize that humans might not have the ability to get to the correct answer?
Okay. I've already attempted to answer this 3 times, but I'll try once more. And it was in the message I sent to you that you didn't read because you thought it was gun-based. Systematic experimentation. There is
this is getting
process.
This gets to the point of it.
So if
when you say things are proven,
I'm not going to get the opportunity to explain.
No, because just yesterday on your show you said things are proven, and then we never need to visit them again. So now you're saying that it's an ongoing process. Which one is it? Well, I was listening to it yesterday. I don't know what show it was. I can go to my history and probably find it. You said
do that.
You need me to find you.
All right. Max asks, do you know what they're talking about when they say water won't boil? So the extremely limiting, method that Oakley uses to reject all science basically doesn't have anything that could possibly go through it. But then they try to contrive a couple examples. So like, well, heat proves water, or we can prove that heat makes water boil. Of course, then people come along very quickly, Jiren included, and say, well, you left out confounding variables, right? Could it be, right, because you didn't control for pressure, right? You didn't control for pressure. So does water boil at a different pressure? Yeah, it doesn't boil at 100. So they had initially started saying water boils at 100 C. Then it was somebody brought in and said, well, what about different pressure? Oh, okay. Well, we need to add something. There's another independent variable that they had to control. So now it's a control variable. So they need to only do it at a certain pressure. And then, well, what if there's contaminants in the water? Oh, okay. Well, now we need to add another thing. We have to control for that. And, what about things like, well, add heat. Well, let's put a candle underneath a giant pot. Well, there isn't enough heat coming from the candle into the pot to cause it to boil because the pot is also losing heat. Thermodynamics. The passage of time, the radiative conditions of the pan that they're in needs to be controlled as well. So all of these things you need to. So how do you know then? There's so many things that we can just quickly bring up a whole bunch of different confounding variables that changes things. So it doesn't so water no longer boils at 100 C. Then all these caveats they put in. Well, you didn't state that at the beginning, and that's the entire point. That you can't know all of these things. There's more things than you could possibly put together. So there's always something else that you could say, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about the color of the experimenter's shirt? What about how many chairs are in the room? Could that affect it? Not in many experiments, but there are some experiments you could contrive of that could cause that to be a problem. So there's a long list of things for every single experiment. So, all right. Anyway, got you there, Max. The Turtle Move says the only job for Oakley, testing mute buttons. I don't think so. Look, Nathan Oakley has more than anyone else has committed and dedicated his love, saved himself for just one. Nathan is so dedicated, and he loves this one so much that he would never cheat on this one by doing anything with any other mute button ever. He will only truly stay with and be committed to his life partner, the mute button. The one mute button, not other mute buttons. He forsakes all other mute buttons for his one mute button. They have cleaved together, and they have joined as one. Oakley and his mute button are one and the same. So don't ever think, don't shame him by thinking that he might cheat on his mute button with another mute button. Heartless, absolutely heartless. Turtle Moves to suggest such a thing. Alyssum says to catch 100% of spam, just block everything. An excellent method. It works 100% of the time. iSolder74 says he still clings to QE's cherry pick. Yes. QE is really the one behind all of this incredibly wrong version of what they want to imagine science is. Of course, QE also has not participated in science. He can't state that he is the authority on science, because nobody's going to him saying, "Hey, we are scientists, and we humbly, prostrate ourselves in front of the great QE to beg his approval on the science that we have doth performed." Nobody does that. Nobody cares about QE's version of science.
Something you've never said before?
Yes. So you said that I'm a scammer because I say science proves things. I went and got a clip of you saying that's how you know he's a scammer. When Nathan says science proves this and that, that was verbatim. That's what you said. That made you a liar. Now I'm asking you to go and get a quote of me saying that. Go.
Saying what?
What you just claimed I said.
What was it?
I don't know, Jiren. You're the one
so
claiming.
you want me to go get something that you don't even know what it was? I asked you, did you ever say that? You don't even know what it was, but you're saying you never said it. So how are you going to say you didn't say it if you don't even know what the fuck I said?
Would this be semantics or would this be?
It's not semantics. It's proving that you're just here to make a show. You're just a showman. You don't even care about conversation. You don't even care about truth. It's the last thing you care about.
When you're done, just let me know when you're done. I'll try and respond.
Did you ever say that once something is proven, it doesn't need to be visited again?
Once it's been validated, you put it through, as I've explained now 4 times, systematic experimentation. That is to say, people still do experiments that have already been validated. To this day, people still do them.
Now he switched from proof to validated. Is he swapping in a different word?
All I'm interested in the dissemination to you here today is the construction of a hypothesis, because it's where the empiricism and proof comes from in the process. You can't both have A causing B and A not causing B. That's the bit I want to disseminate to you, and that's all I'm hoping to achieve today.
Okay, so if you're saying that we can't have both be true, but we now know today that heat does cause water to boil. But also, if we did a test where I put heat to my water in the oven all day and it did not confirm that hypothesis. So therefore, it is both. It both doesn't and does cause water to boil. Correct?
So you're suggesting that the application of heat doesn't cause water to boil?
I left a pot of water in my oven at 400 degrees all night. It never boiled.
I see. So because you, as an individual, couldn't induce the effect of boiling, you validated your null. Fortunately, the 8th attempt, this process has systematic experimentation built within the method, so that others continue to endeavor to try and find out what does cause it.
Now this is interesting. Wait a second. He talked about an experiment with a hypothesis or an hypothesis. I don't get that. If the word starts with an H, I'm not going to say an in front of it. A hypothesis that this one experiment proves. So now he's come around with systematic, that you would then do it again. Why would you do it again if it was proven? Right? If it was proven, doing it again would benefit you nothing.
Unsuccessful in this instance, others might vary the heat and induce the effect. And then they validate the null, at which point they can't have heat not cause the effect. Because then if no matter how much heat you applied, it would never boil. But it will. Because
So hold on though. In the previous experiment, they did the experiment, they set up the hypothesis correctly, and according to Oakley, they proved the results. They applied heat and water didn't boil, therefore heat does not cause water to boil. It was proven. And now somebody comes and does another experiment and has a different result, and it comes up with, wait a second, it was already proven. How could it be proven 2 different ways? You have both proven and unproven with this. Oh my gosh, Nathan.
Both be true. Heat can't both cause water to boil and at the same time not cause it to boil.
I know that.
Only one can be proven when you vary heat and boil the water, inducing the effect that you're trying to induce.
Yeah, I don't think you see the point. I mean, if you're talking about getting as close as we can to the truth, I told you that I'll agree with you there. But all I'm saying is that you could never know all variables. Let's say that, like Riley's experiment with the egg, right? So you would say that Riley has proven that relative density is the cause of things going down.
Okay, now if you're unfamiliar with this particular thing, one of the other people in Nathan Oakley's clown troupe is Riley. His name's Anthony Riley. He goes by Sleeping Warrior at times, and he did an egg experiment where he had a glass of water and he had an egg in it, and he put the egg in it and it went to the bottom, and then he added salt, and then the egg went up. I think that's what it did. And that proved, he said, that one experiment proved that relative density causes things to go up and down, right? That's the cause of the up and down. Now, one more thing that is a part of their wrong version of science is they think the only thing that you can ever test for is cause. They don't understand that you can test for whether or not benzene is in a circle, right? You can test for that. What's the cause of that? Don't know, don't care. It doesn't matter. You can test it to see if it's in a circle. Yes, it's in a circle. What's the cause? No, don't care. We weren't testing for that. It's still an experiment. We tested a falsifiable hypothesis. That's all you need. That's an experiment. So you hear Nathan talking about cause all the time. And so they've tried to limit science to cause. So they're like, oh, well, here's a measurement of the rotation of the Earth. Well, did you determine the cause? Nope. It's not how, that wasn't the point. Well, then they try to reject it. But that's not actually, a valid criticism of what you did.
The dependent variable is vector change, regardless of direction. The independent variable was the density of the medium. The independent variable, that would be the density of the medium, was indeed varied, and it induced the effect of the dependent variable, a vector change. He then ruled out null, because upon variation of a density variation by him, the experimenter, he induced the effect. To confirm the null, he would have to change the density and not get a vector change ever. Not just, let's say for the sake of argument.
Well, but you can. If he put in only a small amount of salt, it would not cause the change. Did he then prove something? No. He didn't put in the right amount to cause a change. Right. And then Nathan doesn't want to talk about that because it's quantitative now. He only wants to talk about qualitative things. How do you talk about qualitative things? Only when they require quantities. You can't just put 1 grain of salt in the water and cause the egg to go up. You need a whole bunch. You need more.
For a moment, that experiment that was done by Anthony Riley. Now imagine that we are 500-foot tall giants.
Okay.
And when we look upon that little teeny tiny little glass, it really didn't look like the egg moved at all because we're so big.
Correct.
Yeah. But then we'd have to vary it a little bit more, like put more candles under and stuff like that to prove and validate the alternative hypothesis.
Right. But what if there was something like a magnetic pole that was repelling the egg, but it's attracted to the salt? So we put the salt in thinking that what we proved was that the change in the medium is what caused the egg to go, when really it was because of magnetics. What would be the case there? See, because if we didn't know the other variable of magnetics existed, and throughout all of science, this has always happened, where we're missing some element.
Okay, you can do that.
So explain to me how that's handled.
Earlier, right, okay. So you're suggesting that the observed phenomena of vector change can be induced by magnetism.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying in that case, if
no, that's a hypothesis. What you're doing is making a scientific prediction. Your scientific prediction independent variable is magnetism.
No,
right?
I'm not saying that. Let's say that that's what's going on behind the scenes. You're missing the point completely.
No, I'm not.
Riley comes and he does the experiment, but he doesn't know about the magnetics involved. He's going to come to a conclusion, and other testers are going to come over and they're going to come to the conclusion, and everybody's going to walk away thinking something was proven when it wasn't, because you didn't know that there's an underlying cause that you can't see.
Unknown confounding variables.
Now, you should at this point go, oh, in that case, Jiren, what's important is that we actually have the correct hypothesis, and that we have all elements taken into account, and that we can look at every single possible fluctuation that could be involved, or any kind of other feature. Then that would be us agreeing. And I would say, yes, we can get as close as we can to the truth, as long as the test is correct, the hypothesis is correct. We've gone through all avenues, all possible scenarios, but we'll never be at that point, ever. So where I have a problem, hold on, I said one problem. When I have a problem.
Look at this. Truth in plain sight never fails to fail, says lol. Globeheads, that's normal people, please, are agreeing with Jiren that science does not prove things. Yeah, because Jiren's right.
You're saying, and this is my biggest problem with it, you've actually said on your show, and I can bring it up if you want, somebody was saying something about, well, this could change. And you said, no, it can never change. Once we've proven it.
Wow, look at this. Look at Michael Kahn. Michael Kahn says Jiren will lead to the lake of fire. This Michael Kahn is so sick and demented that he thinks that because Jiren doesn't agree with Oakley about science proving things, that Jiren will go to hell because of it. That's what Michael's saying there. That is sick. That is sick. Wow.
That's it. It's proven. End of story. You said that. So that means in your mind, science does stop once we've proven something, the science on that can stop.
No,
And
no,
that's
systematic experimentation. I'm pretty sure I've gone through this. However, the magnetic field that you...
why don't you answer questions? Why don't you answer? That was a direct question.
Oh, yeah,
I get about
you
5
can't.
words out and then...
Yeah, but I asked you a question. I don't care how many words.
Of course he won't answer the questions because it won't. He doesn't have the right answer for it. It's the wrong one.
You're going to get out that aren't answering my question. Answer the question, because this is where it's proving you to be full of shit.
All right. Effie for life in my chat says, in response to Michael Kahn saying that this will lead Jiren to the lake of fire. Effie for life says, judge not lest ye be judged. Okay, go ahead. Judge me. I'm on this one. I'm not saying that anybody's going to hell because of their position on science. Judge away, Flatty. What a douchebag. Did Effie for life? Do you actually have any people in your life that don't absolutely hate you for the absolute disgusting monster that you are? Right. You certainly have many interpersonal challenges. Have you become estranged from everybody in your family yet, or just most of them? No, they don't. They don't. They're contractually obligated to. They're just lying. Oh my gosh.
Story, and then you say something else on your show. Yesterday, the other day, you were saying that we're all here because of science.
I've covered this. I'm sorry.
You said we're talking on computers because of science.
You want to play it? So when you said you didn't say I was a scammer for saying science proves, I went and got. That's how you know you are being scammed when Nathan plays this and that.
See, this goes right to what I was talking about. Divergent Droid says Jiren is suggesting that all variables were not accounted for. Well, yes. That's why you test one hypothesis at a time. That's in keeping with the method. Jiren is now strawmanning. So the method, the problem is now you've changed the method, because you said, Riley said, and Oakley agreed, and probably Divergent Droid agreed, that Riley proved relative density caused the movement of the egg, caused that force, right? Without doing all of the other tests necessary to determine whether or not that is the only one cause. He didn't test the other variables, right? What other variables did he do? He did only one test. Could it have been the color of the shirt he was wearing? He didn't test for that. Right? We can inductively figure out that probably would not be a factor, but he did not test for it. Did the height of the ceiling affect it? Don't know. He didn't test. Did the pattern of the tiles of the floor affect it? Don't know. He didn't test. Did the length of his beard hairs affect it? Don't know. Didn't test. Did the stench coming off of Anthony Riley affect it? Don't know. Didn't test it. You see, there's some problems there. Did he go through that systematically? Well, it doesn't matter, because your version of what you call science doesn't talk about that.
Why am I being moderators? What's going on? I'm trying to address him. He's saying no. After 4 words. You're not addressing my question. How do you know I've got 4 words out? It's an amazing projection of the behaviour you said I exhibit on my show. Please stop projecting your horrible behaviour onto me, and stop doing it now, and just listen. Mm-hmm. Systematic experimentation for about the 8th time. Experiments will continue. All that matters is whether or not.
Is it here? I love this chat. This side chat's great here. Glatflobe says whoever calls someone a scammer is also a scammer. No. Glatflobe just called people a scammer.
Hypothesis. And contained within the hypothesis, only one thing, in Anthony's case, density, will be varied. Everything else is held constant. Now, I'll keep trying to get this in, but I get interrupted constantly. You can, if you choose to, rearrange the variables and hold the density constant and vary the magnetic field. You can do that. Independent variable magnetic field, dependent variable naturally observed phenomena, vector change. Null, independent variable magnetism or magnetic fields. No effect will be observed. No vector change. That's a valid scientific prediction that you've got. So now, although I wasn't necessarily intending to get beyond the predictive stage because that's where the empiricism that proves you wrong that I'm a scammer, the same science proves, when that's all it can do. That's all I wanted to achieve here. Not for money. I mean, yes, it is detrimental.
Man, he thinks that the only thing science can do. Wow. Amazing.
But when you say I'm a scammer for saying science proves when that's all it can do, and you're saying you won't concede that, pretty much a projection of what you said I was doing on my show. It's
No.
pure projection.
No, because you're talking about logic.
It's logic. If A, then B, or if A, not B, is pure logic.
Right, correct. Those things can be proven.
That's the method is. That's a scientific prediction.
No,
there is a logic to
where's
a
A and B? Where's A and B in our tests?
Oh, right. So like independent variable, vitamin C, dependent variable.
Well, now you've added things that are not letters. It's no longer mathematics. It's no longer proven.
Yeah, it's the basic raw logic that I've had to dumb it right down to get you to understand it. That's right.
No, it's not provable. Can't be proven.
So we haven't proven that vitamin C and the lack thereof causes scurvy. Tomorrow, it might be the case that you as an audience, according to Jiren, can stop consuming vitamin C and not get scurvy.
No, we've come as close as we can. That's the current belief. That's the current truth. You just said you said systematic experimentation.
Okay, sorry, Jiren, you're wrong. No, Jiren, that's incorrect. I just want to correct you without interrupting.
What is incorrect?
No, the lack of vitamin C has been proven to be the cause of scurvy by way of scientific validity. It is.
Well, certainly he would have the actual, citation of the experiment that was done using his method that we could look at, right? No, it doesn't exist. Nobody's ever used this method that he talks about ever to do science. Never, ever has it been done. Nobody uses that. It's not actually a thing.
Empirically validated because it has been proven with real science that had a scientific prediction that was validated.
So you don't think that there's a possibility in the future of vitamin C?
That's how.
Wow.
It was proven and won't change tomorrow, contrary to your assertion.
It could change.
You desperately need to interrupt how wrong you are. I'll just try that again, hopefully without the.
Why would you? But you just. This is why you're double talking. You're double talking.
Maybe you should step in.
Yeah, you're double speaking. Hold on, he's double speaking. He said it.
This is an interesting thing, and I don't think Jiren brings this up, right? This whole vitamin C and scurvy thing. You take that same ship that came in, of pirates to port. All of them doth have scurvy. And you're like, well, let's do a hypothesis to see if. To the point here, arsenic cures scurvy. Let's give them a tiny bit of arsenic. Come back tomorrow. Oh, they're all okay, but they still have scurvy. Oh, well, more arsenic. Come back the next day like, oh, I don't feel so good. But they still have scurvy. Oh, well, obviously we didn't vary it enough. Let's give them more. Eventually you give them enough arsenic and you come back the next day and, well, I guess they're not suffering from scurvy anymore. They're also not alive anymore. What did you prove? Well, you didn't prove anything there. Let's do the same thing with vitamin D, right? Let's do the same. And vary vitamin D. And you give them, a massive amount of vitamin D. And you're like, oh, well, it didn't cure scurvy. I guess we didn't give them enough vitamin D. Let's go more. Let's go more. Let's go. You keep giving more until you've given so much that you just can't do it anymore. And yes, I do understand too much vitamin C or D can make you sick too, but let's imagine that you don't. Just for this, right? And you're like, oh, well, what did you prove? Well, we don't know. We didn't test it far enough yet. Keep going. There's no end to it. So you never know the answer. How do you know when to stop? You don't, according to how do you know to stop? Because you haven't yet proven something, right? Well, all that you did show, if you that 1 billion IUs of vitamin D didn't cure it, but how do you know that 2 billion doesn't cure it? You'd have to do that. There's no way to know how to stop in this systematic thing that Oakley never talked about, to my knowledge, before this conversation.
that systematic experimentation would continue, but you just got done saying that it's proven and it will never change. So which one is it?
No, well, you'll never change it, but it doesn't mean to say that you couldn't, if you chose to, deprive a man of vitamin C tomorrow, Jiren, because you think it might change. So if you think it might change and you want to put your money on it, just deprive a man of vitamin C tomorrow so you can prove that you're right and that science doesn't prove things. It might change tomorrow. You just have to do.
Oh, dear me. Andrea Huddle accidentally... I'll unhide. All right, it's unhid. FE for life, the person who who's been estranged from all of his or her family, says, I don't have do answer any question based from cognitive dissonance. I don't have to answer any questions based from cognitive. Well, you don't, of course. But the fact that you can't answer, basic questions about how things would work on the dirt pizza tells us all that you can't answer them, right? What time will the sun set tomorrow on the dirt pizza? You don't know. But I can for the globe. How far away is the sun from flat Earth? You don't know. But I can tell you for the globe. What keeps the sun up over flat Earth? You don't know. But I can tell you, using Kepler's laws, the relationship between the Earth and the sun. And why it maintains that relationship. So, there's a long list of things that we can answer for the globe, and you can't answer for flat Earth. The claimed see too far observations, right? You see a building, and flat earthers are like, yeah, so much should be hidden. But wait a second, the bottom of it is obstructed by something. What is it? What is obstructing it? According to flat Earth, nothing should be obstructing it. You can't answer that, but all you want to talk about is your misunderstanding of the globe. You're like, well, this much should be obstructed. You're getting it wrong. You've done the wrong prediction. It's not the prediction for the globe. It's a prediction for not globe. And you run away from the very damning problem that there should be nothing blocked for flat Earth, but there is. So when we ask questions of you, it's in the chat here, it's to have an indelible record of flat Earth's failures to explain the basic things that are necessary to be explained. That we can for the globe and you can't for flat Earth. It's just our way of kind of mocking you. I mean, we don't say it too often that we're mocking you, but we are, right? If you can't answer, you're getting mocked, right? And right here, it's a record. This is going to be on YouTube. This is going to sit here, right? And we can see your inability to answer, just like we're watching right now. Oakley evading every question here because he has to, because he his version of what he claims is the necessary way to do science isn't the necessary way. Ace SW says the fact that Flerfs claim not to have a model just to explain their pizza world and shifts the burden of proof. It is. Oh, I got a super chat I haven't read yet from Josh Garver. I don't know why I let that go for so long. For $20 says, bruh, yo, it's really simple, my guy, bro. Yes, it is. It's so simple. Eclipse Chris says, I can't see far enough for flat Earth, therefore it is a globe. Well, yeah, that is the fundamental problem, right? They claim incorrectly, see too far. But the real problem is you can't see far enough. Right? They're like, oh, well, air obstructs your view. But wait a second. Go to the ocean at night, face west. You can see the stars right above the horizon. If you can see the stars right above the horizon and they're farther away than whatever it is that's in that direction on the dirt pizza, why can you see them? They're not that bright. Doesn't work. That's why we mock.
You have to, not me. I know that it's been proven empirically, because the lack of vitamin C can't both be the cause of scurvy and not be the cause of scurvy simultaneously. It would violate the law of non-contradiction and is the empiricism that the scientific method offers when proving things.
Well, incorrect.
However, again, I'm not seeming to get my conclusion, mods. It's about the 10th attempt.
Try again.
I can't. Jiren keeps interrupting me. I'll keep appealing to you. You're not doing it.
This guy's desperate.
Wah. Poor Nathan. Look, Nathan, we all see your tactics on your show. You have nothing. You have nothing to complain about here, you little baby.
Get my point without you interrupting me.
Go ahead, Nathan. Yep.
Oh, thank you. I don't actually need permission. I just need Jiren to stop interrupting me, fundamentalistically, religious zealot, muting me, projecting that which he moaned about my show directly onto me by doing it.
Oh my gosh.
That's what people who
Poor
lie
baby.
and project and are actually scammers do. They project their own lies and bullshit about how
poor
they behave onto their
Nathan.
opponents.
That's why we act
And they
like this.
claim that they won't interrupt and won't take themselves.
Nathan acts like this every fucking show, and I've never acted like this once. Do you see the difference there? I wonder what's causing me to act like this. Could it be the asshole that I'm having to deal with? Probably.
Yes.
What was your objection to my show? I shout down my opponents and alienate them from my show. Go, tell me about that again, Jiren.
Every show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Talk through them and stuff, right?
Yeah. Every show.
If I can attempt to get it back on track, gentlemen, if you're interested.
And Hammer, who's the mod there, he knows. he's seen Nathan's show, right? It's not a secret. He does it every day. He has somebody on, he doesn't have somebody on every day because he's made it clear that nobody's welcome there. So
scurvy thing. I'm trying, maybe, am I steel manning this correctly, Jiren? If basically what he's saying is before we have, and even after we have identified maybe that the lack of vitamin C does cause scurvy and that we need to be given citrus to these sailors and whatnot, is it not possible through further scrutiny that we find there possibly a combination of things, or, something, just as an example, you know what I mean? I was talking about something else a couple
You want me to answer?
Yeah, absolutely, please.
Yeah, if you want to, you can, like with magnetism, you can hold the vitamin C constant and see if you induce the effect by varying something else.
But we already proved it.
Yeah, sorry, did you say we already proved it? The thing that you've claimed I'm a scammer for saying?
Yep. In your little realm, you already said we proved it. Why would we continue testing it? Why would we hold vitamin C?
No, you just said we proved it.
Holy shit.
Well, he was saying...
yeah. Oh, all right, good. The Hammer's explaining. Nathan's playing a little word game here.
He was saying by your standard, Nathan.
Loser.
I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to clarify to come in the middle.
Yeah, but you know he's not this dumb. You know it.
I think I don't think it's a matter of dumb. I just sometimes I honestly believe there's cultural differences. To be honest with you, I think there's cultural differences between.
This isn't cultural. This is empirical. When you detail logic, that's not anything.
Well,
that's logic.
Absolutely, I agree with that. But in the way that we communicate these things to each other, and I think sometimes it gets lost in translation. I really do.
No,
I mean, it's just my. It's just.
I will concede that. That's a complete failing on my part. For the last 4 years, I've failed to educate Jiren on how scientific method is empiricism incarnate. That's what it is. It only can prove things. But he still goes around calling me a scammer, saying because I say science proves when really vitamin C might not cause scurvy tomorrow, according to him. That's.
I'll say it, Nathan. You're a scammer.
Reasonable according to him. I think it's very unreasonable, and I'd like a concession. He's just said we can prove it, and then said no, that's actually not what I'm saying. So,
Can we maybe try?
Wow.
Since this is such a contentious. Sorry, I apologize. No, I apologize.
It's a guy who cannot admit he's wrong, so he's going to make things up the whole way
I'm
along.
saving Jaren's interruption from me. I'm getting interrupted by the mods now. So, Jiren, do you believe that it is not proven that the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy? Is that
Never
not
said that.
proven?
Never said
But
that.
it is proven.
I was using it as an example.
So is it proven or not?
100%?
What? 100% what?
I'm asking you, you're saying proven? Or you mean to a level of 100% or to 99.8?
100% empirically validated. Do you believe that vitamin C and the lack thereof is not the cause of scurvy?
It could be other things as well.
So you suggest that if you hold a man's vitamin C constant level, you can induce scurvy by some other means then?
Sure, maybe.
Okay.
That's why
That's what you think. Okay. I'm sure
The door is always open.
the medical profession are enamored and you will be hired immediately, Jiren.
Yeah, so, Nathan, does vaccines cure polio?
I'm not here to talk about vaccines. I'm talking about...
But you're here to talk about scurvy. You're here to talk about the medical profession. You just told me the medical world, they proved it. Okay, the medical world also proved that your rubella and mumps shots are needed and healthy for your baby. Do you believe that?
No, it's talk about medicine in that
Oh,
regard.
of course you're not. Of course you're not. You're not here to talk about anything that disproves you. Of course you're not.
Okay,
This is the thing. You have to stick to such a ridiculous, rigid, fucking nonsensical opinion of science where you're like, A is B. Yeah, that's called logic. And with mathematics, we can have actual proof. 1 + 1 will equal 2 today, tomorrow, and for all time. It can never change. Nothing about reality, science, discoveries, experimentation can ever offer that kind of proof, ever, period. If you can't see that, you're a scammer.
So I'm a scammer if I don't accept that tomorrow vitamin C and the lack thereof might cause scurvy.
Didn't say that. That's called a straw man.
Not a straw man. It's your example.
Yeah, it is. It's all you got is a straw man. You made up that argument, not my argument.
You gave me that example. It was your example.
No, I didn't give that example. I never said that we would find something that is different tomorrow about scurvy and vitamin C.
So it's proven then that vitamin C and the lack thereof causes scurvy. It's proven.
Sure, as much as things can be proven, yeah.
As much as, so tomorrow it's a possibility then. If it's as much as it can be and it might change, you're suggesting that tomorrow the lack of vitamin C, if you deprive a man of vitamin C, it won't cause scurvy because it might change tomorrow then, by your logic.
We could find out tomorrow that vitamin C is actually a collection of 3 different things. And out of those 3 different things, only one of those things is actually the cause of scurvy, the lack of that one thing. So it's no longer proof that vitamin C is included in that. Now we have to remove that and say, oh, it's actually 3 things. This is vitamin C. This we're going to call vitamin C1. This is we're going to call vitamin C2. And it's vitamin C2 that does it. That's why.
That's a great point. Great point.
Science always progresses. If we lived like you do, we wouldn't progress at all.
Who proof that vitamin C or the refinement of vitamin C
none of it would be proof.
Would be further proven more empirically to have a more refined definition of what the cause was by proving it, by continuing to do systematic experimentation, you're saying?
Yeah, but I'm the one who says to continue doing systematic experimentation. You told somebody on your show the other day that why would you do anything else? It's been proven. You don't need to touch it again. You don't need to go there anymore. That's what you said.
Right. So yes. So by example, I don't need to now start messing around with people's vitamin C content just in case the lack of vitamin C might not cause scurvy. It's been proven. We can pretty much just give people vitamin C and make sure they have it in their bloodstream, and then they won't die of scurvy because it's been proven. Something you say I'm a scammer for saying.
It's not been proven.
So it's not been proven that the lack of... Oh my God. So you were ranting earlier about he can't be this stupid. Jiren is this stupid. He's saying...
because I say that human beings, that you can never trust human beings.
When I summarise how badly he's contradicting himself...
Yeah, human beings have told me that vaccines are needed for my son. Human beings tell me, human beings have said that scientifically Tylenol is helpful for your headaches. But it's not.
I did. I had a headache the other day. Tylenol helped a lot.
What?
Red herring.
Why?
Because I'm talking about hypothesis construction with an example you gave.
Okay, that was the example I gave you. You want to do a different one?
I don't need to.
In every single... let's ask this. Hold on. So if
question I'm going to answer, was it rhetorical?
Yeah, this is rhetorical. So this one I want you to answer. If Oakley is correct in his assessment that science does prove things, then I'm going to ask him, what things has science proven? So far, you've given us 2. If heat, water boils, and if lack of vitamin C, scurvy happens.
Yeah, I don't need any more. When you claim
saying
science proves, when you've affirmed that science has proven things, that's all I need.
You keep saying that if you want. You're making that up. You realize that I've never said that, and I don't feel that way.
It's obvious that when I highlight my point that it's not justified to call me a scammer for saying that science proves, when you give 2 examples of things that it's proved, that just makes you wrong.
I gave you 2 examples of things you said it proved, not that are proven.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, but so you're telling me science was involved in the discovery that heat causes water to boil?
No, it's just a dumbed down example for you specifically.
Okay, so then if that's a dumbed down example, I'm asking for a real world example. Give me one.
It's always these super simplistic ones, of course. Josh Garver says, the thing is, mate, I know everything about everything. That's the bruv accent from England. The people that have been rioting, listen, I haven't heard much. So they're in the I didn't give enough context. People in England that have been rioting, there are a lot of them are these frustrated lower class white people is what I get the idea is who's doing it in England, and they have that accent, right? That's the kind of thuggish, rough accent from England. Not the posh one that us Americans like to hear, and it makes us think, ooh, that guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Not that one. It's the other end of that spectrum.
You gave was perfectly acceptable with vitamin C and scurvy.
That's your second proof that science is done. I want another one.
You need more to when you claim that by saying science proves I'm a scammer.
Both
I'm
those.
just answering you.
I've already disproven both those.
So tomorrow, lack of vitamin C won't cause scurvy because Jaren's right.
You keep missing the point. I'm saying not today. I'm saying in the past. Let's go back 200 years. We're out on ships. We're doing all this stuff.
Sorry,
What?
I can't do that.
What do you mean?
I don't have a time machine.
He can't, in this purely hypothetical conversation, he can't take a hypothetical step to place the conversation in the time before vitamin C was understood. Man,
Pretended before?
No, I don't like doing that. I just like showing people that
you
they're
don't.
wrong.
I don't like doing that.
Right, of course you don't, because when they pretend and we go back in time, then it's exposed that the people back then may have not known what we know today. So they
No, that's right. That's right. They didn't. Then they formulated a scientific prediction and varied their presumed cause to validate it empirically.
And are you saying they could never have been wrong about that presumed cause?
They could either validate their null, which would be to say if they vary something and it doesn't cause the effect, then they validate their null.
Okay, so if we thought that the waterfall...
Well, one quick question, Jiren.
Sure.
Do you understand that if you validate your null, you're also proving something? You've proven that statement true.
Sure, I've already said that is the case, but I've asked you, couldn't you be wrong about that?
What is the case?
Okay, so we talked about the heat. If my hypothesis was, and we're going back in time, not today, because today I understand how ovens work and I understand that the heat transfer is different than when you have the fire underneath the pot. I get all that. I'm saying go back in time. Let's say we see this boiling water at a hot spring. We're like, what's causing that? Somebody says maybe it's ice. I say that doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't seem like the water's hot. Ice doesn't seem to be under there. I bet it's heat. We all agree we want to do a test. And so we keep trying to get water to boil. But let's say that the temperature to boil water was 600 degrees. And back 100 years ago, maybe we had a hard time getting the water to that temperature. So we keep trying. We keep varying and manipulating, as you say, the independent variable, which is the heat. We take it from candle to bonfire to a bigger fire till we do as much as we can at the time. And then it never boils the water. Maybe the vessel that the water's in is too thick to get the water hot. We don't know. We're just doing experimentation. We're just dumb humans. But then at the end of our experimentation, we would get to the end of that road and we would say, guess what? We've now proven the null because we took the varying and manipulating as far as we possibly could as human beings. And we didn't know that eventually down the road, they would invent some machine that can actually heat things up to a proper temperature, at which point we realized, oh, it was heat. We just weren't hot enough. This is the problem with all of it. So
there is something that I've neglected. So my bad, it's my problem because I've missed out step 1 and step 2 that would address this. So if you will indulge me, Jiren, I'd like to explain that now, if you will allow me.
Sure.
Here's where Nathan condescends, as if he hasn't been the entire time.
Okay, so in the case of the natural phenomena, the dependent variable, be it water boiling, the first step in the scientific method is to observe the natural phenomena occurring.
Now, this is, here we're seeing a view into his dogmatic religious method to reject all science. So you watch this, and then you think every step that he goes through, there's many off-roads that they can take to reject anything that they don't like.
Typically, when I detail the method, I leave out step 2, just to keep it really concise and clean. But step 2 is do background research. See if anybody else has done any experiments, if you like, beforehand. See if anybody else has done any research on the subject. See what information you can gather before you make your educated guess in your scientific prediction that's empirical and will only prove things. Before you do that, you see water boiling. Now, in your imaginary land going back in time where water will only boil at 500 degrees C, you wouldn't be observing that as a natural phenomenon if that was the case, because nothing natural.
How did they back in time observe water boiling without a fire or a pot? Right? I suppose they could maybe go to a hot spring, but not everybody gets to see a hot spring. In fact, I have never personally seen a hot spring where water is boiling. So where's the naturally observed phenomena? Nowhere. Nobody's ever seen that naturally. Well, maybe a few people have, but generally no. So you see how that would automatically now get rejected? We can't do an experiment about water boiling by Nathan's method because nobody ever saw it naturally occurring, or not enough people have, right? Very few. Let's imagine that nobody's actually been to a hot spring and seen water boil without human intervention, which he defines as not natural, therefore not allowed.
Boils water in that way. So in this instance, the first thing you do is you see a boiling hot spring and go, well, that's a phenomena. I wonder what caused that. Then you suppose a cause of it. And because you've got close and gone, a bit hot, you might guess it's heat that causes it. And then if you put a candle on underneath, I'm not trying to be facetious, If you put a candle under it wouldn't replicate the experience that you had when you observed the natural phenomena in the first place. So your educated guess is going to have a bearing on what you manipulate. And in this instance, although it's not quantitative versus qualitative that I'm highlighting here, it's just that you'll have a good idea of how much heat in this instance you might want to apply. Because when you test your hypothesis, your aim is to ascertain the cause. You're trying hard.
Okay, and then again, you see, he insists that the aim, only allowed aim, is to determine the cause. Science is more powerful than that. It can do more than just determine the cause. In fact, the causation is actually a rather difficult thing to determine in science. Other things are less difficult to determine, like the shape of benzene. That's not as difficult to determine as the cause of the shape of benzene. You see? That's a bit more complicated.
Not putting a candle underneath or putting an extra thick crop pot.
Would you say this, Nathan? Nathan, would you say that a person could make a mistake because they're fallible and they didn't know to the level that they needed to go to prove it? So again, if you would you admit that could happen, or are you going to admit, or are you going to say that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if that happens, Nathan, now we're on the same page now. If that happens, then that person would think they proved the null, and they'd be incorrect.
Yeah,
correct.
As I say, that happens all the time. People make errors, and you're right. But embedded in the process, that's why I kept on affirming systematic experimentation. Yeah, somebody could have formulated an invalid hypothesis to begin with. That's absolutely the case. Yeah, people are fallible.
So when are you going to how are you going to make the decision that
Wait, if people are fallible, then how can you prove things?
Somebody didn't make a mistake? How are you going to be the determination? So we have to trust. Hold on, I'm talking. So we have to trust Nathan Oakley's opinion of the experiment before we call it proof, because they could have gotten it wrong. But the fact that somebody could get it wrong isn't evidence enough for you to realize that we could never assume that everybody got everything right.
Don't assume anything. You do it yourself. You can validate.
What if I'm wrong as well? What if I'm wrong as well?
I was talking.
Okay, cool for you.
You just told me off when I affirmed. I just said, yeah, agreed with you. You told me off. Now I'm doing the same back. Good for me. Yeah, just don't interrupt. It's easy. That's right. Systematic experimentation would mean that you pass it off to others who are independent of you, that don't just assume that you've got it right. They do it themselves with their own setup to validate it. So absolutely not. You don't trust that everybody's just done the experiment right and that that's where the process ends. It's done systematically. So step one, I was trying to go through a second.
Wait. But when Anthony Riley claimed to have proven what that relative density causes the force of an egg to rise, that wasn't systematic. That was one experiment, and your whole clown troupe agreed, proven. There was no passing off to anybody else to go and double check. It was proven, done. Once something's proven, why go back? It's been proven. If you test it again and then you have a different result, then it was not proven. But that's not possible, because if it's proven, it can't be unproven. It's a one-way road.
Observe natural phenomena. Typically not mentioned on my show because it's not as concise. Do some research. Get close to the hot spring that's boiling so that you go, oh, it's quite hot. Might not be able to achieve that with just a candle. Anyway, then you do step two, formulate a hypothesis. If I vary the heat, then I will induce the effect. That's your alternative. And if I vary the heat, it won't induce the effect. So that when you vary the heat, it either induces the effect or doesn't. Now, if you're saying I didn't do enough of the variation, then you will, in your mind, affirm the null when you haven't. Because someone else could come along and suppose the exact same cause, but get a positive result. But all that means is you had a fault in your experimental setup, not that you validated the null.
So then it wasn't proven.
Validation, I'll just say it once more, nearly there, requires systematic experimentation, not just...
But what systematic experimentation was used in the experiment that you said was proven? None. The systematic stuff, this isn't what he talks about. This is new just for this conversation.
Okay, so at what point in a test or experimentation can we now call it proof?
When it's been done systematically and systematically ruled out. Every single time someone applied heat to water, it never boiled under any circumstances. Every single time they did it, they never induced the effect. Then, through systematic experimentation, you prove the null.
Okay, so now
like
can I talk?
That's this version of things is not what he's talked about before, this systematic thing. How did you test everything? You didn't.
Okay, I got your story up to the point where you say we proved it because we did systematic experimentation. But what if the temperature, the boiling point of water, was beyond our ability to get there? So they would have never reached that conclusion that you claimed. They would have proved the null when it wasn't correct.
Then nobody would have a kettle.
Yeah,
What?
This is an example. Okay, science would have nothing.
This is a good one. Can tungsten boil? How about iridium? Can iridium boil? At what temperature does it boil? Until the problem with iridium, it is one of the highest boiling points. So what vessel could you put iridium in to boil it? You can't. So how could that ever be tested? So in fact, how could you test whether or not iridium could boil? Of course, there's other methods that scientists have come up with, but Nathan isn't aware of them. So let's go with Nathan's ignorant. How could you even test if iridium can boil? Because to Jaren's talking about water, but we can go to iridium. How could you test that? You apply heat, doesn't boil. You apply more heat, doesn't boil. You apply more heat, the pot melts. The iridium doesn't. You didn't make it boil yet. Now what? Does it boil? Well, it does. But using just applying heat, you can never make it boil. All right, that makes me now I need to look up the boiling point of iridium. Let's see. Ionization. That's it. Stay there. Stay there. Oh gosh, come on. No, this isn't the one. All right. Let's see. And there's maybe isotopes that even have a higher boiling point, but then, or not isotopes, alloys, right? Right. But whatever it is, there is some material that is the highest boiling, melting point that you just can't get past. So, all right. Boiling point of iridium, 4,130 C. Which is 7,466 Fahrenheit. So how was that tested? I don't know. It wasn't using Oakley's method, though, was it? Because you'd apply 5,000 Fahrenheit. It didn't boil. Did you prove that it does not boil now? No, it has to be systematic. Well, how do you know when you're done with that systematic? You don't.
To do.
What would happen if we didn't figure out that the application and variation of heat caused water to boil? Because water boiling was beyond its current boiling point, therefore we never discovered it. Life would be very different. For one example, we'd have no kettles. What do you want me to say?
Point, man. You're missing the point. Because I'm only using these two because these are your two examples that you have. This is all you have. Name one other. If you, this is what you said. You said it's a scientific method. Only a scientific test only proves things. Okay, if that's all it does, then you better have more than two things that it's proven. That's it. Yeah. Two things. And guess what? It didn't prove anything to do with the heat causing water to boil. That was discovered. Science is supposed to uncover hidden things. You just keep talking. Science is supposed to uncover hidden things, not things that are obvious.
Yes, I agree. So when you suggest that only two, if you're going to suggest that you have got two results where two people put candles under crock pots and they didn't get the water to boil, we shouldn't just use that to affirm the null. That's right, because I wouldn't call that systematic.
So then what did the test do? I thought the test only proves things.
It does.
What did it do in this case? What did it do? What did it do in the case that you just talked about? You said that two people...
An incompetent experimenter. They had a flaw in the experiment.
Oh.
Right. So you'll never know.
An incompetent experimenter. So there could have been a mistake and you concluded proof, but it wasn't proof because it was an incompetent experimenter. How did you know that? Systematic. Oh, but you didn't say systematic was necessary before.
You'll never know when somebody's got a flaw.
I'm trying to answer you.
Great, you answered.
No, I got interrupted immediately.
Man, the whole thing about the interrupting thing is such a crybaby.
It was one of your first points.
Keep crying.
You were crying about it. It was one of your first points you brought up. You cried about it.
Yeah, I was telling you why I don't watch your show.
Yeah, because like you're doing to me now, I interrupt people.
Yeah, well, people don't have to watch this. This is not my show.
Right. So your scummy behaviour that you're just demonstrating now is the reason you don't watch my show because of how you're behaving now. I gotcha.
Yes.
That's called projection.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Scummy behaviour from a scumbag. Stop projecting.
Now imagine that I had a mute button. Too.
Poor
Imagine I had a
boy.
mute button and I just kept muting you and calling you stupid and saying you're an asshole and you're an idiot and I just kept muting you. Is that fair?
That's what I'm doing. You're talking through me and now you're calling me an asshole and stupid.
I said if. You can't even have a conversation with somebody. You're like, impossible, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I want to say weird things.
It's so good.
It's just, this is miserable because anybody else I have a conversation with is a rational mind. And they'll take what I'm saying and go, oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I see what you're saying. That how could we ever say something is proven if you're saying that sometimes the experimenters make mistakes which affect the results? Therefore, how are you ever going to claim that the experiment has been done perfectly with no mistakes? That means that we then have to depend on you to be the arbiter of all truth. And I'm not going to give that to you. So I'm going to assume that in any case, there's a possibility that we're wrong. And by doing that, I will always be ready for the next bit of evidence to come forward. I will never shut the door on something. I will never say, nope, it's been proven now. We don't need to look at it ever again, because science is the ever progressing attempt at getting as close as you can to the truth. That's what science is. And the scientific method is the only way, the best way that we have to empirically get as close as we can to that truth. And also, like you said, by redoing experiments, we help clean up any kind of either bias technically or like mistake or incorrect application of a hypothesis. That's why we keep doing tests. But you're saying that today, but on your show, you tell people that once something is proven, it all stopped. We don't need to look at it again. So that's the difference between us two. I'm saying we would never reach that point. You're saying we reach that point. The other thing I'm saying is I thought it was you who taught me that science was, and the scientific method is about the natural world. But on your show the other day, you're telling everybody that if it wasn't for the scientific method and science, we wouldn't be talking on computers. You realize the difference between technology and science, right?
Yeah. As an outcome of the scientific method, you get technology following. So there's useful, practical, applied technology off the back of scientific discovery, in that case, semiconductors.
But what part of semiconductors used your version of science there, Nathan boy? They didn't.
Correct. So isn't that what Bob Nodell was saying to you? That he was saying that there were some things that have been determined that have turned into technology that we can use for experimentations, and you were telling him no? Isn't that the whole...
The technology isn't the science. The technology is the technology. The science came before the technology.
Correct. It led to the technology.
Proved something so that you could use that proof to produce technology.
Okay, so what part of the natural world was discovered that led to computers?
The diffraction and the cause thereof in case the double slit experiment and quantum mechanics.
So the double slit experiment and quantum mechanics is what brought us computers?
Correct.
Okay.
That was the beginning of the quantum revolution, right? There were a couple steps between the double split experiment and figuring out how semiconductors work, and figuring out how to dope silicon to make it work. So many steps. Oh my gosh.
Yes. Quantum mechanics proved the cause of the diffraction.
Why did it? Why? How did it do that?
By varying knowledge of which path.
But that's not the natural world.
But you don't think diffraction's natural?
So what did they do? You're telling me they did. What did they do? What did they observe? What was the phenomenon they observed?
Ooh, what was the naturally observed phenomena that led them to diffraction? What's this going to be?
Like 5 seconds ago, diffraction.
They observed diffraction?
That's correct.
Okay, and then what did they vary and manipulate?
The dependent variable, the naturally occurring phenomena, was the diffraction of light. Light was the phenomena. Diffraction was the phenomena. Jiren.
Okay, so what was the vary and manipulated what?
Knowledge of which path.
Knowledge of which path?
That's correct.
They varied and manipulated knowledge of which path?
Yes. They went through the experimental stage after formulating a viable hypothesis, which had an independent variable, which was knowledge of which path, and a dependent...
Knowledge of which path? So this is the double slit experiment. Knowledge of which path is the independent variable. What? The knowledge, like the human knowledge, like a person knowing which path? So it's double slit experiment. Two slits in a well, all right. When you send a wave through two slits in a wall, right? On as the wave only gets through each of the slits, the wall blocks the rest of it, and then from that point, the waves spread out again. They don't just you don't just get a slice of the wave; they spread out, and then on the far wall, the waves interact with each other, and you get parts where the two peaks of the waves build on each other, and you get a high peak, and you get a where one is high and one is low, and they counter each other, and you get a no peak, or right in the middle, and then you get the opposite direction where two troughs merge and you get a deeper trough. That's what happens when you send these waves through it. But what happens when you send single particles at a time, one single particle at a time through this same wall, you get a pattern on the opposite wall of where it goes, where it hits and interacts with that opposite wall. If you do them one at a time so that they can't interact with another wave, there's only one particle going at a time. They, over time, as you build up this pattern, it builds the same pattern as if there was a whole bunch going at the same time. So you get that same wave-like pattern, even though they're individual corpuscles of energy. So the knowledge of which path, it didn't go through either path when it's a single particle. That's what's curious about it. That's what brought people to wonder what in the world is going on. That doesn't act in a way that we thought it would. It's counterintuitive. I don't know what knowledge he's talking about. Oh my gosh. Stringer one, remind me again how semiconductors use diffraction. Yes, of course they don't. Yeah, building a transistor on a computer chip doesn't use diffraction. It uses other parts of, to be fair, it uses other parts of, quantum electrodynamics. So is that the right term? I don't know. Quantum physics, broader term. How about that? It uses quantum physics. And the whole field of quantum physics really can trace back to this odd observation with the double slit, and that brought a whole bunch of things. Now, that wasn't the only one. The photoelectric effect was another one that had something to do with it. Things in special relativity was part of what built into quantum physics. There's a whole bunch of things in it, not just one. So I don't know how, Nathan has some examples he's written down, right? Him and the others on his panel. They've put together a short list. That's all they have that they think could potentially go through their incredibly ridiculous science denial path. But of course, anybody, could take some of the other things that they use to reject other science and just say, oh no, this is the same type of thing here. And so all of their science could be what they think could be rejected too. So it's clearly dishonesty. I'm a little behind here. Hold on. Steve Ravel says, watch it tune them's fighting's words. Northern UK. I don't know which are fighting words, but I do know Northern UK accent is pretty unique because I've heard Mark Steele from Gateshead talking. Aaron Reese says, you have a village of people who eat citrus regularly, but they have scurvy. It turns out they're genetically unable to absorb it. Not complex. Yeah, see, there's another variable that you would have to take into account. What if somebody has a genetic disposition that they can't absorb vitamin C? Or what if they have a disposition that they can absorb it, but it's really, really high? right? And so you didn't test, you tested your group of them, and everybody in your group except for one was cured of scurvy with whatever quantity you gave them. Oh, geez, you need to give them more. Give them more. Still a scurvy. Give them more. Still a scurvy. How do you know when to stop? At some point, if we have this knowledge now, at some point you will get to it, but you don't know when to stop. You don't know when you've proven. But so far, with this person didn't get cured from it, so the conclusion must be vitamin C does not. Right? Because you have one person for which it did not happen. It didn't prove. There's no proof that happened now.
Very much a naturally occurring phenomena of diffraction, and the null hypothesis that if you vary knowledge of which path, it will not cause wave function collapse, which is light diffraction and the collapse thereof, the phenomena that's being studied. Yes. Anything else?
No, that's hilarious.
Sorry, that's what gave us computers that we're now communicating on.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. The
My goodness, that's a simplification.
scientific discovery thereof. Yes, the proof that they were given. Yes, the null being ruled out and the affirmative being confirmed.
Yeah.
Proof. That's right.
Thank you, quantum mechanics.
Indeed. Thank you to the people who followed the scientific method.
Yes, it wasn't computer science, had nothing to do with it. It wasn't math. It wasn't mathematics. It wasn't logic. It wasn't ones and zeros. It was the double slit experiment.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
The technology came afterwards, but you wouldn't call the technology that developed off the back of the scientific discovery when proving things with the double slit experiment. That's a hypothesis test. That is science, the test, the hypothesis test, and the hypothesis construction. The technology that comes afterwards isn't the hypothesis test. That's the experiment. That's science. They aren't science.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. When was the double slit experiment done?
100 years ago.
Thought it was even longer than that, but all right. And it just took them that long to make computers, even though okay. I've never heard anybody claim that. So
It's not as good as some people's history on quantum mechanics. I know the bare bones of the experimental setup to the point.
I've just never heard anybody say that before. So
Yeah, the bare bones. There's all that he has is one seminal experiment that led to quantum physics. That's all he had there, which is a necessary understanding in order to make semiconductors. Wow. All right. I started reading some here and I got sidetracked by watching what we're watching. Virillion says vitamin C was discovered in 1912. Oranges were used to cure scurvy, so Oakley proved only oranges cure scurvy before then, and that's exactly the point, right? Vitamin C doesn't cure scurvy, oranges do. But so do limes. But they didn't test. But what if you didn't test limes? You've proven that oranges cure scurvy. Limes can't. Because oranges were proven. Oh, both can. Okay, but that's not... How did he state that in his all of his proof stuff? That's yet another, caveat you have to add. Everything is caveats now. It's just littered with it. There's so many caveats. You never get done. Josh Garver says isoesoterically, the reformication fallacy is Rayleigh egg problematic, though. Oh my gosh. Let me try again. Isoesoterically, the reformication fallacy. Reformication fallacy. Reification fallacy? If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me see if it's here, if I can scroll there. It's right here. Look at this. He put a bunch of weird letters together in a sequence that nobody's done before, right here. Right? What? Why? All right, you all read it. Isoesoterically, the reformication fallacy is Rayleigh egg problematic, though. Thank you for that, Josh Garver. I really appreciate You making me say that. I have no idea what it is. Yes. Am I reading from the Turbo Encabulator again? Second best Bob, says Nathan Oakley, is an embarrassment to my country. He's an embarrassment to the human species. He's an embarrassment to flat earthers. You know, there's 12 flat earthers that think that he's cool, and all the other flat earthers are like, oh, geez, please no. Could he just stop? We don't want him. But you know what, flatties? He's yours. We don't want him back. Right? If he came back yesterday, if he came out tomorrow and was like, hey, I was kidding. Earth is a globe. I'd be like, no. You go back. We don't want you. Go back over there. We don't want you. You're a horrible person, Nathan Oakley. Terrible, horrible, awful person. Go slap yourself instead of kids. Christian Hodge says, by Oak Derp's logic, we can never figure out how a TV works since we can't use science on it. Yeah, and that's the other another one of the paths to rejecting everything they don't like is if they say it needs to be naturally occurring. So as soon as you use something that's not naturally occurring, you can kick it out. So if you use a pot to boil water, you can't do that because it's not naturally occurring. Nathan will accept it because he only selectively applies that. Right? He'll talk about a helium balloon that goes up. Helium balloons are not naturally occurring, but he'll talk about a helium balloon that goes up until you say, what if you put it into a vacuum chamber and evacuate the air? Then Nathan Oakley says, oh, but a vacuum chamber is not naturally occurring. Neither is a helium balloon. He's just picking and choosing which things he's going to accept and which he won't. He's got a whole menu. He's got a smorgasbord, if you will, of different options in that he's put together to reject everything that he doesn't like. Smorgasbord. Who says it with an SH and who says it with an S? Smorgasbord. You type in the chat. What do you say? Smorgasbord or smorgasbord? I'll tell you what I say after we get a couple in there. We got Kiwi Burps. Is Jiren the most based flat earther so far? Yes. Yes, he is. Steve Revel says, why is there no universal solvent to dissolve anything? Why would we keep it in if it dissolves everything, even if we wanted to boil it? Absolutely. Yeah, you can't have a universal solvent. It'd be a little bit of a problem. Wouldn't it? Whatever you had, it would dissolve whatever it's in until it neutralizes itself somehow. Okay, let's see what we get for these answers here. We got SH, S, SH, SCH, SM, S. Man, it's all over the place. We got Fred and Six Fly puts a umlaut over the O and is that a ring over the A? Okay. That looks very, that might be like the original language it was in. Let me see here. See if I can get that bigger. That is a ring above the A. See that? Man, it's all over the place. I don't really see a clear answer, so I'm going to have to do a poll. All right, people, get ready for the poll. Make it a quick one here. Now I don't want to mess up spelling it wrong. I'm going to look up the right spelling. All right. So I'm going to spell it right and then spell it wrong, but with the pronunciation we're asking for. So there you go. Here's the poll. Gibus says a ring is a Swedish O. Like a longo? All right, there's your answer. Smorgasbord or smorgasbord? While you're voting, we've got CJ Lamoureux gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. And if you received one, thank CJ Lamoureux. And then Icy Spin says, who's more scammer, Oakley or Dearth? I think Dearth. Partly because of the scope of his scam, right? Oakley sits there and just he's poor guy. I mean, I don't feel sorry for him for 1 second. He's a worthless piece of turd. But he gets he's happy to get 1,000 views on his ironically named Flat Earth debate channel. He's his scamming doesn't do well, and in this stream, in this conversation, he said that he struggles. Yup. And if you listened to Ranty after he escaped the Flat Earth cult, he revealed some interesting information about the budget that Oakley needs to get. So yeah, he's not successful at scamming. So all right, here we go. Poll is ending, and the winner is Smorgasbord with an S, and 27%. That's a pretty good number. Say smorgasbord. I say smorgasbord with an S. I more often say buffet, though. I have heard people say buffet, but I'm not going to take a poll on that. My mom says smorgasbord. She does not say buffet, though. She says buffet. Like, Mom, it's buffet. No, it's buffet. Mom, it's smorgasbord. No, it's smorgasbord. Okay, Mom. Icy Spin says, if smorgasbord is in the conversation, I leave. Don't you like the melting pot of America? The Chinese buffet is the melting pot of America. Everybody's there. I love it. Everybody's there. You go to a big Chinese buffet at lunchtime. You're like, oh yeah, everybody's there. Went to one a while ago, and it was a group of Buddhist monks wearing their like orange, I think it was orange outfits. Group of them sitting there, like, awesome. Said hi to them. They were nice. Yeah, everybody's there. That's what's cool. Josh Garver says for $20. I'm sorry, I tried to match Flerf wording, just giving you general supporter. Thank you for that. And this is interesting. Look at that. It says Josh Garver is this to celebrate their 3rd super on a live stream. This is not the 3rd super. This is the this is what's interesting. In this live stream, Josh has super chatted 1, 2, 3, 4 times just in this live stream, and every one of them was labeled as Josh's 3rd super chat. I don't get that. There's a little bit of a bug there, but it's great. I love that it's your 3rd time super chatting for the 5th time in this stream. That's pretty good. Okay, we are getting close to the end of where Jiren finally puts Oakley out of his misery.
That the double slit experiment led to computers, so I'd have to look into it. I've just never heard it. Doesn't mean you're wrong, because I've never heard that.
Right.
Okay, let's back to what we're talking about. So this is what I would hope we could walk away with, is Jiren says that science doesn't prove things unequivocally 100%. He thinks we should always continue to do experiments and tests, even on things that we think are proven, because we never know if new things might be discovered, or we might have done part of the test incorrectly, or we might have had some bias going into it. And you would say, why do I keep hearing somebody talk? And you would say, But no, you feel differently. You feel that we can prove things unequivocally because that's all the scientific method does, even though it only has 2 things that you can name, even though that's all it does. So can we just agree to that and walk away? I mean, what else do you need me to say? Because I think what you want me to say is science proves things.
Well, there was something I was hoping to get common ground with you to end it on, actually, which was where you said, well, if you're affirming the null, well, you're not proving something. Okay. But that's the only thing I wanted to round out on, if I can beg your indulgence again, which is to say that.
Hold on. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. You said I said that? Or you said that?
I'm going to say something now, and you can either take it or not. It's up to you.
Okay.
Before they get there, I see Shifty in the chat talking about Dearth scamming people. Dearth is a scammer. And Shifty is saying, well, he's not forcing. Right here, he says it. Well, people can choose to pay for the app or not force. Well, that doesn't make it not a scam. Right? If somebody calls you up and says, I'm with the IRS and you have a you have to pay something or you're going to go to jail. Well, and then you give them your credit card. You weren't forced to. You chose to. You were ill-informed and you chose to. Less extreme example, say you get an email from somebody claiming to be a Nigerian prince and they just need your help to get a chest of gold doubloons out of the country that they found hidden somewhere. All they need is for you to clear it at customs with FedEx. And my friend here's how you contact FedEx. It's definitely FedEx is really us at gmail.com. So send an email to that email address, and then they'll hook you up with some money that you need to send in order to release this chest of gold doubloons, and then you'll be wealthy. Did they force you? No, they scammed you. Now, Dearth's scam isn't for the same amount of money. It's a smaller amount of money. Yep. Doesn't make it not scam. Any amount of money is scam. Here's how he scams. He talks nonsense for a bunch of minutes on some platform, then says, well, if you don't believe me, then you can prove it to me, and I'll give you 3 Bitcoin. And how do you prove it? What is the process? Well, the process is go download his app, $3, and then watch a video every day for a certain number of days. Ching, ching, ching on YouTube views. And then if you still don't, then send me a globe proof. How do you send it? Not stated. What is an acceptable proof? Not stated. What is the third party method if you disagree with his choice? Not stated. Is the money in escrow? No. Does the money even exist? Unknown. So that's the scam, right? The whole point of a scam is getting people to voluntarily give you something that they really should not be doing. That's the scam. You go find a scam where somebody didn't somehow voluntarily do it. It's just theft if it's not, right? That we have a different name for involuntarily getting stuff, right? Just theft. So money exists in escrow. Oh, well, where did he document this escrow? Nowhere. Nowhere at all. I documented the money I put in escrow. So I can support it. I've never seen it. I don't watch his stuff, so maybe I'm missing it. But
when you validate a null, that is to say you get a 0 difference result. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, beyond, I understand and accept your valid critique that you couldn't just take one person doing it or just 2 people doing it. It'd have to be done over and over and over and over and over again, always showing the same result. But if, like in your example, let's pretend it's not water boiling, right? It's uranium boiling or something obscure that isn't something that obviously directly affects us with boiling kettles, right? So I'll use your example again, but with uranium boiling, let's say that we observe that naturally. We just see it and it's boiling. We go, what the hell causes that? And we genuinely don't know, but we suppose it's heat. and it don't matter what we do. Let's say we can't stop it boiling. Yeah,
Right.
doesn't matter how much we cool it. We can't figure out what's making it boil because we can't stop the effect for the sake of argument, right? At which point, when you vary the temperature, in this case, I'm saying cool it, just to make it very different to the boiling water example.
Mm-hmm.
When you've done it over and over and over again, everybody's tried it. They're all trying to stop it from boiling, whatever element I just described, and they never ever achieve it, no matter how much they do it. Would you agree that at that point they've proven the null statement that A, cooling temperature, won't cause gallium not boiling or whatever I said earlier? You understand that would be proving the null.
So now tell me, what if the
Josh Garver twice in a row sends a $1.99 super chat saying celebrating my third. Both of them are labeled as his third super chat on my channel. I don't know how you're doing that, Josh, but it's an amazing talent. An amazing talent.
the way we could get it to stop boiling was to take it to absolute zero, but that we didn't have a way to get there. So we all did it. 50 people did the test. We all took it down as cold as we could get it, and we never could make it stop boiling. So we now proved the null or whatever. But then 10 years down the road, 50 years down the road, somebody figures out a way to get things even colder. We run it back through the test, and now we realize that we were originally wrong. That's my whole point, is that could happen at any point and we would never know that it's happening.
Absolutely perfect. So at the point that you're saying that because we can't attain absolute zero, it may be the case. Now, again, don't take this the wrong way. That's fallacious because it's an appeal to the future fallacy. But notwithstanding that, it's not really the point. If you're suggesting that by way of systematic experimentation, you constantly go through the process, you constantly verify.
It's not a fallacy. They're just talking about hypothetical situations. Oh my gosh.
And manipulate the variable to see if it still causes the effect like it always did, then yeah, that's absolutely correct. You would, though, at that process, bearing in mind that if you accept in your example that we can't reach absolute zero, like we can't now, because that's why we've got it in the example.
And Cretan Bull is celebrating 5th. Is that a thing for you too? Hold on. It is. Cretan Bull prior had a 5th at 10:17 had a 5th super chat and just again did a 5th super chat. All right, hold on. I'm Josh. I'm going to celebrate with you. I've got the the utterly amazing mug, and what better thing to put in an utterly amazing mug than something like this here. So here, I thank you, Josh. Oh, that's all of it. I think this is well over a year old. Time to get a new one. But there it is. Okay. I don't know if you can see it. Hold on. I know how you can see it. There you go. Thank you. Celebrating your third. That's good stuff. I like the Baileys. But let me catch up with all of the thirds that he's. Gary Donnelly says, I don't get to see too many lives, so hi, I'm Situn. Hello, Gary Donnelly. Glad you're here. Member for 47 months. That's almost 4 years. Amazing. Thank you so much. iSolder74 says, poor Nathan Oakley. He can't stand when someone uses his own cheap tricks against him. I know. He's the victim. Nathan is the victim. Stringer News 1 says, celebrating my... Yes. Certainly, Stringer News 1 has a long history, but it doesn't give him a number. I don't know why. Josh Garver again celebrating his third. Cygnus Steps says, Catherine is catfishing me, guys. Is Catherine catfishing you? So Catherine has been in here tonight. Catherine MC says, wait, you think I'm trying to scam you into a relationship? Catherine, why are you trying to scam people into a relationship? Man. I'm getting William Cozart says I'm getting crunk. I shouldn't on this, but I'm a lightweight. I'll let you know if I feel anything. Who was here when I watched the Star Wars holiday special, and had a pint with Industrial Nerd. Now, I don't like beer, so I can't have a pint of beer. I had a pint of Bailey's. That was a lot of Bailey's. I'll tell you. That one I felt. Okay. So Cygnus Step. Yeah, so be careful. Don't get catfished by Catherine. All right. Just be aware. Be aware. The Turtle Move says, is this what is meant by pleading the fifth? I don't know. Josh Garver says, celebrating my 70th third. I don't get it. Killa Cuts says, you should try Bailey's with a shot of lime and swill it in your mouth. They call it a cement mixer. Yep. That would be, I could try it, but now I can't because I have neither lime nor Bailey's. I'm going to have to replenish my Bailey's. I do have this. I have the Crown. This is my entire supply. This is the entire house supply right now. Now that I've extinguished the other one. That's all I got. Midday Smoke says the name Catherine has the word cat in its only logical. Catherine is a catfish. Catherine. Oh, amazing. Shafty says we all convince ourselves we don't feel the booze. I think I feel it too quickly. I'll tell you that. FS Tree. I cannot pronounce this. Where'd it go? FS Festrilanis for 50 secs, which is Swedish kroners, says smorgasbord with an S. At least that's what the Swedes say. All right. Yeah, because every word in English that we've borrowed from somewhere else, we totally pronounce correctly. When we were driving from Texas to Colorado in April, we drove through a town that has the Cadillac Ranch. Now, who knows what town has the Cadillac Ranch in Texas? Put in the chat. Turns out that the name of that town is borrowed from Spanish. And I am aware of the Spanish pronunciation of it. I'll just put this right here. I'm aware of the Spanish pronunciation of it, and I was using the Spanish pronunciation of it. And people were like, what in the world are you talking about? I'm like, oh no, we're going to drive there. We're going to drive to the town named Yellow in Spanish. And they did not know what I was talking about. So the name of the town in Spanish is Amarillo. But they don't pronounce it that way in Spanish. So the pronouncing things that's from Swedish into English for smorgasbord correctly, we have a terrible track record of pronouncing things correctly because nobody calls that town Amarillo. They call it Amarillo with a hard L. So there you go. Deadpool 2028. Aluminum, that's all. Yes. I know a song about Cadillac Ranch. You do? I know a song by the Lost Dogs that mentions Cadillac Ranch, and I know a song by the Swirling Eddies. And this is actually where I get it from. I don't know. Have any of you heard of the Swirling Eddies? The Swirling Eddies has a song in which one of the people say, My name is Amarillo. I come from Amarillo. So that, to me, framed my pronunciation of that town. That's where it came from. Josh Carver says, love you, MC Toon. I've super chatted twice only. Of course. Thank you so much. Icy Spin says, how did Dunning and Kruger minimize their biases? I don't know. Oh, I just finished reading the scientific paper that came out last year. So a year ago, spring. So a bit over a year. It was a Spanish study in Spain, written in English, about flat earthers and Dunning-Kruger. So it's a pretty good study. I'll be doing a video on it. All right. I am feeling it a little. Brilliant says, Cygnus Step, you said I was the only one. It's Catherine is getting it now too. Catherine says, I would have an OnlyFans surely to catfish. I can't think of any good thing involved in catfishing. It's creepy. Then why are you doing it, Catherine? So weird. Icy Spin says, that's the paper you shared with me on Discord. Yes. With somebody. Must have been with... I talked to a lot of people. People ask questions. If I have it, I send it. An answer. Man, that was not much. That was not much. And oh my gosh. Okay. Hold on. Josh comes in with Josh's third super chat ever, apparently, which I'm going to celebrate now. That little bit of Bailey's was enough, but I'm gonna, Josh, thank you so much for that one, and I will do this off camera so nobody sees. More than I should. Probably more than a shot. I know. I had dinner, but it was at 8:30 and it's 2. So Midnight Smoke says, I kind of miss the days of JM. It's really hard to top the water tower taking off. It was. Icy Spin says, car keys in the bowl by the sink, please. I am such a lightweight. If we go anywhere, if I have anything, I hand the keys over. All right. This is more than a shot, and it's got Bailey backwash in it. But thank you very much, Josh. Says, love you, MC Toon. I've super chatted twice only. Bailey's and Crown is not going to be a popular mix. There we go. Thank you for that. Slithery says, do you have any recent opinions on Starliner? So Starliner is Boeing's capsule that went up to the ISS, comparable to SpaceX's Dragon capsule. Lots of problems, so many problems with technical stuff, things getting delayed. Like, SpaceX has been doing it for years, and Boeing's like, oh, hey, we're almost there. Hold on. And yeah, they finally sent up 2 people. And it gets up there, and there's some problems with it. And they're like, I don't know if it's the astronauts have been up there longer than planned. It's a good thing there's sleeping quarters and there's food. They have extra stuff just in case. I suppose it, and I would not if they're like, hey, okay, well, we've totally fixed everything, so I want you two to, just, jump on in there and we'll just bring it back home. Be like, you know what? Anybody want to do rock, paper, scissors for I'm going to be in the bathroom for a while. You guys, whoever, just jump on in without me. Don't, anyway. So yeah, I would not want to go back in that. I'd be very skittish. So yeah, it's been a bad news for them. Yeah. And Boeing, man, I was talking to somebody, Dan. I was talking to Dan about Boeing, and they've had a lot of problems lately. They've had a bit of a bad run. The 737 incident, which, it's not directly related to this. It's my thinking has changed now. The 737, that was a crazy one. We talked about that at work quite a bit. Oh, jeez. Gosh. Josh. We talked about the 737 one a bit. So was it 2 737s crashed and people died? They had 2, one on either side of the airplane, 2 things that were measuring the angle of the plane. Let's call them angelometers. And those 2 things that were measuring the angle of the plane, one of them failed and was reporting the wrong number. And the software did not know correctly which one to take, right? How do you know when you only have 2, which one failed? You've got to pick one. Well, it picked wrong. And so it thought the plane was angling some direction that it wasn't. And it did it, and it's all fly-by-wire, so the computer controls everything. So the pilots are like, oh, well, we're diving. Pull back. But the plane thought it's going up. So when the pilots pull back, the plane says, oh, nay. You don't want to do that. You're already going up. We're not going to let you go up. Instead, we're going to go down because this angelometer is telling us that we're going up too much. And then that led to a crash. So they needed, there's only 2. How do you decide which one is good if there's only 2? You can't tell which one is in error. You need an odd number, typically, in order to settle a dispute. So you need 3, right? So you say, well, these 2 are in agreement and this third one disagrees. We're going to take the 2. We're going to take the quorum, right? So you can do the same with 5. So, if you really need redundancy, say, well, what if 2 of them fail? What if, right? Now, typically, if 2 of them fail, they're not going to fail identically. So if you had five things and it was a numerical, a quantitative number, right? They're not going to match, right? These 3 match, these 2 don't match each other. Well, it's okay. You can actually do just 4 then, because 3 match and 1 doesn't. 2 match, 2 don't even match each other. So all of those things you can resolve. Okay. Anyway, our whole point as we were sitting there was, man, I'm glad we don't write software for airplanes. Josh, I'm gonna thank you for that one. Just because it's a late night. It's after 2. This Tune After Dark. Josh says for $99.99. All right, that'll be 2 sips. Well, this is actually my 3rd. And then Icy Spin says, Ossifer, I swear to drunk I'm not God. Thank you very much, Josh. Man, all right. Let's hear the end of this. We have not a lot left.
Just to have your example, the scenario where we do.
It's not bottoms up. It's teats up.
Achieve absolute zero, because as it stands, we can't. So therefore, in your scenario, you would agree, given the fact we can't achieve absolute zero in that setting, we would affirm our null. We'd prove that the statement that the temperature won't affect the boiling would be proven true then.
No, because it does. When it gets to zero, it will.
So only with an appeal to the future fallacy, you mean?
No, because I thought we're telling a story here. So we could say instead that we do this whole test uranium thing, and let's say at 10 Kelvin is where it stops boiling. But let's say we can't get that. We only can get to 12 to 15, whatever. So we can't get there. Then did we prove anything with our scientific test?
No.
My answer would be no.
Good example. Yeah, exactly. So at that point, you know that in the experimental setup, that all you can do is vary the temperature. And because you can't vary it enough, you'd continue the process, wouldn't you? The systematic process would still kick in because you'd still got scope to vary it.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you're talking about we know the temperatures and we know 10 Kelvin, but I'm even saying let's remove that and say that we're just primitive people and we're testing things. The problem is at any experiment, you can always come up with something that somebody could have been doing incorrectly. That, to me, that's a no-brainer. Otherwise, what you have to admit is what you have to claim is that humans are perfect, and they're never perfect. So if we're never perfect, then the chances that we get a hypothesis, an experimentation, an observation, that we get all those perfectly correct, plus we knew all possible variables, is literally impossible. It cannot happen. So
I agree, but that's why it's controlled. So you only vary one thing. So yeah, there's loads of variables. And like with your magnetism example, yeah, feel free to test a different variable and see if you can also induce the effect. Right. When you say heat...
And how did you prove it if you didn't test all of them?
Causes water to boil, holding all things constant, like pressure. So what if I can alter the pressure, I can also induce the effect? Yeah, that's further discovery.
Right.
But that doesn't invalidate or confirm the null in the original hypothesis. It's still proven that variation of heat will cause water to boil. You'll never prove the null in that regard. You'll never systematically always try to apply heat and never get it to boil. You'll never do that systematically.
No, not today, but in the past possibly. Because let's just say we're in a world where fire is hard to come by, but we have ovens. That again, so we're not. Maybe we just keep trying to use these ovens, and we keep making ovens that get hotter and hotter. But guess what?
But ovens aren't naturally occurring. They're not part of nature, according to Nathan.
Well, you're never going to boil water in there.
Yeah, absolutely. You keep doing it systematically until you get to the point where you're 100% certain that you have varied it beyond all variation is possible. And you
think that's possible? No. Do you think that's possible, though?
Yeah, you can prove systematically by way of experimentation that if you vary the amount of vitamin C content in a human bloodstream, you'll get scurvy. It's proven.
You're not getting the point, I guess. I mean, the thing is that what you're saying is never going to get me off of my current belief. You're not saying anything that makes me go, oh, Nathan's right. Things can be proven unequivocally without a doubt. It's not happening. So
that's what proof is. That's what proof means. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be proof to begin with. So earlier when you're like, I know some of my compadres say they prove this and that with science.
Right.
Well, no, that's the point. If it wasn't correct, oh no, upon systematic experimentation, it turns out that if you apply a little bit more, it does, then it was never proof to begin with.
Right, but we did the testing to get to that proof. That's the problem.
And systematically ruled out the null.
Yeah.
No, if you'd systematically ruled out the null, you'd be systematically proving the cause of the effect by inducing the cause of the effect when you did it. Proving your statement as true. A causes B.
Oh, I thought you said we proved the null. I'm sorry.
Yeah. If we prove the null, we prove that A doesn't cause B.
Correct.
Yeah.
But what if we just didn't we didn't get the water hot enough? We didn't get the uranium cold enough. There's always a possibility that we didn't go far enough. Just like with your scurvy example.
That's a good point.
Let's say that it takes 30 milligrams of vitamin C to get somebody over their scurvy. So,
done this already.
Okay, so that's my point, is that you're not saying anything that makes me go, oh, you're right. We would always be correct. We wouldn't, because we don't know all things. So we don't know how many milligrams.
It's been proven that the lack of vitamin C by way of scientific validation does cause scurvy. That's been proven. And your basis of calling me a scammer to a wider audience than my own is that I say science proves. I played it on a clip.
No, and you keep saying this. I called you a scammer because of how when your numbers got low, you turned on Witsit. When your numbers got low again, you turned on Bob.
We'll have you on again.
Did you hear that? Do you want to play it again?
No, you mean you interrupting me? Oh, he's interrupting me. He's mods. Oh,
saying things like science proves this, science proves. I like to say, Nathan, you know science doesn't prove anything, right?
And we.
I missed what I said. You didn't. I still don't hear it. I think you've made up what you think I said.
Actual science to prove that we're not on a spinning globe.
I like to say, Nathan, you know science doesn't prove anything, right?
24 times farther. Scientifically, we can prove that its angular size is too small. Scientifically, we can prove.
Kept saying things.
All these things that Dearth says. Dearth, of all the people in talking about that, all the Flerfs that might talk about science. Darth is not the one to talk about science. He is so completely ignorant of science. He's like talking about angular size. He didn't do the math or angular size. He's talking about inverse square law. He didn't actually do the inverse square law. None of these things did he do. He just heard somebody else say, hey, inverse square law. And he's like, oh yeah, inverse square law.
Proves this, science proves.
Scientifically, we can prove.
I like took him to Nathan. You know, science doesn't prove anything, right?
All right, and that could be proven scientifically.
Science proves this. Science proves. Right. That's how you know you're being scammed. So back when David kept saying things like science proves this, science proves.
That's how you know you're being scammed. Back when Nathan says science proves this and science proves that.
Yeah, I would have to hear that you have that cut. You realize that's not a continuous me speaking. So
that last bit was continuous, unedited.
Which last bit?
That's how you'll know you're being scammed. Back when Nathan Oakley says science proves this and science proves that.
So did I just say before that all the other things? All the other.
I don't know whether or not that's context or not, but I do know that Nathan's a scammer.
I'm confirming that that's not that's a verbatim quote that you have lied about 3 times here today.
No,
you said I was a scammer because of science, and me saying science proves this and that. That's a verbatim quote.
That's not the reason I said you were a scammer. Why don't you listen to
what you said verbatim?
Well, that's not true. So
what you said was wrong. Then I'd like you to retract it. Then
Nathan is a scammer for several reasons beyond.
I want to hear why I'm a scammer. Your quote verbatim is that's how you know you're being scammed when Nathan says science proves this and science proves that.
Yeah,
so you're saying that's how you know you're being scammed because I say science proves it does.
No, because of all the times that you have to keep this facade going, you have to.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said.
Well, can we hear the rest of the quote? Can we hear that video?
Okay, the next 2 minutes is the good stuff.
I'll put it in quotes. I've played it repeatedly.
You're missing the point.
That's how you know you are being scammed.
Yeah, so what if the
That's when Nathan Oakley says science proves this and science proves that.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, no, absolutely not reasonable. You understand, as does Dave claim continuously, that science proves this and proves that. So it's not reasonable to say that to your audience, that's how you know you're being scammed, because I say that. Totally unreasonable.
So I will retract that statement. There's many reasons, including the fact that he will never go back and admit that he's wrong.
What statement? You haven't retracted anything.
I just said I'm retracting that. That's the only way you know, even though I didn't say only, but Nathan is taking it as meaning only. So I'm saying that is not the only reason he's a scammer. There's many other reasons. They were all.
What a scumbag. What a scumbag.
That's the truth.
So you're not going to rescind that you know you're being.
What a scumbag. What a scumbag.
Scammed what you told your audience because Nathan says science proves this and that. Now it's you reaffirming the other reasons that you didn't say that I'm not quoting you verbatim on. That
I didn't say him.
What a total and utter scumbag.
Why don't you show the whole quote and we'll learn if that's the only thing I said.
I have played it. You say you didn't say that verbatim quote. I'll repeat it again, probably with a lot of interruption. Quote, Jeranism. That is how you know you're being scammed. Back when Nathan Oakley said science proves this and science proves that. End quote, Jaren.
Well, so that's
you know what? Can we agree with that? I don't know. I do know Nathan Oakley is a scammer.
Entire show, that's the only reason I gave for calling you a scammer.
That is the reason I'm here to ask for a retraction, because science does prove by way of systematic experimentation based on a hypothesis.
Can you tell me which?
Therefore, while I'm being interrupted, asking for my retraction from Jaren for his claims I'm a scammer because I say science proves this and science proves that. According
you keep
to
saying that. You keep claiming that. That's not the truth. There's many reasons.
What a scumbag.
Yeah, well, there's many reasons I think of you as a scammer. I do not think somebody who will not admit when he's wrong, that has to go after flat earthers because he no longer has Globers that show up at his show, that now he sits and reviews other people's debates.
So rather than make...
Wait, somebody reviews other people's debates? Can't believe somebody would do that. Weird.
In the retraction, you're going to launch into a whole load of ad homs. What a scumbag.
Ad homs? What do you mean?
I'm done. Thank you for having me, gentlemen.
Where was there an ad hom?
Thank you for having me.
You can't even tell the truth and people call it.
Thank you for being here, Nathan. Sorry.
And he left. He got so butthurt. Okay, so after this, and I'm not going to play it. After this, if you're interested, I will put the link, including the time code. So here is the time code. If you want to watch the rest of it, There's now Jiren talks with Hammer here. Let me show you so you see the right here. Jiren talks with Hammer for a while after this. You can see this is, so I missed the first part of it. And then I watched it all later that day. But look at this. I came in. There it is. I came in time to get the important message delivered here. Right there. Oakley's a scammer. So there's the link to it if you want to watch the rest. So Jiren has a chat with Hammer now for like an hour, and then this was great. I'll do it in a future review. Oakley pisses and whines and drinks the piss and whines and complains and cries about the conversation that Jiren's about to have. So your homework is to watch the conversation Jiren's about to have. If you don't have to, it's optional homework. But it's back history if you're interested. Because I will play the next step in the saga is where Oakley is on his channel and he's whining. Who shows up there? Who in the chat? Tell me, who do you think shows up in Oakley's live stream while he's whining and pissing and drinking his piss about the conversation Jiren's about to have? It's good. It's pretty good. It's not Dearth. It's not. Okay. Let me read. Let me catch up here. Anyway, I don't know when I'll do that. It's pretty good too. I've really enjoyed this hot, oh so hot Flerf on Flerf action. So good. There's more. I'm a bit loopy. I'll tell you. Yep. I'll tell you that. Josh Garver. All right. I got that one already. I'm reading the super chat from before that I already had a shot to. Icy Spin says, Ossifer, I swear. I already read this too, but I'll read it again. Ossifer, I swear. Too drunk, I'm not God. BM Furball S says Apple Crown and Mountain Dew. That's where it's at, and that's what's in my glass. So, and I had to clarify, Apple Crown is a pre-mixed beverage. So it would be apple flavored Crown. That sounds good. I only have Crown because that's what my grandpa had. I think I've told you the story. I'll tell a story quickly. My grandma got cancer. She was not doing well. She was dying. She was in a home, and my grandpa was staying with my aunt. And my grandpa always would have a drink at night. Well, my grandma's in a home in hospice, essentially. And my grandpa's like having more. And he's in his 80s. And I'm like, cool. And my aunt, being a Karen, guess what her name is? My aunt, being a Karen, was getting after my grandpa, who's in his 80s and whose wife is dying in hospice, about how much he was drinking. I'm like, let him drink. His wife is dying. And he's like, what could happen? Anyway, but he would always just get cheap whiskey and he'd water it down. His whiskey and water was his thing. And so I called him up. I said, hey, what's your favorite? And he said, Crown is his favorite, absolute favorite in the world. Okay, so I bought him a thing of Crown and a cane. He was using a cane at the time for Father's Day. and the cane had a little, you'd screw off the top and there's a spot for a flask in it. So I gave him that for Father's Day and preloaded the flask. Well, he made it another 6 months and he got cancer and died. So he only got to use the crown once. But he was so happy to get it. Anyway, it came back to me after he died. And then every year since then on Father's Day, because I gave it to him for Father's Day, we get around with my dad and pour a little bit of crown to everybody who's there from the bottle I gave him, pouring out one for my grandpa, and everybody has a little bit. And I've had to retop it off every couple years because it runs down. So we've basically done what's it called when you homeopathy. We've done some homeopathy with crown by retopping it off. And so there's a small amount of the original crown that's in the current bottle. This is not the current bottle. This is the bottle I've used to top it off. That's the only reason why I have this in the house, is so that I can top off the crown. It's not my favorite, but it's what I got. So there it is. Real Cygnus. Looks like Mrs. Tuna's getting that hibachi dinner after all. Okay. Midnight Smoke says, keep the stream going so I can continue the Cygnus Step Catherine MC story. It's getting interesting. Oh, well, we should catch up on that in a second here. Icy Spin. So, anyway, I don't know. That was all about Apple Crown. Maybe some Grey Duck and Apple, and I don't know. I'm terrible at mixing. I don't know what's. I have no clue. There's two things I know. I'll have Bailey's and Kahlua, or I'll have the other one, Long Island iced tea. That's it. That's all I know. And yes, went to Applebee's, sat at the bar, got a Bailey's and Kahlua, and before it even came, I gave the keys, handed over the keys. Icy Spin says, stare at the tip of the pen and follow with eyes only. I can still, well, maybe I'm not. Maybe I only think I am, but I think I'm doing it. Is that a thing? I've never had a field sobriety test. I've never blown into a breathalyzer. I'm a lightweight, and I know it. I will not take a risk. My uncle and cousin, when I didn't know them. I'd only met them once, and I was less than one. Were both killed by a drunk driver. I'm a bit sensitive to that. Not a fan. Icy Spin says, stare at the tip. Oh, I already read that. Virillion says Oakley uses a barometer to take his temperature rectally. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. How do you tell the difference between an oral thermometer and a rectal thermometer? The taste. Icy Spin says Oakley or Dave Murphy, who has worse breath? Now, if you've watched my recent video on Oakley where I did the South Park moving mouth part, I played the video because at the end of the videos and sometimes at the beginning, Oakley does a thing where he's on screen. So I'm like, oh, well, I'll just grab one of these. And I unfortunately get to see his teeth. They are a mess. They're a mess. That guy's teeth are not right. Now, I don't know. I'm spoiled. I live in the United States. You know, good teeth are normal here. It's unusual to have bad teeth. And this, I know the stereotype for England is bad teeth, but for the most part, the Brits that I know have fine teeth. You know, there's only a few that have the stereotypical bad British teeth, and Oakley's one of them. His teeth are a mess. Gross. They're so gross. Like, I'm like, do I pick a view of his teeth that really shows how bad they are? I chose not to. I chose, while mocking him, to not mock him that much. That's how gross they are. Cygnus Steps says, I'm meeting Catherine in person tomorrow. She better be real and not be a catfish. I'd be so disappointed. Catherine, don't disappoint me. Okay, Josh Garver says, I am French. You may have seen my larger than normal packet. Packet knock the bar down. Hashtag number 3 forever. With his 3rd super chat. Let me read that again because some of that didn't make sense to me. I am French. You may have seen my larger than normal packet. Knock the bar down. My larger than normal packet knocked. Package. That's about the Olympics. That was so, I didn't like watching that video. It's the first time I played it. I'm like, what happened? I watched it again. I'm like, didn't want to see that. But anyway, if you don't know, a pole vaulter who I did not know, but apparently is French by the context of Josh's super chat. He did a pole vault. He went over the pole, the bar, knocked the bar down. He went over the bar and then it got caught on his junk, and the junk knocked the bar down. Not his body, not his arm, not his knee, not his foot, not his face, not his nose, his junk caused the bar to get knocked down in the Olympics. The poor guy. And that video is out there of him going over the bar and then getting caught. I don't know. Maybe wearing a cup is something to do in the future for a pole vault, at least for him. But yes, thank you, Josh, for acknowledging your larger than normal package, that it knocks bars down. BM Furball says the naughty website for Nathan. Hashtag only Flerfs. Oh, gross. Where you can see all of his teeth. Ugh. Cygnus Steps says, guys, Catherine just DM'd me. All right, again. Cygnus Steps says, guys, Catherine just DM'd me. Get the phone number. All right. Lucky you. Lucky you. Icy Spin says, rumor has it the guy was getting hit up on Tinder within 5 minutes. Oh my gosh. The pole vaulter, that is. All right. Globe Turd Society says, I heart Jiren. I don't know. Oh my gosh. The memes by text says, Ivan Petrov says he was disqualified for using double poles. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Max says the pole vaulter was offered $250,000 to do a 1 hour corn stream. Oh my gosh. Speaking of Olympics, did you see, Timmy P says, did you see Gojira for the opening ceremony? Pleasant surprise doesn't do it justice. I did not see any of the opening ceremony. The only Olympics I've watched was a couple things like the pole vaulter and the 2 times I've been to Applebee's since it started. That's it. That's all I've seen. So what have I seen on Applebee's? I saw the second time volleyball was on. It was America versus Japan. The one interesting thing, I don't know, volleyball's meh. The one interesting thing was that Japan did a bump and then it went to the side. It didn't go over and it was going to land out. So, but I need to explain this correctly. It went out of bounds on Japan's side. I don't know if it went out of bounds on Japan's side, but it was out of bounds on America's side. So I don't know if it went out on Japan's side or over and out on United States' side, but a guy from Japan ducked under the net, ran over out of bounds on the US side and bumped it, went back over to Japan side where they got it back over the net. I don't know if that's novel or not. I had never seen it before. I thought it was quite something. The first time we went, what was on? Beach volleyball, which is kind of nice to watch. And not the dudes. Sorry. The other one. I saw a little clip of handball, and my knowledge of handball was that handball was when you played racquetball without a racket. Like, you couldn't afford a racket, you just go in the racquetball court and you use your hand. But apparently there's another game called handball, which is basically soccer, where you get to use your hands, but you can't go into the crease. That's all I know of it. 100% of what I know about it, I just explained to you. I'm saddened that they don't have ultimate frisbee at the Olympics, and in 2028 in LA, there apparently ultimate frisbee was up for a possibility, but they chose flag football instead. As if there isn't enough football. Yeah, there's not enough football in the United States. So we need more football in the Olympics, please. We've got enough football. Let football be football. Bring ultimate to the Olympics. That'd be cool. Anyway, I'll tell you, my kids know some of the people that were on the United States world team that won a couple weeks ago. So I'll tell you that one. I think that match was in Canada. So Icy Spence breakdancing in Olympics. 8/9-8/10. 8, 9, 8. I don't know what that number sequence is. But anyway, anyone watching? 8 to 9, 8 to 10. 8, is that the time it's on? I don't know. Anyway, is it real? Are they really doing breakdancing in the Olympics? I have no idea. I don't follow it. I have no clue. August 9th and 10. Okay. Cool. It is August 9th. Right now. Cool. They're doing breakdancing. Who knew? Guess you did. Aaron W says, bring urban planning, poetry, and architecture back to the Olympics. Like as competitive sports. Busload UK, I didn't skip you, says Oakley unwinds by voicing a Dalek in Doctor Who. No, the Daleks are much nicer than have much more civility and culture, and they're just generally better people than Oakley. But yeah, I get it. That'd be good. FTFE. It is 2:30 for me, which makes it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning in the UK. Good morning, Craig. Craig, I've imbibed. So, just so you know. He says, morning, you weird four-eyed nerd. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Love you too, man. Cygnus Steph says, FTFE, you have to chaperone my date with Catherine. Oh, yeah. You missed it. Craig. Catherine is here. Oh, I was going to catch up on it. Hold on. Let's see. Catherine has been in the chat. You know Catherine, Craig. You're number one fan. Let's see if we have some Catherine action in here. Catherine has been catfishing I See Spin and some other people. They're hoping to meet her in person. Get her phone number. Like, she's DMing them. It's amazing. Catherine, here we go, says, live chat isn't a meeting place and DMs don't exist on YouTube. How can you how can you assess someone from live chat? Not properly enough to talk like this. If I had, he wouldn't put that in here. Why is this funny? Well, okay, so there's a lot going on here, right? So yes, of course, you can't DM on YouTube. You can DM elsewhere. For example, Discord. And it probably will come to no surprise to anyone that on Discord, IC Spin is IC Spin. I know. Right? He's IC Spin on Discord. So, Catherine, it would not be difficult. It was not difficult for you to DM him on Discord because he has the same name there. Right now, it would be harder on Facebook because on Facebook, he probably doesn't use IC Spin as his name on Facebook. But maybe you could go to Twitter or X or Twix, as it said. So, all right. Any more from Catherine? Because Catherine's really trying hard here. It says, it's not my cup of tea, Cygnus Step. You turning up looking like you do in live chat. Oh, it's not IC Spin. It's Cygnus Step. I don't know. Anyway. So I don't know. Catherine is, she's playing coy. Is this coy? I don't know. Let's see if there's any more. It's all right. She says, it's like your imaginary world, like your imaginary babes in space. Imaginary babes in space. Do you think that people don't go to space? I don't know. I'm confused now. Ooh. BM Furball says, MC2, let's get some Catherine action in here. Again, only Flerfs. Catherine, did you want to come in? Yeah, send me an email, mc2@mc2.net. There's nothing good that could come of it. But I'll send you a Zoom link and you can come. Nothing good could come of it. Nothing good at all. Icy Spin says, I asked my alter ego and he was like, nah, brah, I got nothing. So, all right. So I'll take it back. Cygnus Step. Have I talked to you, Cygnus Step, on Discord? I don't know. Memory isn't a strength at the moment, but we do have Catherine says babies been born in space. No babies have been born in space. That'd be interesting. Catherine says, I can't get my Discord to connect with my details again, and I don't know these people. Playing coy there. Playing coy. I got it. It's okay. It's all good. We see through it, but it's okay. It's good. We like it. Okay. We've got a super chat from Dave McKeegan that is some hex numbers. I will convert. You look at that. All right, right here. This is it. This one right here. 4F, 61, 6B. See that? That one there. I translated from hex to ASCII says Oakley is a see you next Tuesday. And truer hexadecimal bytes have never been said. Josh Garver says Gojira was effing amazing. And then this was somehow Josh Garver's number 3 super chat. And okay, I took a shot on his $100 super chats, and he has now done 250s. So they summed to all right. They summed to 100. It's 230. It's after in Minnesota. It's after close. It's well after, but I'm in my private house. So okay, I'm not actually a big fan of Crown, but thank you, Josh. Teats up. Okay, so I maybe will have to watch that portion of the opening ceremonies. I don't know. Or maybe just go to a Gojira concert. I don't know. But I'm definitely going to go see Megadeth. If you have not seen, if you live in the vicinity of the Twin Cities and are interested in seeing Megadeth or Mudvayne, or I forget whoever else is opening, September, coming up in September. Did I put it on my calendar? There it is, September 24. September 24, Megadeth in Minneapolis. I will be there. If you're interested, get your own tickets and you can headbang with me. I'm going to start growing up my hair right now for headbanging. I'll probably cut it once before then. Okay. Well, let me scroll back as long as I got this. Dora Nku is here. Dora is wonderful. She's one of our favorites, by the way. We all know Dora is one of our favorites. Just let her know. Just tell her. Just type in the chat, Dora, you're my favorite. Dora, whatever. You say something to Dora. Wonderful. Okay. Dora says for £6 and 66 penny pounds, says catfish IBG, catfish ibig. Let me jump in. You nerds should visit my Tindy.com profile. You will love all the toys. Hold on. I might need stronger glasses. My Tindy.com, I think it's... Nope, says Tindy. It's right here. Tindy. Tindy.com profile. You will love all the toys. Okay. FTFE says Crazy Cat wants to know about maths or meth. Don't know. Let's see. Hold on. Shady says hold on. So it's probing time says competitive chainsaw carving. I can't imagine anything ever going wrong with a bunch of people swinging, screaming chainsaws around madly. My parents used to have a cabin up north of Brainerd, and there probably still is. But since I don't go there anymore, it stopped existing. Is that how things work? It's not. But that's how sometimes, object permanence is something that some people lack. Flat earthers often lack that. Anyway, so there is a chainsaw art place up there that between Brainerd and Nisswa, I think. And that's pretty cool stuff. But there aren't a whole lot of people all just wildly swinging chainsaws. It's usually just a guy out there alone. So we got Cygnus Step says, oh crap, Dora's here. I've been catfishing her for years. She will ruin my Catherine catfish. This is what happens, guys. Okay. Oh, I have a little left. All right, hold on. Oh, this is not good. It's 2:43. Cygnus Step. Oh, I already read that. Catherine says, I can't get my Discord to connect with my details again, and I don't know these. Oh, I already read that. Come on, Catherine. Get your Discord going so that you can DM these people more easily. That'll just lower the bar to catfishing. BM Furball. I already read this. Oh, let me check my email, though. No email from Catherine asking for a Zoom link. Icy Spin says upvote FTFE Zoom link. Did you want a Zoom link, Craig? If you're presentable, I'm looking at my it's right here. The Facebook Messenger right there. Anyway, all right. So Shifty, don't if your phone's in your pocket, you have to take it out of your pocket because you're blocking people here. It's probing time got blocked, which means that it's probing time now is a moderator. So it can't get blocked anymore. Said and got deleted. Good thing I'm just a mug who makes things spark and sometimes releases their magic smoke. Yep, if you've ever worked with electronics, the one thing you do not want to do is release the magic smoke. It's so difficult to get it back in. Ooh, somebody's talking Dearth. It must be a good diss on Dearth, which I'm always good for. Steel City JW says Dearth likes it when women play hard to scam. Oh my gosh. Okay. It jumped on me here. Okay. We've got Icy Spin says FTFE wants Zoom link. Nope, no Zoom link, no request yet. I don't know where he's at. But if he sends me a request, it's coming. Cygnus Step says Dora and Catherine keep me coming back. Don't put Dora in the same bucket as Catherine. Catherine's a bit turdish, and Dora's awesome. Catherine says it would be detrimental for babies, mothers, and fathers in too many ways to mention. It would cause total deprivation and a complete lack of thriving. It could end up as a crime scene so unnatural. Since the topic was giving birth in space, I think that's what she's talking about. I don't know why she's talking about that. She's supposed to be focusing on catfishing. Catherine, focus. FTFE says, yeah, well, Cygnus Step cat just keeps me coming. Or does that say corning? Corning. Keeps him corning. That's it. My glasses merged the R and the N together into an M. That's wrong. It says corning, which makes no sense at all. But it's less double entendre than coming. So we're going to go with that one. All right. Cornholing. Okay. I have caught up. We've gone through this. Is there more? No, there's not more. I gave you the, I'm forgetting things. I gave you your homework if you choose to accept it. I've got nothing from Craig saying that he's ready to come in. Oh no, he says he is. Okay. It's jeez. Where'd it go? All right. New meeting.
Progress.
This.
Recording stopped.
Stop recording. You heard it say stop recording. So I have the default so that it records. So, all right. I got to put my earbuds back in. I got to switch my camera. I am tired. You're right, Professor Phil Bell. I have gotten to the point where I'm tired. I do need, I have a regular day of work tomorrow, but don't worry. I am a professional. All right, there's the link to Craig. There we go. And I need to change my camera so he sees the right. There it is. All right. Okay. Yes, there is more. This is going to go ever so well. All right. I think my mouse battery is a little lagging. I need to change it. Oh my gosh. Josh. Oh. All right, hold on. Okay, there's that. Yeah, my mouse battery is dying. Come on, catch up. It's not going well. Okay. I'm getting the scene. I don't know. I usually give you a play-by-play as I do things. I'm setting up the scene for when Craig shows up. But my mouse is not happy. So, okay. I did, and if anybody's followed along with my audio issues, I did get my audio updated. Okay, here he is. Hold on. Coming. I can't hear you if you're talking. It's probably... Oh, no, it's on you. There.
Hey. So you're drunk.
Ossifer, I swear to drunk, I'm not God.
Yeah, you're definitely drunk. You realize it's 8 o'clock in the morning?
It's 2:30 in the morning.
No, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. It says so on my phone. How are you drunk at 8 o'clock in the morning, Soon?
Well, Josh super chatted, and then I'm like, oh, I'll have some because Josh super chatted, and then he super chatted again.
Ah, right. So you had to do it again and again
and then
so,
again,
right,
and
okay.
you know what? Right here, I owe him half.
Well, you better do a full shot, actually.
Oh, he led astray.
Yeah. So my chat tried to murder me live, and your chat's trying to give you alcohol poisoning. Is this right?
It seems. I've got the cow. Have you seen the cow mug?
Yeah, perfect. And how full of Toonshine is it?
This is Crown. It's all I got. All right.
Right, guys, when I leave to go to the gym, you're not allowed to let Toon finish streaming until he is completely unconscious. In fact, I want you to super chat him. I want you to super chat him so much that he forgets to turn off his stream and just passes out. Okay? In fact, I demand that you super chat him so much he has to drink so much he doesn't remember.
No.
Do it.
This is
Do it
not
now,
the.
chat.
I work tomorrow.
It is tomorrow already, Toon.
Ready? Today is tomorrow.
Well,
Yep.
I'm just about to go to the gym. You carry on drinking.
No, I can't. BM
You
Fur.
must.
Hey, do you remember BM Furball?
I do the pancake boy.
He's here. He says
Hi,
MC
PM.
MC Tune after dork. Okay. All right.
Come on, do it. Do it. Riker, tell him.
Oh, that was too much. Oh, look at Riker.
You want to play? Nah.
You know, Riker and Donkey would really get along.
Yeah.
They're basically the same.
But Riker decides to jump on it instead.
Yes. Donkey jumps on the couch and like goes off the back of the couch like a bank on the side of a race car wall, you know? Like, or no, not like a race car, like a skateboard in the pool, the curved pool, you know? That's what my dog does with the couch. And the whole couch like tips and then thumps back when he's stopped. He's a crazy dog.
I want to show you my bookcase because all of these books are about the flat Earth.
What?
They're all Discworld books.
Oh. On the top?
Yeah. Oh, all of them up to here. It's all the Discworld books.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that's a bunch of Robert Rankin and who else? Tom Holt, which is my favorite authors, and Douglas Adams.
Oh, of course,
so, yeah,
Douglas.
All about their flat Earth.
I read, instead of Discworld, I read Ringworld from Larry Niven.
Yeah, Ringworld's good. Not quite as funny.
And well, I don't know. I haven't read the other, but I'm familiar with Rishathra, which is rather disturbing in some instances. But yeah, clean out his ear. Get that junk out of his ear, Riker. He didn't clean it enough lately. So the other is Tanj, Tanj. Do you know what it stands for?
No.
No? Oh, you haven't read Ring World. Who knows in the chat?
I mean, from a long time ago.
In the chat, who knows what Tanj means? Tanj. Is that... Wait, hold on. People. I know her. I know her. She's famous.
No. I want to teach you to say something.
Okay.
Do you know that guy who is a bit of a douche canoe? And
Nathan Oakley.
No, he's
Dell.
not a flat earther.
Nathan Thompson.
Not a flat earther. Steve
McRae.
McRae, right? Can you say McRae?
McRae?
Yeah. Take the Mick off and then just say Cray.
Cray?
And then just add a G at the end. Craig.
Craig.
Craig. That's it. I got it. Well done. First American. One down, millions to go.
Yeah, we sorted one American out.
Here's the problem. It's so weird to me to say that it feels like I'm mocking you when I say that.
Riker, you should be calming down, boy. Right, well, we're about to head to the gym. You keep drinking. In fact, remember, chat, keep super chatting Toon, and demand that he does a shot. Okay, for every super chat, he has to do a shot. FTFE demands it.
I think Toon needs to go and find a responsible adult.
Yeah.
No, he is the responsible adult.
No, he needs to find a responsible adult.
So he needs to find a better adult.
Just a responsible one.
Yeah. Have you got any responsible adults there?
They're all asleep.
Too bad. Keep drinking.
No.
Well, I'll see you later. Have fun with your chat.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Everything's spin. You know when flat earthers are like, hey, how come we can't feel this earth spin? Yep. Creaky is here. Man, I love Creaky. If you guys don't love Creaky, you have a problem. Creaky says, what up, Mike? I know you are, obviously. It's my channel's 6th birthday today. Woohoo! Time flies when you're having fun. Can't believe it's been 6 years already. Man, it is August. Yeah, that makes sense. Creaky was, when Creaky first came on the scene, I just loved his stuff. And what did I do? I was tweeting links to your stuff. I think I was doing community posts maybe. But I'm like, yeah, you guys got to go. He's bigger than me already. Like day one, he was bigger than me. And I'm like, but he's so good. So I love your from the beginning, Creaky. It was always awesome. So, all right. I need to catch up to these. BM Furball says, yes, there is more for $20. I don't know what he's talking about. And then Josh Garver says, chug more stuff, number 3. That is his 3rd super chat. Hey, celebrate his 3rd super chat on the channel for $50. I did chug some more. It's been chugified. BM Furball says, MC Tune after Dork. I read that twice. Now, we got Cygnus Step says, can Craig say I pronounce you Cygnus Step and Catherine, man and wife, in the correct American accent since Toon is too drunk to do it? I didn't ask him when he was on. I didn't know that this message existed. Sorry. Okay. Josh Garver says, come on, it's only my 3rd one. Oh. And Icy Spin says, I have to keep composing myself. Hold on. Give me a tab will solve this. I'm going to sleep well. I know that. Icy Spin says, I mean, FTFE gave some great advice for Toon. Luke Filewalker says, for feeling the earth spin more. Oh, €2. Icy Spin then says, clear cache, reset your cookies, Control H, Control A, delete. Control H. What's Control H? Head? Go to the top of Control H to go to the top of the document. I don't do Windows, so it'd be Command H. And I don't know what Command H does offhand. Default, but Control A is all, and then delete. So that would delete everything. I'm not going to do that. Yep. Are you still here, Creaky? There he is. Creaky said, Creaky incorrectly claims that he's a complete failure. Creaky, could you, I mean, as if there's anybody in here that isn't currently subscribed to you, in case there's one, link your channel. Creaky is seriously one of my favorites. His delivery with zero accent is absolutely fabulous. And he's been on a roll with the Final Experiment, like making the flatties cry with the Final Experiment videos he's been doing. It's been glorious. I've loved it, Creaky. I've absolutely loved it. And just turning the screws on the flatties with the Final Experiment is so good. Have you seen Creaky? I know I haven't seen you on Facebook. I don't think you do Facebook, but there's this guy, Joe Hanvey. Joe is he has a physical model. Like he almost a year ago, he talked about having a physical model of flat Earth that totally works, and he's working on it, and he's gonna totally get it. And well, I'll tell you, he didn't figure it out. He did a series of videos with a dome over. I covered it like 2 weeks ago. A plastic dome over the top of the dirt pizza, and then an acrylic dome over Antarctica, as if there's two domes now. Where did these two domes come from? Who the hell knows? Anyway, and he's like, here, this totally proves that the domes exist, and that the sun does the correct thing, as you will see in Antarctica. Except he got everything wrong about it, like the sun's moving in the wrong direction. And then people are like, yeah, that's the wrong direction. He's like, oh, wait, let me fix this. So then he fixed it. But then in order to fix it, he had to move the sun in the wrong direction. Well, that didn't work. And then he changed another thing, and another thing didn't work. It's the fourth law of Flerf, where every single Flerf explanation for something contradicts another Flerf explanation for something. You know, how do he's like, here's how here's another video on his YouTube channel. He is on Facebook. He also has YouTube of the stars projected on the dome. So he takes a camera. He has a plastic dome over the dirt pizza. He takes a camera outside the dome, showing the stars rotate around the North Pole. Okay, fine. Not a big deal. Easy to do. But you can't get them to circle around a center point in the south for every observer simultaneously. So what does he do? He keeps the camera outside. Oh my gosh. Outside the dome, showing the stars. How did? Oh, I need to back up. He had some sort of a galaxy projector that he bought off Amazon, or I don't know, somewhere, projecting a view of the stars onto the ceiling of his room he's in. Not a problem. and that was reflected off of the dome to the camera, which was outside the dome. And he's like, this is how it's projected onto the dome, which I'm actually okay with, because if you were standing on the ground underneath, you'd look up, you'd see through the dome the stars circling. Okay. The problem is that when you are at the North Pole, you would see them doing circles. But when you're outside the dome, sorry, not outside the dome, when you're outside the Arctic Circle, the circles, when you are not at the North Pole and you look at the circles, the circles would have to do an ellipse, not a circle. The path of the stars would have to do an ellipse, not a circle. And I can show you that easily on camera here. Right. Here's a circle. Right. Now, when it's sideways to you, that's an ellipse. So when it's over here, right? So take a circle here and move it sideways and move it. I can't show you on camera, but move it way off. It's an ellipse, right? You see, this is an ellipse to you. It's a circle to me, but it's an ellipse to you. So, and the farther you are sideways to it, the more elliptical it gets, the narrower it gets. So that is falsifies his idea. But also then he showed from outside the dome, the reflection of the inside of the dome to the northern portion of the sky, which you don't see in the south. In the south, you don't see the same stars. It's a totally different collection of stars in the south. But he's like, this proves, but it only works for that one location. But he still thinks this proves that it works. But it doesn't, of course. You only see one instance of the stars. It's a mirror image of the stars in the north, which we don't see in the south. And every other location did not see the stars rotating like that. Plus, he was outside the dome. Didn't work at all. But he's like, I totally figured it out, people. He didn't. He's an idiot. Okay, geez, people. Generally, Shady says 3 kilograms of some great products. Still not a Flerf. I don't know what 3 kilograms you're talking about. But thank you, General E. Shady. Icy Spin says creaky inflections are chef's kiss. Absolutely. Oh my gosh, creaky. I'm not going to read this. I'm not going to read that. Oh my God. I'm not. Oh my gosh. This is to stop you from doing that, Creaky. Josh Garver says for $10 says, I hate to do it, but this is only my third. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I'm supposed to or not. Maybe I have to. Give me a minute. BM Furball says Creaky is a bit milquetoast. Just so normy. Bro needs to like tats and piercings. Just saying. My ears pierced. I don't know any of these anymore. My ears pierced. Creaky. I got nothing on Creaky. I got my ear pierced, and I used to have my eyebrow pierced. But when I was doing martial arts, I had to take out the piercing while doing the martial arts. In case I get punched there, it was not a good idea because it would hurt a lot. So I took it out, and then eventually, like, I lost all of my piercing, so I never got it put back in at the end of the night, because, like, I'd put it in the bag, and then it would fall out or something. So I eventually lost it, so the piercing closed up here. But this one's still good, but so every once in a while I'll put something in. But yeah, I mean, Creaky's way got me outbeat on that. FTFE says, I demand you take a shot of Toonshine. All right. This is going to be a small one. I have to. I have work. And this you don't know. No, I've said it. I have jury duty next week. 2 weeks of jury duty. 2 weeks of jury duty. In the United States, in Minnesota, you call in, they tell you if you need to come in. Typically, it's a couple days. Could be more, but I have 2 weeks. Anyway, all right. Craig, you are cruel. I'm going to sleep well, but jeez. I have to get up. FTFE says, and another, nope. For €2? For €2, Craig? Goofy. And he demands more. He says, I demand it. And he says, on a barrel roll. And then Icy Spin says, if Creaky on next time you call Cece. That would be cool. The problem is Creaky would have to be up at the same time. So, all right. Cece is East Coast time, and he has kids. Or kid, I don't know. So I can't call too late to Cece. He generally answers, but wouldn't it be great if Creaky was on? So the best time I found the best time to call is 9 p.m. my time, which is 10 p.m. CC time, which is 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3 a.m. for Creaky. So Creaky, if you want to be awake, however you do it, at 3 a.m., we could call Cece. That I found is the best time to call him. I don't know. You let me know on Discord if you want to try it. The problem is he may not answer. So for you to be awake at 3 a.m. for a maybe answer from Cece is tough. I get it. It's a high bar. All right. General E. Shady says, oh, dear me, no. Says Bacardi 151 or go home like a Flerf week. Lol. Hold on. People are tagging me here. Say time zone schmime zones. Says Icy Spin. It's probing time. Says, well, he obviously is wide awake now. It's 4:12 a.m. in New York, Westchester County. Probably not awake at this moment. Creaky says, nope. I would not wake at 3 a.m. to have... I would not wake at 3 a.m. to have fun time, let alone talk to Cece. All right, well, it's probably not going to happen. People, you are going to have to convince Creaky to wake up at 3 a.m., to be awake at 3 a.m. to have a conversation with Creaky, with Cece. It's not, I'm not me. It's going to have to be the entire community that demands that Creaky give it a shot. I'm not going to front that one. Okay, where am I? It's getting hard to read. But Creaky, let's be honest, Creaky. You would be awake, and I know how old you are, and still you would be awake at 3 a.m. for that purpose. Not the CC purpose, the other one. You would. General E. Shady said, I'd pay to join that. Icy Spin says, Bacardi to party, no. Professor Phil Bell says he needs to go to the bathroom anyway. Who does? I have no idea. Icy Spin says, Creaky moves to Massachusetts. There, problem solved. Oh. We solved the problem, Creaky. Moved. You need to move to Massachusetts. And for reference, typically Massachusetts doesn't say in their official documentation, they don't say the state of Massachusetts, they say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Just keep that in your mind. That's totally useless. The reason why I know that is because I write anti-spam software. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why I know that? Okay, you don't want to know why I know that, but I'm going to tell you why I know that. The reason why is because the people that work and live in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts are used to seeing the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In Minnesota, it's the state of Minnesota, so we don't have this. But I know this because I write anti-spam software. In Massachusetts, the state isn't called the state, it's called the Commonwealth. So if a scammer sends an email to somebody talking as if they're from some sort of an official position in the state, they don't say the state of Massachusetts. They say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So this is a little bit of a signal to the people that live in Massachusetts that when scammers say state of instead of Commonwealth of, it's a scam. And I don't know which other states refer to themselves as commonwealths instead of states, but Massachusetts is one of them. So that's one of the signals that a message is spam. State of Massachusetts instead of Commonwealth. Is that useful to you? No. It's only nominally useful to me. So, okay. Right. Swansea, as Mark W says, Swansea is just getting home. This is great. Creaky. Swansea is just getting home at 3 a.m. All doing the walk of shame. Dude, yeah, Creaky. Go to the pub, come home at your normal time, 3 a.m., and then you can have a chat with Cece. Creaky says, can you say, and then he just like typed random letters on his keyboard. But I do know, well, I don't know. I suspect that is a copy paste that Creaky did of the rather long name of a town or area in Wales that is kind of known for being a ridiculously long name. But no doubt he did not type it. He copy pasted that. Creaky, if you copy pasted that, you need to tell me. You need to tell us all in here. And if you typed it, good on you, as they say down under. Man of War says, have you seen the Jury Duty series with James Marsden? Praise Titicaca, hail Sagan. I have not seen the Jury Duty series with James Marsden. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to Google that. in a tab. And then I'm going to leave that tab open for tomorrow. And I may tomorrow say, why the hell do I have that tab open? I may tomorrow say, oh, I remember why. We shall see. General E. Shady says, Ozzy wants to talk to CC. I'm sadomasochistic. There's an Aussie that wants to talk to me? Oh, to CC. Yeah, that would be, wouldn't it be cool to organize some sort of a conference call to CC? Because CC really, I mean, he's the reigning top left. And you know, Craig and I, you know, because we just let ourselves get busy. Craig and I didn't do the next steps of the 2024 top left. And then we're like, hey, hell, let's just let CC reign for 2 years straight. And really, who deserves it more than CC? Nobody. CC really, really deserves 2 full years of top left reign. So, but it would be great, you know, to organize a call for everybody that wants to just congratulate CC on his complete owning of top left. So, all right. It's 3:20. Radium Soup says, if you're up at 3 now, then he can say up at 3 tomorrow. It's only fair, Creaky. And you know what? That's a point. Creaky, it's 3:20 right now. You will be done talking with CC at 3:20 your time. And it's 3:20 my time. You can do it. And you don't even need Crown to do it. Josh Garver, for $4.99 says number 3. I have no idea why. This must be a bug in YouTube that it isn't incrementing the counter. I'm reading all of these where I'm tagged. Icy Spin says, you mean bumping uglies? Creaky says, isn't Massachusetts where the Bee Gees are from? Isn't Massachusetts where the Bee Gees are from? I have no idea where the Bee Gees are from. They're way before my time. Icy Spin says, tell us why I'm taking notes. I can't. FTFE says, purple burglar alarm 5 times. I'm getting to the end. Purple burglar alarm. 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 I don't know if I did that right or not. Icy Spin says, what I got out of that is it's normal for people to be rich in Massachusetts. Alex says, I skipped your super chat. Okay, hold on. I don't want to do that. There's Dave, there's Rick, there's Luke, there's General. Oh, there it is. Alex says, and I did skip it, says, in short, main reason why you believe in God. Oh, you want to get serious right now. Jeez, you are, hold on. For €2, you want to get serious now, right? Okay, I'm fine. Why do I believe in God? That's good. There's a much larger answer than I could possibly offer you right now. I'm a programmer. I have a decision tree that I built in my head. And I don't know, 20 years ago, I shared it with some kids in youth group, and they're like, what are you talking about? They didn't care, but I went through it with them and they're like, all right, that was neat. Did you see, this doesn't matter. I was out with JL Warren. JL Warren is an atheist. We have a great relationship. I love JL and we get along super well. I was on a show. We talked about religion. I'd like to go on there again. So JL, if you watch this, let's do it again. I have a decision tree and I did not share it with him. And I'm like, afterwards, I'm like, I should have gone through it with him. And right now there's no chance that I can replicate that tree. But in general, it's, none of it. Let me first say, there's no proof. There's no proof either way. There's no like, this whole thing was about proof. There's no like solid evidence either way, for or against God. It comes down to a faith position. So at the top of the decision tree is, there has been through history people that generally have said that there is a supernatural realm. And then it comes down into, kind of filtering through different options for different interpretations of the supernatural realm. And so I kind of track to where I am in that decision tree. So, all right, there is no, let me read your question again. Main reason you believe in God. Okay, so part of it is this decision tree. Is that just justification, some sort of a backfill for an irrational belief? Maybe. Faith is irrational. And I think we all do. I think we all have some sort of faith in our mind. Even, is there even an atheist that can't say that somewhere in the corner of their decision tree that they have a faith in something? I don't know. Maybe not. I kind of think not, but it's a weakly held position, so they could convince me otherwise. So, I really didn't answer your question yet, though, did I? It's because I think that there has been some sort of a supernatural intervention, things that violated the laws of nature. I think that's the case. I could be wrong, certainly. It seems that there has been this intervention. It seems that, and of course, central to the Christian faith is that Jesus existed, that he died, that he rose again, that he was God. Right? That's central to the Christian faith, and I accept those. There's no, there isn't like this. You can't prove it. You can't science this. It requires a faith. So, why? It comes to faith. So, but there are things that lead you towards it. There are people that seem to say that they saw him after, right? That he died and they saw him after. Is it just myth? Is it stories? Is it, how strong is that evidence? That's the really important question for people. How strong is that? We have the writings of the New Testament, which is essentially 4 people: Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and 3 of them claim to be eyewitnesses and 1 does not. So that's kind of it. It's not scientific. It's not testable. So there you go. I gave you a lot more than €2 worth. How much was it? Yeah, €2. But thank you for asking. That's a good question. Brilliant says, proving you can be completely inebriated and still flat earth makes no sense. The nice thing about being a lightweight is you come down quickly from it. So I'm on the other side of it, and I cannot have any more. FTFE says, you will read it. Creaky said, stop making eye contact. FTFE says, for £5, you will read it. Creaky said, stop making eye contact. It's making hard to master. And then some word to relevant to fishing. The things you put on your hook when you're fishing. I'll leave that for you to complete. Dave McKeegan says, Spinach Guy should win by default. Oh yeah, Spinach Guy was great. Here's the interesting thing about where I am right now. I remember that Spinach Guy is great. I do not remember anything about Spinach Guy other than he's great. I'm digging for that. I'm like shuffling through, but it's not organized enough. I'll remember tomorrow or some other time, but not now. Rick says, in honor of Creaky, whales. Are you still here, Creaky? He is. He says Master Maggot. What's Master? I have no idea what Master Maggot is. What I do know is, oh my gosh, it's 3:30. I do know that I have more super chats and I gotta cut a whiz. So give me a minute. I'm gonna play this for you while I do that.
What? Your model.
Are just barely displaced. Yeah. You start to see it charge up once more, and it goes back like it did before. Once it becomes like etherically spaced, you see it charge up and take its place. Oh shucks, ain't that so? That's how moon phases work, fam. Past the dresser. In the magnet's heart, centrifugal divergence flies. Centripetal convergence pulls. Defying all science, etheric whispers sing. Light and shadow blend, magnetic cycles spin, where physics seems to end. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Grab your partner, swing around, magnetic cycles up and down. Either song in the air, hillbilly science everywhere, cause it's like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Yo, belly on up to the Wixit word salad buffet. Who has light vinaigrettes? The Jugger Ranch.
Then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle, and it goes back.
All right. I was listening to the wrong thing, so it ended earlier. Okay. Let me get this up here. I hope we enjoyed that song. I had a very long, very long whiz that I had to, Riley that I had to take there. Luke Filewalker says that moment when the Panagalactic Gargle Blaster hits too hard and you did not have enough O's in 2. Let me see if I can scroll back to that so everybody can see and appreciate. There it is. Not enough O's in 2. Look at that. It's okay. It's okay. I would not get the correct number of O's in 2 either. Debatable D says Flatzoid will always be the top leftist of the top left, but CC is more entertaining though. Yeah, it's a different flavor of top left. Right, CC? I mean, he's just this innocent, dumb, like, victim of dumbosity, and Flatzoid, like, he's aggressively dumb. It's like the opposite ends of the spectrum of dumb. All right, Generally Shady says BGs are from tight underwear days. I don't know if there's any other programmers in here. Are you I like to write code to disco. Is this me? I know it's not me because I got it from a coworker. His name was Steve. He's like, I've really been digging disco or writing code. I'm like, really? Well, let me give it a shot. And I do. I'm like, hey, Steve, I'm with you. Disco code is good code. So if you're a coder, have you written code to disco? I mean, like there's the Bee Gees Gold album. You can go to Spotify and just do a mix of disco. You could play the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack. You could listen to ABBA on repeat for a week. Is this a thing that's just me, or do other people, and Steve, or do other people like it? Ooh. Okay. Gowden's Ryber says, was CC in any debate yet? No. He insists on only debating Simon Dan. I don't know why. My guess is the reason why he insists on debating only Simon Dan is because Simon Dan has said he will not debate, giving CC a guarantee that he will never have to debate. Right? Because if Dan did debate CC, it would be a bloodbath. I mean, CC is just, he's a child. He's just a child. Poor guy. Sometimes I think poor guy. Anyway, Dad End Philosophy says, MC2 Live, please tell us your real opinion of Jiren while drunk. My real opinion of Jiren. I'm still not going to give you the 100%. Jiren is trying. He does have an understanding of science. He understands falsifiability. I think he will follow evidence. But I think all of the evidence that he has seen up until now is on the other side of what he will consider. Right, so it's only stuff in the future. And, I don't know. I'm just guessing. It's irrational. We're all irrational at times. The interesting experiment that he did for the movie thing, the documentary, there were multiple mistakes in that. And the big one is that he incorrectly predicted the height that you would need to have the light. He still thinks that the light would need to be at 23 feet for the globe, and that's not the correct height for the globe. The correct height for the globe is somewhere around 19 and a half feet, if I remember correctly. I think if you go to my website, mz2.net/interesting, you will find my calculations on it. Based on a 3-mile distance and having the panel in the middle. But he has said that it was 4 miles and the panel was not in the middle. It was at 1.5 from the camera. Meaning, so when you do the actual calculation of the 8 inches per mile squared, first of all, it's not 8 inches per mile squared because it needs to include refraction. So I think it's about, there was no measurement of the vertical temperature gradients, but I think lacking that, it would be about 5.6 meters per second, 5.6 inches per mile squared. I had to reset to give the correct units. And when you do that, you get about 19 and a half for 3 miles and about 19 for 4 miles is the correct elevation. Well, so they were holding it at 17 feet and Enrique lifted it up above his head. That's about a 2-foot difference, 2.5 to 2, somewhere in that range. So right at 19 to 19 and a half. So that's the right prediction for the globe. Now, the math is not difficult. The conceptualization of it is. So anyway, what does that have to do with Jiren? It means that he hasn't gone through the correct analysis for the globe. I did the video on it. He didn't watch the details of it. I think he will, but he's not ready. Maybe, I don't know. But what do I think of him for real? I think he's a nice guy. I think he wants to actually follow the evidence. I think he is tired of flat earthers being douchebags to him. Yeah. I does that mean he's ready to give? I don't know if he's ready to give up flat earth. I don't know if people being mean to him will affect that or not. I would hope that people being mean or nice has nothing to do with whether he will accept evidence. Right? None of us should accept evidence because somebody is mean or nice to us. You ever see a debate where the Glober was maybe a little mean, like the Professor Dave debates, right? He's kind of mean. He's aggressive and he's a bit insulty. Flat Earthers have earned it. Flat Earthers, you earned the insults. Denying photographs without looking at them. You earn an insult. Not looking at measurements or just inventing excuses for measurements. You earn insults. And so when flat earthers are in those comments and like, oh, well, he was so mean that I'm now a flat earther. Really? Does emotions change the shape of the earth? I would hope it does not. I would hope that nobody in human history is ever so shallow that emotions would convince them one way or the other about the shape of the earth. And so I hope that's the case for all of us, including Jiren and all flat earthers, that just because somebody's mean or somebody's nice or something is comforting or something is uncomfortable, that does not change our opinion about the results of actual evidence. Follow the evidence. It can be wrong, but follow the evidence, verify that it's right, check to see if it's been repeated. And don't let emotions make your decision. It should be logic. So, and it looks to me like dead end philosophy. It looks to me like Jiren is ready to accept evidence. Whether or not that, and that doesn't change the shape of the earth. If he accepts evidence, that's great. If he won't, then I'm sad. He should not reject evidence. So, okay. All right. We've got Ivan Petrov says, can you pronounce Irish wristwatch? Irish wristwatch. That is a difficult word. Good one. Icy Spin says, short answer, please. How does an airplane work? Oh my gosh. All right. An airplane works by the propellers or the engine produces thrust forward, moves the airplane forward. The wings then are shaped appropriately so that it produces lift. Now, there is some disagreement, actually, more recently in science on whether or not the top of the wing pulls it up or the bottom of the wing pushes it up. Sorry, the intuitive version of it is that the bottom of the wing pushes it up. And I can't get past the intuitive version of that, but the kind of the long-term idea is that because the top of the wing has the air has a longer trip to take, because it has a longer trip, the air gets spread out. The spread out causes a suction, and that's what pulls it up. Okay, I get that at some level, but I still intuit that it's the bottom is pressing against the air, pushing it up like a propeller does. And maybe I'm wrong about how a propeller works. Anyway, that's what I intuit. I can't recall it the moment, the details, but there is some sort of a study that I remember recently coming out where rather than the lift coming from the vacuum above, that it is actually pushing from below. I don't know. I didn't read that study, or at least I don't recall it at the moment. I still intuitively think the bottom is the bottom of it has more air and is pushing it up. It's probably honestly both. So there you go. Icy Spin. Josh Garver for 199 is celebrating his third. Yay. Okay. Beast Militia says, I love you, man, but there is as much evidence for a personal god as there is for the Loch Ness Monster. There's probably more for the Loch Ness Monster. Nah, probably not. So here's what happened. There was a group of people, after Jesus walked around, died, supposedly rose again. There's a group of people that said, hey, we think he rose again. And they gave up their Jewish tradition and picked up this new tradition, a large number of them. So that's probably more evidence than for the Loch Ness Monster, if you just look at like that part of it. But I don't know. I'll give you that one, Beast Militia. It's in the same vicinity. It's not scientific evidence. It's personal testimony, which isn't the same as scientific evidence. So it comes down to faith. If you try to play games and say it's not faith, if you try to play games like it's not Ray Comfort or Tony Danza, whoever's a former actor that kind of partners with Tony Danza's that partners with Ray Comfort. That's like, here's scientific proof for. No, it's not. It's not. Okay. Creaky says, I used to have faith in humanity, but flat earthers proved me wrong on that. Yeah, Creaky. I have a whole folder of flat earthers being horrible people. NKDZ. There's no vowels in there. I don't know how to pronounce it. DeJong says, I think it's also fear. People don't want to realize there's nothing after death, and they want to see their loved ones again in heaven. Yeah, Absolutely. A guy that used to be my boss he's not even with the company anymore, but he wasn't my boss. He just was high up in the company. He used to be a preacher in the Southeast. And then he gave it all up and he's an atheist. And I asked him one time, he's like, about religion. He's like, yeah, I want there to be a supernatural. I want that to be the case. I'm like, yeah, me too. But I don't think there is. I'm like, okay, fair. So, because, yeah, you want to see your loved ones again. You want to think that there's something after. Is that why people think that there is a supernatural realm? Could be. That'd be sad. And the writings of Apostle Paul said if Jesus didn't actually really rise again from the dead, then we're pathetic, basically. I'm paraphrasing. But yeah, he was honest enough to say if that didn't happen, then all of the things that we're looking for is junk. So, all right. Debatable D says there's no problem in believing in a higher power or having faith as long as no one else required to hold that same position and does not impose unfalsifiable pseudoscience claims. And I'm with you there. A lot of especially young Earth creationists, I have a problem with them. I'm not a young Earther. I don't. The position of, and I use it of flat earthers, the pre-selecting the conclusion. That's what I think young Earth does. And I think a lot of young Earthers at least have the honesty to say, yep, that's what we're doing. I respect that position more than people that just pretend that they're not doing that. But still, I don't like it. So anyway, Icy Spin says 20 words or less, please. How does a laptop work? A computer laptop? 20 words or less. I'm not going to count them. It's a small computer. It has a CPU and RAM and hard drive, keyboard, screen. Does everything a computer does. Sometimes not as well or as fast. There you go. Alex says, thanks a lot. I'll donate 50 euros and ask a long version next time so the entire stream becomes about God. No. I love crushing flat earth. I don't. The reason why I don't talk about God is I don't want to get into Dunning-Kruger. Somebody asked me about a biological question, about a young Earth creation question. And I don't talk about that topic because I don't have the background in it. If I were to talk about it, then it would require me to think that I have enough background in it to talk about it. I don't. So to really make a whole stream about God, I'm not there. It's for me, it's more of a personal thing. So you want to talk personally about it? Yes. In front of a couple hundred people, it's not my thing. It's not my strength. It's not my depth. So I don't know. Anyway, Creaky says Master Worm ? I don't know what that is. Master Worm, Master Maggot? Don't know what that is. It's not helping me. Fallen Star says I Cebu bees. I don't know what that means. Oh my goodness. Dave McKeegan says Tom Palladino and his quantum scalar light healing. I have it fell on the floor a while ago and I'm like, I'm not even gonna pick it up. I had the quantum spooky thing that somebody sent me. They sent me like a $400 device to trial and then to have the guy on the show. And I basically pissed on him. And then his helper kept texting me on X saying, hey, are you going to do a review of the unit? I'm like, I don't think you want me to do a review of the unit. I'm going to say it's BS. And I haven't done a review of the unit. It's BS. Where it's rife, it uses special frequencies to identify things, diagnose, and then uses special frequencies to treat things, treatment. Things that you can't promise in the United States, the FDA doesn't allow. So they have to couch everything in language that protects them from liability. Anyway. Creaky says, did I nod off? I did not nod off. Okay. Oh, that went away. It went too far. It jumped. We've got Glenn Hughes says, these letters, CYMRU, AMBYTH. This isn't, sober people don't put those letters together. And I'm looking at them now and I'm like, people on the other side of sober don't read them. I have no idea what that means. All right, hold on. I know how to find out what that means. Copy. New tab. Type translate. Paste. This says, all right, it means whales forever. All right. And how is that pronounced? No clue. I'll give it a shot. Simru Ambith. Was I close? I'm sure I was not. I see Spin says, did you clean up the floor? The floor was clean. Luke Filewalker says, I'm German. Missing O is the least of my worries. Was that about the A with the ring above it that gets pronounced as an O from earlier? Ooh, now we're onto something here. Debatable D says, I'm a metalhead, but I like to write code to synth or atmospheric Viking music. What atmospheric Viking music do you like? Oh, I do a lot to industrial if I'm not doing disco. A metal, of course. Less punk. Punk gets a little distracting or boring. Okay. Dave McKeegan says, I struggle to code as it is. No way in hell I can do it whilst disco dancing. All right, I need to move forward a little bit. Icy Spin says, in an hour, Jiren conclusion better be interesting. We're done with Jiren. I gave you your homework. Generally Shady says, Jiren is at least a bit honest. I appreciate him. You know what I'm going to do? I've sent a couple screenshots to Jiren of your responses to him. Ooh. He, what did he say? Oh, he replied to me. There it is. Hey, if he follows the evidence, awesome. Debatable D says, I no longer believe in eating food because Gordon Ramsay was mean and called it someone an idiot sandwich. Yep. Fred and Six Flies says the top of the wing was disproved in 1938. No idea what that means. The top of the wing. Mark W. Sorry, I'm taking notes. Can you repeat that? Nope. Debatable D. Why not both? More air molecules push and the pressure vacuum pulls. Yeah, it doesn't have to be both. It can be. Wait. It doesn't have to be one. It can be both. All right. Mr. Slam says, go to sleep. I think that's a good idea. SW says, Flatsoid uses AE map on Sun and dome demonstrations, and then complains when someone says that it is what he is using and tries to distance himself from it. The reason why flatties try to distance themselves from insert thing they're trying to distance themselves from that flat earthers have claimed in the past is because they know that 100% it falsifies flat earth. It doesn't work. He knows the AE map doesn't work. Flat earthers distance themselves from saying that they think the earth is flat because they know there's no evidence that the earth is flat. So, all right. And Killer Cuts comes in with a bunch of random letters. Says Cymru M Beath. Don't know what that means. But I know how to figure out if that has any meaning to it. Oh, that's not it. Hold on. Detect language. It's English for Cymru am Beath. I don't know how to translate. Google Translate doesn't like it. Oh, Icy Spin says he's talking about you describing how an airplane works. He said the top of the wing was disproved in 1938. Okay. And Andreas Eld says, as far as mankind know, this is 3. I missed 1 and 2. There it is. 1. No one can ever prove the existence of any god. 2. No one can ever prove the non-existence of any god. 3. As far as mankind knows, we have proved the non-necessity of any god. And 4. Andreas Eld says he's still a Christian. Cool. Frank Burns says, we love you. MC Tune. Thank you, Frank Burns. Right here. Frank sent me this picture. Photograph of Gemini. Signed by John Glenn. Thank you for that one. Okay. Am I caught up? Let me double check. Oh, I did not read this one from Glenn Hughes. Oh, I did read from Glenn Hughes. And from Killer Cuts. All right. I am definitely ready. It's 4:00. I'm ready to go to bed. I hope you are ready to go to bed too. Or if you're in a time zone where it's time to get rocking, go rock out your day. Man, this was a lot. Oh, Killer Cuts says, OMG, you're so drunk. It's the phonetic Welsh Cymru am Beath we were trying to pronounce. Oh, hold on. Cymru am Beath. All right, so the Y gets a hard U sound. Okay. Cymru am Beath. So the other Y gets a hard E sound. Okay, Cymru am Beath, which is Wales forever. Awesome. Well, thank you for that, Killer Cuts. I don't know if I have no way to guarantee that I will remember the correct pronunciation, but I appreciate that. There it is. Okay, people. I have to wrap it up. I am toasted. Thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun. Jiren, I think, really roasted Oakley. Oakley was a douchebag, as he always is. I wish Jiren the best. Follow the evidence. All of us, we all can better follow the evidence. Rick says, I mentioned earlier, I sent a link to your Discord DM. Get it, please just reply a thumbs up so I know you got it. I don't Discord. Well, hold on. Creaky. I don't see anybody from Rick, but it may be a different name. Creaky sent me a message. It's audio. I'm not going to listen to it right now. Okay, people, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, especially to Josh, who I completely hold responsible for my current state. And all of you too for encouraging all of this. It's been a great show. I've really enjoyed it. And we'll see you next time. Here we go.
MC Tune, drop that beat.
All right. Let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So, yeah, let's do this. So
let's do this. Yo, it's MC Toon, the debunking tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MC Toon, the one soon cartoons. On your real say, send Flerfs to their dues. Your theories are like old brews, sweeping ignorance or just spreading the views.
FDFB stands for fumbling the facts, evidently. I drop truth bombs so splendidly. Your approach is soft, mine's unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MC Toon, the buffoon with silver spoon. I tackle pseudoscience, make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the maroon. When it comes to debunking, I'm the boon.
But hey, FTFE, we share the creed to educate and debunk the plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I got the upper hand in word and deed. All right, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died. No.